Hey, hello, hello. Welcome to Politifest 2024. My name is Scott Lewis. I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief at Voice San Diego. This is the 10th Politifest, but not the 10th anniversary. We started in 2011. We might have skipped a few years. But before I get too far along, I wanted to introduce our singer. I'm not going to sing this year. The singer of our national anthem, Morel. It's up to you.
All right. I would just want to, please rise to the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much. That was great. How about that, Morel, huh? That was beautiful. Well, welcome. I'm so excited. We've been working so hard on this. It's always fun to get to the end and have a good day. Today it's about the celebration of politics. So I mentioned this was the 10th Politifest, not necessarily the 10th anniversary. We started in 2011. It's also my wife and I's anniversary, 22 years. She said a couple of months ago, she said, what are we going to do for our anniversary? And I said, so about that, I got a really great plan. Have you ever met Heather Ferbert? I joke, I kid. I'm Heather Ferbert, of course, running for city attorney. We'll have a debate, one of our next sessions, huh? Very excited about that. Ferbert is here along with Brian Mainshine, who's running against her, both Democrats. And that'll be a really good debate. City attorney is a very interesting race, has a lot of consequences. And it's the kind of thing that really makes this opportunity distinct. It's a wonderful place to come and see different places. One person who's not here, though, Todd Gloria's not here. Gloria's not here. This is the first Politifest he's missed in a long time. I just found out today, is in Nevada campaigning for Kamala Harris. So I guess there's other priorities in the world than Politifest. A few people upset with me that he's not here, but I don't control him. Todd Gloria doesn't listen to me very much. His opponent, Larry Turner, got the campaign to support him. I shouldn't say him. His campaign to support Larry Turner got a surprise $1 million donation this week. That'll be really interesting to see how will that get more support? Will it attract more matching support? Will it make a difference? Somebody once told me, you don't have to have the most money to win a political race. You just have to have enough. Is $1 million enough? I'm not sure. We'll see. Lastly, before we move on and start to celebrate the day of politics, I do want to emphasize that politics. All of you should be advocates for the word politics. Whenever some of your friends are like, that's just politics, or they say it in a pejorative way, you need to stop them and be an advocate for politics. Politics is special. Politics is how we resolve our differences without war, without violence, right? Politics is peace. That's why we have this event here, because peace is only possible with so many different interests and so many different populations of people, and all with their different visions of how things should work. It's only possible with politics, where we decide who gets to have power and who's going to be in charge based on a contest, a peaceful contest, hopefully. Politics is special. Don't let people talk poorly about politics. Now, does it get ugly sometimes? Absolutely. Is it bad? Occasionally. Is it pretty gross? Is it actually kind of dispiriting sometimes? 100%, right? But does that mean we give up on it? We can't. We can't afford to give up on it, especially us who are journalists. Journalism doesn't exist without peace. Journalism doesn't exist without people agreeing to share power and be held accountable in peaceful ways. And journalism will only exist if politics exists, if politics exists in a peaceful way. So be advocates for politics. This has always been, for me, a celebration of politics, a chance to come together and fight and argue in a peaceful way, and remember that we're all here together to pursue the same end, which is the peaceful sharing of power, a more just and free culture where people can live together, even if they're different, even if they have different priorities, and even if they come from different places. So, let's hear it for politics, huh? Last year, we had this event on October 7th, and that's a big day now in the history of the world. Since then, almost a year, there has been unfathomable and very difficult to process violence in the Middle East. Politics is the peaceful way for people to share power, but it's very, very fragile. It's very fragile, and in a lot of places do not enjoy it and do not get to benefit from the peaceful sharing of power. So as precious as it is, let's remember to keep it and to cherish it and to celebrate it and to protect it with everything we have. Thank you. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. It's not easy to be a sponsor of Voice San Diego sometimes, so let's hear it for them. First off, University of San Diego, the College of Arts and Sciences, thank you for hosting. I love this place. When we're done with this event and we go to the reception, the garden in the back with the sunset, is there a more peaceful feeling than that? Especially after the Padres secure their playoff spot, huh? Also this year, we're grateful for the support of the Sycuan Band of the Kumeyaay Nation. Thank you, Sycuan. The United Domestic Workers came through for us this year. Thank you so much, UDW. And we have just begun a very special partnership with KPBS and iNews Source called Public Matters, all about that celebration of the peaceful discussion of politics, of public matters, of public affairs in a way that celebrates how people can be a part of their government in a free and open society like the one we still have. Also want to mention the AARP. I'm a couple years away, guys. San Diego Foundation, Business for Good, Hitsky Development, the San Diego Municipal Employees Association, the Asian Business Association, Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest, Atlantis Group, and the Southern California Rental Housing Association. Thank you all so much for making this possible. I would like to introduce one of our hosts. Casey Dominguez is the department chair and professor of political science and international relations at USD. Casey and her colleagues have made this possible for us to be here in this very special location with so much serenity to have so many sometimes tense discussions. Casey, hello.
Hello, I just want to welcome everybody to USD. You may know us by our stunning campus. We are proud to be ranked as Princeton Review's most beautiful campus in America this year and some other recent years. But we're also proud of what happens inside our buildings. We're a top 20 school for making an impact. We're proud of the many ways we serve our community. USD students, faculty, and staff members contribute more than 200,000 hours of public service annually. We're also proud that in 2020, 87% of our students registered to vote and 76% turned out to vote, which, thank you, makes us one of the best campuses in the country for student voting. And we want all of our 9,000 students, whether they're studying business or engineering or arts and sciences, to become, when they grow up, civically engaged citizens like all of you. USD has been proud to sponsor and host Politifest for the last several years. Independent, as Scott said, independent investigative journalism is critical to the survival of democracy, and we're delighted to support events like this that show our students what civic engagement can look like at its best. This year we're celebrating our 75th anniversary under the theme Lighting the Way Forward, and we're grateful to have many community partners like the Voice of San Diego who support our mission and provide opportunities for our students and alumni to learn and thrive. Every year, our campus hosts many community lectures, exhibitions, concerts, arts events, and athletic competitions, and many of them are open to the public, so we invite you to come back to campus and learn, cheer, celebrate, and experience all that USD has to offer. Thank you very much for coming, and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Casey. Well, a few months ago, my friend Deanna McKay called and said, hey, what would you think about being a part of a project, a new partnership together, where we celebrate and we help people understand their local democracy, what goes into making the world the way it is in San Diego, and helping to translate all of the extremely complex decisions and discussions that occur at the county and the city level, and the water districts, city councils, and all that make our quality of life, for better or worse, the way it is right now. And Deanna McKay from KPBS created a partnership between us, iNewsSource, and KPBS that we're just in the few initial weeks of, and it's going really well. We're very excited to be a part of that. Deanna, come on up. Deanna McKay. She's the general manager at KPBS.
Hi, I'm Deanna Mackey, KPBS General Manager. That's okay, that happens all the time. I'm so excited to be here in partnership with Voice of San Diego and to be a part of Politifest. I'm going to tell you a little more about our plans for Public Matters. First, as you all know, we're at a pivotal moment in our democracy. All eyes are looking ahead at what's going to happen on the federal level. And we have to address the challenges here in San Diego as well. The theme of today's event, Can Government Meet the Moment?, begs the question about what comes next and how citizens can influence change to ensure our institutions meet our needs. And that is at the heart of Public Matters, this partnership with Voice of San Diego, KPBS, and iNewsSource. It strives to expand the culture of civic engagement in this community through increased public conversation like this event, as well as increased coverage across the region. Oh my God, I have a helper. I never have a helper. This is amazing. It reminds us that we are part of something bigger than ourselves, and our voice is going to be stronger together. It's an innovative partnership, and it's the first time all three of these nonprofit news organizations have worked together. And we are combining our strengths for you. It is a service for you, the public. Over the next 2 years, leading up to and beyond the 250th anniversary of our country in 2026, Public Matters will provide news stories on politics and governance. We'll have facilitated in-person discussions like you're going to hear today at Politifest. And that'll be around issues that both unite and divide us to help us understand how to have civil discourse even when we don't agree. Thank you. I think it's so important. We all do. And we'll also work on helping San Diegans understand and act on your opportunity to make positive change. You are able to see the stories we're working on together, as Scott referenced, already on all of our websites. We all have a Public Matters landing page, and you can go to all 3 websites and see the stories we're doing individually and together. You'll find iNewsSource's Documenters program, which trains and pays San Diegans to be citizen journalists, to document community meetings and watch government across the county. On October 7th, you'll be able to access KPBS's Voter Hub, which has explainers, an interactive virtual ballot guide, and resources on how to vote and where. And versions of the Voter Hub will also be on iNewsSource and Voice of San Diego's Public Matters pages. And every week, you'll be able to watch Scott break down complicated subjects and explain the why behind decisions made here in San Diego. And if you're not aware, that has already started, and he's featured weekly on our platforms at KPBS. In the coming months, we'll also be facilitating and sharing conversations between strangers with different political views in an effort to remind us of our shared humanity and the responsibility to our communities. This is part of a project called One Small Step that's being done nationally, piloted by smaller public media stations around the country, and KPBS will be bringing it here to San Diego. And again, the goal of these conversations that we will be taping and recording, so you'll be able to see them on our platforms, but also in person like here. The goal is not agreement. The goal is to find a way for all of us to have difficult conversations and walk away from those conversations with respect and understanding. So, in closing, participating in the democratic process means so much more than voting. It is an ongoing involvement in our community groups and institutions that make decisions that affect our daily lives, and that includes volunteering. I encourage you to look for KPBS's series on volunteering. It's on our website right now. If you are participating in your community, if you're helping out, you're doing all the things Scott talked about being part of this community and making a difference. This is about you and your neighborhoods. What do you need to make positive change? We'd love to have you come join us at KPBS's booth and learn more about Public Matters. Thank you for being here, and I thank Scott and the whole Voice team for being a part of this partnership.
Deanna Mackey, everyone. Also making this possible are the United Domestic Workers. I'd like to introduce Dan Arrow.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And you're the first person to ever get my last name right on the first try.
Oh, wow. Makes up for the other one.
So, good morning. My name's Dan Arrow. I am the communications director at UDW, AFSCME Local 3930, and I am really proud to be here representing more than 180,000 home care and family child care providers throughout California, 40,000 of which live here in San Diego County. We're committed to fighting for better wages, better benefits, and honestly, fighting for the recognition that these workers deserve. This is often considered an invisible workforce, and in a lot of policy and political discussions, they're ignored. So I want to take a moment to first, commend Voice of San Diego for organizing such an event that brings the political minds, policy experts, and community leaders together to discuss the pressing issues of our time, because this kind of dialogue is essential because it provides a platform for shared ideas, brainstorm diverse perspectives, and to all come together in the service for creating better and more equitable outcomes for our communities. But I want to ask you all to do something today. As you engage in today's conversations, I encourage you to keep the experiences of low-wage workers, especially caregivers and other essential workers, at the front of your mind. These workers are the backbone of our economy. Without them, there's no one to care for our loved ones. There's no one to nurture our children. They work harder than most people, and we just don't see them because they work quietly for us, and they don't ask for much. But it's time that we start providing for them. So let's use today's gathering as a reminder that every policy decision has the power to shape the future for millions of workers across California. I encourage you all to keep equity at the forefront of your discussion and ensure that those that work the hardest, often with the least recognition, are given the voice they deserve when shaping our state's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, I'm already running over. We've got a great debate about Prop 36 coming up in this room. I'm going to host one about Measure E, the sales tax. A couple things. Community groups outside will be hosting tables until 2 p.m. There will be some t-shirts and other voice swag out there. Food trucks will start at 12 p.m. And please thank the many, many dozens of volunteers out there making this possible. We will see you back here at 4:20 for the opening of the keynote address. I'll have a couple games for people to earn the chance to ask questions around that time. So have a great day. Thank you for coming.
Should I just start? Okay. All right, hello. Welcome to Politifest 2024. Can our government meet the moment? First session of the day. Yeah. All right, I'm Bella Ross. I am the social media producer for Voice of San Diego. It's really awesome to be here today. My first time working at Politifest, so it's going to be good. In case you're not familiar with us, Voice of San Diego is an investigative nonprofit. Our whole goal is to hold public officials accountable and give you guys the information you need to be advocates for yourself and for the government, or for your communities. As a nonprofit, we do depend on members and donors and sponsors to make our work possible, so we really appreciate you guys being here and supporting us. I would like to take a minute to recognize our sponsors who helped make this event possible. A special thanks to the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of San Diego for being our partner for the 7th year now. Our thanks also to the Sequan Band of the Kumeyaay Nation, the United Domestic Workers Union, AARP, the San Diego Foundation, Business for Good, Hiche Development, the San Diego Municipal Employees Association, the Asian Business Association, Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest, Atlantis Group, San Diego Art Matters, and the Southern California Rental Housing Association. We'd also like to recognize KPBS and iNewsSource, our partners in Public Matters. We are all partnering this election season and beyond to share content and hopefully stimulate a conversation, such as we are doing today, to hopefully motivate people to get involved in their communities and get involved in the democratic process and better understand how all of that stuff works. So if you're unable to attend any of these sessions in person, I'm speaking into this microphone. There are people listening from afar, tuning into live streams. We will be posting these recordings on the Politifest page on our website next week. We welcome your questions. Myself and Brendan over here are going to be going around throughout the session handing out note cards and pens. So flag us down at any time if you want to write down a question. I'll be taking them up here, and then at the end, last 15 minutes or so, we will have time for those. And then you can tweet along with the session and share your experience at #Politifest2024, Instagram, Facebook, and X/Twitter. And so I'm going to introduce our moderator, finally hand it off. This is Will Huntsberry, Senior Investigative Reporter for Voice of San Diego, and we're going to be having a conversation about Prop 47/Prop 36. Enjoy.
Is this the slide guy?
Yeah.
Nice, okay. So, welcome everybody. We got some great guests. I'm going to introduce them in just 1 second. But first, I want to just give us a quick little primer on what we're talking about today, which is Prop 36. But that kind of goes back to 2014 and Prop 47. So Prop 47 was passed in 2014, and it reduced penalties for theft and drug possession. It was a big deal at the time. People thought it was a really great idea. Now it seems a fair amount of people have changed their minds about that. And so with Prop 47, the specifics of it, it was trying, California's prisons were once very, very, very overcrowded, and part of what Prop 47 was trying to do was make sure that people were only in prison for the most serious and violent felonies. And so one thing Prop 47 did, you've probably heard about this in the news a lot, it increased the threshold for felony theft to $950. It had been about half that, but it raised it so that a person had to steal that much or more to be able to be charged with a felony. And it also made drug possession a misdemeanor in almost all cases. So that was Prop 47 that passed in 2014. Now, this year, on this year's ballot, you're going to be asked whether you want to roll some of those things back or not. And that's Proposition 36 that you'll be answering that question on. And what Prop 36 does is it increases punishment for theft and drug crimes. It doesn't roll back all the parts of Prop 47, but it rolls back quite a bit of them. And some of the specifics on Prop 36, it gets rid of that $950 threshold if a person has 2 previous theft-related convictions. So not on your first time or your second time, but your third time, you could be charged with a felony for stealing less than that. It increases sentences up to 3 years if people steal in a group. You know, we've seen that on the news a lot. These crime rings, supposedly, I think we'll get into talk about whether that's been overblown or not, but we've certainly seen examples of it on the news. And convictions for selling certain drugs, really hard drugs like fentanyl and heroin, the sentences can be longer. And those sentences would have to be served in prison instead of jail in some cases. Some people with past drug convictions, if they're caught possessing multiple times, they could be charged with a treatment-mandated felony. And so they would either have to accept treatment or they could get a felony for drug possession. So it would bring back felony drug possession charges in some cases. Prop 36 would also require courts to inform people convicted of selling certain drugs that they could be charged with murder if somebody dies from them selling fentanyl to that person. And the Legislative Analyst's Office has said this would increase costs to taxpayers. It's a little unclear how much. They said it could be tens of millions of dollars to hundreds of millions of dollars. It depends on how many people end up going back to prison. And it also depends how prosecutors handle it. And we have a prosecutor on the panel today, fortunately, who's going to help us understand some of this stuff. So I'm going to take a seat now and introduce these guys. Is this on? Yeah, great. To my far right, Genevieve Jones-Wright. She is the founding executive director of Community Advocates for Just and Moral Governance. I believe they call it MOGO. And it works to advance the rights of marginalized people in the community. Genevieve has been a major voice for criminal justice reform in this community, as I'm sure you all know. She previously ran for district attorney. And we also have Pat Espinoza up here. He is the chief deputy district attorney, and he has been at the DA's office for 29 years. And he manages 5 different divisions: Superior Court, Sex Crimes and Human Trafficking, Gangs, Narcotics, and the Insurance Fraud and Workplace Justice Division. And he also supervises the DA's legislation unit. So let's get into it, guys. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Pat, I want to start with you. The Public Policy Institute for California, they've looked at this question of shoplifting and how much it's increased or not. In the state, since 2019, there has been an increase in shoplifting, according to PPIC. But in San Diego, since 2019, shoplifting is down 21%. So why should San Diegans support this measure?
Well, first of all, this is a statewide measure, so I think we're looking at it from the aspect of Californians. And when you look at the numbers, if you're looking at San Diego specific numbers, you have to understand some of the impacts of Prop 47. And what Prop 47 did was it reduced many thefts so that they were misdemeanors. And the issue with misdemeanors, theft, before we could have, someone had multiple thefts, then the future thefts could be charged as felonies. And that change was made in Prop 47. So now when a police officer goes and tries to make an arrest on someone who may have committed a series of misdemeanor thefts, now the tools on police have changed because it would be a misdemeanor arrest rather than a felony arrest. And by that, now officers cannot make a non-felony arrest if it didn't occur in their presence. And so now what they have to do is they have to issue a citation, a cite and release. And so that's basically giving them a ticket for shoplifting, no matter how many times they shoplift. And the problem is this, is that those folks who get that cite and release, what we notice is they're not coming to court. And so when they blow off that citation, they don't come to court and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shoplifting offenses. Those cases don't go to court, they're not arraigned, they don't go through the criminal justice process, and they don't end up with a conviction. And so that's why there's been an impact on the data, and also because the thefts are no longer felony theft cases, they're now misdemeanor theft cases. The problem is those are now lower priorities. What we know here in San Diego is we have vacancies in filling our law enforcement officers in terms of deputy sheriff's vacancies, police officer vacancies, and so they have to respond with limited resources on a priority. And so if there's a felony offense that's reported, if someone calls it in, the police are going to respond to felony crimes and then go down according to resources before they can respond to misdemeanor offenses. The other issue is, frankly, the level of theft is such that the retailers, they're not calling the police. They're simply, they've in some sense given up. That's why any one of you, if you go into the Target in Mission Valley, you walk down a couple aisles, you will see the merchandise is behind a locked glass case. That's very different than things were years ago prior to Prop 47. That's because the retailers and the mom and pop businesses, they've saying things are at crisis now and we have to do something differently. The interesting thing is the governor himself went to Target, it was in the Sacramento area, and he saw individuals shoplift and the workers weren't doing anything. And he had a conversation with the cashier and he said, why don't you do something? Why don't you call police? And the cashier, not knowing it was the governor of the state of California there, said, oh, because the governor changed the limit and it allows this to happen. Now, that wasn't accurate.
But the governor does not support Prop 36, right?
That's true. But in this case, he was telling the story during Prop 1 when it came up, and he was sharing this anecdote and said, that is not the case. You guys need to report that. But that's just an example of how many of these retailers, they've given up on reporting a lot of those cases. And so getting back to your point, a lot of that data that we're looking to doesn't reflect the seriousness of the theft issue that we're experiencing in San Diego and statewide.
Well, I have some follow-ups, but I want to let you get in there, Genevieve. What do you think when you hear that?
So there was a lot there, and a lot of it is not true. And I want to be very clear. Before Prop 47 ever was passed by us, Californians, by 60%, you had people who were opposed to Prop 47, like law enforcement agencies, district attorneys across the state, and retailers who were hell-bent on their Plan B if it did pass. And their efforts have been to repeal Prop 47 and never give it a chance. So when I hear that police officers can't arrest, it's untrue. There is a lack of will on the part of law enforcement because they have a point to make and they want to blame Prop 47. So the question talked about how crime trends are down for San Diego. Property crimes are down in San Diego, shoplifting crimes are down in San Diego. And what we just heard in response was, if you go to Mission Valley, Target, these things are encased because of this. Those things don't correlate now, do they? So let's talk about how we have been hyped on hysteria by the retail lobby and correctional officers and district attorneys and law enforcement officers, and they have manufactured a crisis that is simply not true. And I can get into that a little bit later. But what I want to say is this: there is nothing that prevents a police officer from arresting someone for engaging in petty theft or shoplifting. There is nothing that prevents a district attorney right now today from taking all of the petty thefts that Mr. Espinosa just talked about someone doing and aggregating them and putting them in one case and charging that as grand theft and making it a felony. Prop 47 does not stand as a barrier to any of those things. So in this conversation, I want us to be clear on the facts and not on things that have been put in front of us so that we can become angered or frustrated and say ridiculous things like we should be locking up criminals and not laundry detergent. Because I am here to tell you that the people who are stealing laundry detergent need it and they don't have the money. So it's not about giving them prison because of an economic crime because they're poor. It is about getting to the heart of why you would need to steal laundry detergent in the first place, and that is what Prop 36 does not address.
So, Genevieve, we'll stick with you for a minute. Shoplifting is down in San Diego, as we talked about, but because of the numbers in 4 counties, it's up statewide, according to PPIC. You know, some people who support this measure, they're saying we're not rolling back all parts of Prop 47. You know, you would need to have 2 previous theft convictions, or you'd need to have previous drug convictions. They say they're just working back towards the middle on this, and it's not so as extreme as getting rid of everything. What do you say to that?
They're not working back to the middle. Well, we are talking about going back to failed policies. We can recall the impact on communities with the failed war on drugs, and this is exactly what Prop 36 is bringing us back to. This is a step backwards for California. When you're talking about giving prison to people who have substance abuse disorders, this is what we were doing during the war on drugs. And where did that lead us to? It led us to overpopulated prisons that we were operating in California at nearly double capacity, to the point that the United States Supreme Court said, do something about it because you are violating people's 8th Amendment right against cruel and unusual punishment. Prop 47 came on the heels of that decision. So we're not talking about going to the middle. We are talking about pushing the pendulum back to where we incarcerate and over-incarcerate people and ignore real solutions and put people in prison for things that we should be solving as elected officials, hello, local government, district attorneys. Where's the accountability, right? I will end this answer to this question with this. Prop 36 says that it will give mandated treatment to folks who need it. How? Somebody ask that question, please.
Thank you, Genevieve. Okay, we'll go back to you now, Pat. Genevieve brought this up. You mentioned it in your first answer that there's a question of law enforcement resources here, you said, and that if we push these things back to felonies, then that will kind of give law enforcement I'm not exactly sure how you would describe it, the motivation they need to actually go out on these calls in a way that they're not now. But, you know, I guess I'll put Genevieve's question to you. Why can't they prioritize this now if someone can be sentenced up to 6 months in jail for a misdemeanor theft?
Well, there are 2 issues here. There's the theft issue, and then there's the drug issue. And so you're speaking specifically about the theft issue. Why can't they prioritize that? Exactly. I mean, one of the issues, I think I mentioned this, was, well, they have to be notified first. And when we have retailers who aren't calling the police, and that's not coming to the police's attention.
Is it, you know, I mean, we know that I've done stories about people downtown call the police don't necessarily show up. Is part of the reason they've stopped calling because the police aren't coming, unless it's just like, I mean, I've heard stories of people in, you know, corner stores downtown saying like, I told the cops there was a knife involved just so they'd hurry up and get there.
Right, well, and also what we saw, it occurred in Sacramento County, was that in the Target area in Sacramento, they were calling the police every time this happened, and the response from the city attorney in that city was to threaten them with being the target to be charged with the crime of public nuisance for continuing to call. And so, in part of the legislative package, the bills that were signed in AB 2943, one element of that law, crazily enough, was they changed the law so that city attorneys cannot charge retailers or threaten to charge them with public nuisance for reporting retail theft. So, I mean, it is an issue, not just in San Diego, but statewide, where, you know, they're just resource starved and they can't respond to all these cases. Now,
How can we fix that? Will this proposition fix that?
Well, what this proposition will do, it will focus on not all people who commit thefts, but the small individuals who commit numerous serial thefts. Because the way it works is if you have documented petty theft convictions, then the future petty theft that is committed becomes a felony, becomes a more of a priority for police. And it really is. I mean, it's an issue of limited resources and what we're asking our law enforcement officers to respond to. And what this says, it says, let's not make every petty theft a felony. That's going too far. Let's focus on that small minority of theft offenders that continue to do it despite, you know, being convicted and being convicted again. Those folks, those are the ones that are going to be looking at, felony offenses that will give the law enforcement more tools so that when they go in, they can make the arrest even if the crime didn't occur in front of the police. They can make the arrest now if, they have, for example, there's been a change in the law now that would allow them to make the arrest if it occurred on videotape and was not in the immediate presence of the police officer. So some of these rules that exist that limit an officer's ability to make a misdemeanor arrest would be solved by having it be elevated to a felony. And so that's the response that would allow the police officers to prioritize some of the same offenses.
Would you support a change like that, Genevieve, where it makes it easier for an officer to do a misdemeanor arrest if they have videotape evidence in that case?
Absolutely, and I think we're already there. And that's the other part that we have to consider when we talk about Prop 36 and whether it's necessary. The answer is it's not. It's overkill. Prop 36 is not being placed in front of you or me in a vacuum. We live in a state where our governor just signed a slate of legislation. We have our legislative body who just passed in the teens laws that directly impact organized retail crime and the things that Prop 36 seeks to address. So when I hear Mr. Espinosa talk about how now police officers don't have to be a witness to a theft crime in order to make an arrest, I'm happy to hear that, because guess what? That is one of the changes. But I can also tell you this, that has been the law as it relates to misdemeanors, period. Not just theft offenses. That has just been what it was in California, that someone can't just tell a police officer, you committed a crime and it is a misdemeanor, and that officer who did not see you commit the crime can arrest you. So that is status quo. Now we have legislation that says an officer, after looking at surveillance footage, and it is clear who that person is, can be arrested. So we're not considering Prop 36 in a vacuum. And this is what voters need to understand. The things that Prop 36 is striving to do is actually regress us back and move us to a place where we wanted to move from. And so we will be moving backwards. And the other thing that I wanted to make sure that I stated was there is no data to support that retailers or retail stores are not reporting crime. There's absolutely no data to support that at all. The data shows that law enforcement is not responding to the calls. Now, whether or not that ends up being a chicken and the egg problem where retailers are saying, I'm not calling because you're not showing up. I will tell you that I haven't seen an article or any data that actually supports that retailers are not calling the police. The other thing that I wanted to make sure that I mentioned and addressed was that even when people are given citations for theft or property crimes and they don't show up, law enforcement still have this thing called bench warrants that they can ask judges for. And judges can actually issue them and say, in the system, there's going to be a warrant for this person's arrest, and you can pick them up on that warrant given these conditions. So I really want to make sure that when we're having this conversation about what has happened since Prop 47, that we are talking about reality. And Will, I really hope we get to the benefits of Prop 47.
Okay. Patrick, I'll give you a chance to respond to that first if you want.
Well, I think she's speaking about citizens' arrests, and that is true. You can have an officer can have a citizen arrest for a misdemeanor that occurs outside the officer's presence. But the problem is you have to have a citizen who's willing to sign their name and say, I agree to participate in the prosecution. And that citizen who sees the theft at Target has to wait around until the police show up and then go to the officer find them and say, are you willing to sign this as a citizen's arrest because the misdemeanor did not occur in my presence? And so, and that's one of the issues that we've heard law enforcement express about the ability and the frustration how a lot of the thefts that occur don't get reported. It was mentioned earlier that, on the narcotics aspect of this proposition is, whether it's a war on drugs, it's not. It's a war on addiction. It's a war on addiction because someone who is in possession, simple possession of a drug, it would still be a misdemeanor the first time. It would still be a misdemeanor the second time. And what we've seen, because these drug offenses are now treated as misdemeanors when they used to be treated as felonies before, when these cases end up in court, if they do, the judge does not have any leverage to get them treatment. Our drug courts used to be well attended with folks who would go and get drug treatment. Now, when individuals are being sentenced and they have the option to go into drug court to get treatment, they're saying no. I'll just sentence me, and I don't have to go through a burdensome program where the judge is following up on me every week. I got to come back to court, and they're seeing if I'm remaining sober. What Prop 36 would do is say the third time you can be charged as a felony. The DA has that discretion. If the DA exercises his discretion improperly or her discretion properly, the judge, when he hears that case, can still say, you know what, DA, I think that should be a misdemeanor and not a felony, and has that ability to do that. And then they have the option of drug treatment mandated felonies, and that is with the threat of incarceration, with the threat of prison, the judge can say, participate in treatment. That's what we want. We want you to get better. We don't want you to be an addict. We don't want you to say, just sentence me and I'll go ahead and go about my business. We want you to be treated for the underlying cause of your addiction by going to drug court or by going to some type of treatment program. And by treating it as a felony, it gives legal leverage to the judge to be able to say, you can either choose incarceration or choose treatment, it's your choice. And it's written into the statutes that says, if they're not, before incarceration is even an option under this law, it has to be that they are not eligible for treatment or not amenable to treatment. So treatment has to be tried first, and there has to be some reason why they cannot go to treatment. And we've seen how drug courts were just decimated after Prop 47 because there was no more legal leverage, and there's been studies done, and I think there's wide conclusions throughout the state that we have seen our drug courts have just been, I think it was the Institute of Court Innovation said, yes, 67% in California of the courts now see their drug courts just basically decimated.
Well, that's what one thing I wanted to ask you about. I think probably most of us agree that addiction is a disease. And so that being the case, I want to stick with you, Pat. What have you seen? You've been in the DA's office for 30 years. I'm sure you've dealt with people who are addicted to drugs in many different ways. Do people just get ready to get sober by knowing that that third thing's coming, that deterrence? Or, or is it something different when their rock bottom is their rock bottom? Like, what's your perception of that? Do you think that will really make a serious difference for addicts, knowing that third thing is coming?
Difficult question. And what we've seen, and my experience would be those folks who come through the criminal justice system. So those are the folks who've been charged with a crime and find themselves there. I had the privilege of, when I was years ago in the South Bay branch office of the court system, to be one of the founders who started the drug court in South Bay. And what we saw and what that consisted of is folks who are at their lowest. They're not going to necessarily choose to go to treatment, but there are a population of individuals who have to be forced into treatment. And there's a healthy debate to say, should you force people into treatment? Well, for some individuals who just won't get better, that is the only option. And we've seen people who successfully move through the drug court program, come to drug court graduation, and they've expressed thanks. They've expressed thanks to the judge, to the prosecution, to say, I wouldn't have got better on my own, but for forcing me into this program, and that program made them better. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's not the same answer for everyone because there's a bunch of individuals, but we have seen the successes, how folks who otherwise would turn their back to treatment, but found themselves in the criminal justice system and participated in drug court, got better and went on a positive path. And so I think that's a success story. And that's what we're after. It's not a war on drugs. We don't want to go back to that. It's a war on addiction.
Genevieve, what do you think the answer is when it comes to serious addiction in California and the serious drugs we have out on the street? Obviously, you don't think Prop 36 is the answer, but what do you think is the right answer for how we deal with, addiction in this state?
I can tell you that this rhetoric of declaring a war on addiction is exactly why we're in the place that we're in. War on addiction. We have to treat addiction, substance use disorders, as the public health emergencies and crises they are. This rhetoric about declaring war on addiction and putting people into prison or even jail because they have an addiction is preposterous. This is how America as a whole has dealt with addiction, and this is why we are the most carceral nation in the world and why we look the way we look compared to other countries who are less carceral. And what I mean by that is when other countries have taken a different stance and have treated these same issues as public health crises, they don't have the addiction problems we have. And we can do this about every other issue, whether it's gun violence, and see how other countries address it. But this rhetoric of declaring war on addiction is what got us here in the first place. I can tell you that failed war on drugs we were in, they probably had that same notion. And who did it impact? It impacted communities of color because we got the harsher sentences for things like crack cocaine, and we did not go to the underlying causes. That's the answer. The answer is addressing it like the public health crisis it is, an emergency it is, the way that we're now starting to see compassion around fentanyl use. Did you hear the difference in how we're talking about fentanyl use versus how we would talk about crack cocaine? Right? We need that same compassion on every single level. The second thing is, we've got to get out of this idea that somehow we can just incarcerate our way out of problems and not do anything for the complex social issues that are the offspring of what we're seeing. And so Prop 36 for me is not a solution at all because it actually diverts funding from the things that address the root causes. With Prop 47, we got savings of, by the Attorney General's number, $95 million. That's the Attorney General's number for last year. I've seen reports that it was upwards to $113 million in savings in our last fiscal year, and that's the Policy Institute of California with that number. Prop 36 is going to take away the savings that we had from diverting away from our prison system, and where we have been able to use that money for K through 12 education, for mental health care, for trauma recovery services for victims and crime survivors. That is where Prop 36 is going to take money from. So how do we solve an issue by creating more dire situations that is only going to feed the same problem that we're saying we're going to address? And that's what Prop 36 does.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you bring up there, Genevieve. What happened with Prop 47 is that any savings the state got from not locking people up so much, that money is required to be spent on things like treatment, and I don't remember the full list, but several other things. And that money obviously is going to be cut into, and so that $95 million is going to be less. Presumably, it could even be zero or in the other direction. Talk about the money aspect there.
Sure, and what we have to start with, in 2006, there were 137,000 folks in state prison in California. We've seen reforms over the years, so that number has gone down. So it was about 94,000 folks in state prison, I want to say, probably the year before.
Yeah, we were like fourth in the country, and now we're somewhere in the middle, I think, in terms of incarceration rates.
Right, and the LAO, the Legislative Analyst Office, is predicting that that number will continue to go down and be about 90,000, I think, is probably where we expect to be next year. However, add that with, now Prop 36. What will Prop 36 do? So Prop 36, it's estimated by LAO, will increase the prison population by a few thousand. So that will put us back up to where it was last year. And so the way, the funding is how much is there a prison savings? There will be still a prison savings that will be there for programs, but as Genevieve mentioned, 36 is not in a vacuum. And we passed Proposition 1 in the March or June ballot, I think it was. It'll go into effect next year. And that's about almost $7 billion in bonds for facilities that will treat folks who suffer from mental disorders and from substance abuse. And so that's another funding that's potentially out there as well. And so, while it's right to say that Prop 36 does not provide more money, what it does is it's in an environment where there are other sources of revenue that will be there. It does not eliminate the Prop 47 money. The impact will be the measurement of savings from where we were at the beginning to where we are now. There will still be some savings, but it'll be about a few thousand more inmates in prison. It's projected by the LAO.
Well, can I just add this little tidbit? The Attorney General has stated that the savings that we've enjoyed as a result of us passing Prop 47 has been hundreds of millions of dollars. The number that I have is $800 million in savings since Prop 47 became law. The Attorney General has stated that if we vote in Prop 36, the savings will only be maybe tens of millions. So this is an exponential change. And I really want us to understand that it's not just about diverting funds away from things we absolutely need, but it's going to come at a cost to us taxpayers. And is that a cost that we want to take on? And I'm not just talking about a financial cost. I'm talking about human costs as well. And this is what we have to consider when we have something like Prop 36 being pushed in front of us.
Can I just jump in real quick? And I'm not going to disagree, but I'd say we've had Prop 47 for 10 years now. And do we have enough resources now to provide treatment and programs for all those folks who have substance abuse problems who come through the criminal justice system? And sadly, the answer is no. So, what that emphasizes is there still is a need on the part of our policymakers is to divert more resources. And I think that's what they're trying to do with things like Prop 1, and thankfully Prop 36 will operate in that environment.
Well,
I'll
my goodness, yes, okay, please, because, okay, thank you. Please, thank you for indulging me on this.
So this we know that when we try to make laws tougher in this country, that frequently falls on the backs of Black and brown folks. And so, in this case, how does that make you feel about strengthening those laws and that disparity that's at the heart of our criminal justice system sometimes.
Sure, and part of my job is I go up to Sacramento and I will, advocate on behalf of legislation or oppose legislation. And we see a lot of changes coming out of Sacramento in the last few years. A couple of them let me talk about. The Racial Justice Act. And so Prop 36, if it were to become law, it would operate in an environment where the Racial Justice Act is currently law. What the Racial Justice Act does is if someone says, I was the victim of discrimination, or a person of color, I was negatively impacted by this law, the Racial Justice Act is a tool that their lawyers can use and bring on their behalf to say, Judge, let's look at this to make sure race didn't serve an improper reason in the way this person was charged and the ultimate consequence the person received. And so that's a protector that we have that's in place in the environment where Prop 36 will act. In addition, we have another reform, and that reform is race-blind charging that will take effect, I think it's either next year or the year after. And what the Race-Blind Charging Act does, it says when police, law enforcement submits a case to a prosecutor to review, they can't know the race of that individual. So that has to be redacted out. They have to prepare police reports in such a way that they take out all reference that they could possibly know the race of the person being asked for charges. And so that takes that out.
So you feel strongly that this will be implemented equitably?
I think so, yes. I mean, that's the reason, when they asked, let's make these changes, it was to address those concerns. And so Prop 36 will operate in that environment.
Genevieve? She was right, no goodness.
Yes, I was. I didn't want to forget what I had to say. There's just so much here. Why couldn't you make this session 3 hours? My goodness. So I want to say that I sit on the implementation group for the RJA, the Racial Justice Act that Mr. Espinosa just talked about. And I will tell you that San Diego has not granted, not one judge in San Diego has granted an RJA motion in this county, okay? So I really want us to be clear that things that are being, and I think it's a great tool. I helped write it, hello? And I want to teach attorneys and continue to teach attorneys how to use it. But I want to say that we don't live in a perfect world, okay? One thing we know for sure is that Prop 47 has actually narrowed the disparities for racial justice when you look at arrests and bookings of African Americans, for instance, before and after Prop 47. So that is a tried and true impact that we can point to and say, you know what, the data supports that there has been this change and the disparities are now lessened because of Prop 47. But Mr. Espinosa said something that was very interesting to me, and it was that we don't have enough money right now to support treatment of all these people. Well, what do you think is going to happen if we pass Prop 36? And that is my biggest concern. Again, it's overkill. I think it's unnecessary, but let's think about this. If we already don't have enough money to treat the people we have, then what happens when we actually take away that funding for mental health care, for drug treatment, and so you have less money in the pot? And then you're cycling people in and out of prison, and there's stigma attached to that. You know, the session name is Prop 47, Are Felonies the Answer? I think we all know felonies can never be the right answer because it just gives another obstacle. And the one thing we haven't touched on is this purported solution for homelessness, which Prop 36 does nothing to address homelessness, but that's another issue. But there's all of these buzzwords in Prop 36 where they get to say, we're going to help people, and people are going to get into treatment. When we talk about why drug court attendance and participation is down, this is a perfect example of why Prop 47 is the perfect scapegoat for district attorneys and politicians and people who don't want to do their job. I'm going to be very honest with you. Participation in drug court or any court-ordered programs has to be looked at as a complex issue that does not distill down to Prop 47 being the law. We have to look practically at what drug court and programs actually demand and require of participants. One, that they just stop cold turkey. How realistic is that? Do I want to volunteer to go into withdrawal with no help and I'm going to be kicked out of a program or be placed on some sort of censure because I tested dirty, because I used, and we all know that relapse is a part of recovery, right? So when we're talking about why numbers are down in certain programs, Prop 47 is not the reason. The reason could be a slew of other things. How we do the programs, the demands that we make on the participants. Well, there's so much to say. Let me just, I'll end there. I will end there, but the problem is that Prop 47 has been scapegoated way too much, and it is not the cause of these issues that Prop 36 actually says it addresses and doesn't. And the last thing I will say on this, Will, is we never give reform a chance. Prop 47 has only been on the books for 10 years, and I'm going to say only, because how long have we been completely punitive? How long have we not been focused on rehabilitation? How long have we been focused on incarcerating our way out of things? How many decades? And we give this 10 years, and it's actually proven successful, and now it's time to push the pendulum, and I'm using push the pendulum intentionally, because it's not swinging. They're pushing it into a certain direction. And it is incumbent upon all of us to not let that happen. And that's why we should be no on Prop 36.
Let me ask you about that, Pat. You know, what if we doubled down on treatment instead of going back in the other direction? Like, do you think that could also be an answer?
Well, you know, we've had Prop 47 for 10 years, and the promise was going to be that there was savings, that there were going to be adequate programs, and have we seen those adequate programs? I don't know. What we did see instead was drug courts attendance being decimated, and so the reason that we're seeing from the court perspective is, well, there is no leverage to get folks into our drug court programs. This will potentially be that leverage. And so the hope is that, you know, there is policymakers say we need more programs. We would welcome that, because the judges could then offer that as a solution. And if not, we have drug court, and then we can hope that Proposition 1 meets its goal and builds facilities and provides more opportunities for treatment for both those who suffer from mental illness and from substance abuse.
Do you agree with what Genevieve said, that what's going on with drugs is a public health crisis?
Well, yes, I think so. But we see there's an intersection with those who suffer, then find themselves also in the criminal justice system. Some of them, we see the folks that are retail thieves often do that because they're feeding an addiction. And so, you know, oftentimes the public health crisis crosses into the criminal justice system, and then it becomes the responsibility of the criminal justice system to come up with ways in which to address that.
Thank you both. We're going to jump into some questions. Thank you all for submitting your questions. I have them here in note cards. But one person is going to get a little special treatment, and that is an Aaron Price fellow who's with us today. They're going to stand up and ask a question. I'm trying to find their name on this paper so I can read it to you. Okay. Here you go. I'm going to actually let you introduce yourself. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Sophia Rosas. I'm a senior at Point Loma High School. Prop 47 has helped to redirect funds away from the prison system and into K-12 schools. How will any revisions to Prop 47 impact the positive effects that it has already had on our education system?
You guys got that?
The impact on the education system, was that your question? Well, I mean, I can take a stab at it. The way Prop 47 was set up, the funding, a portion of the funding would, I think it was 10% of the funding, would go to the schools and so forth. And so potentially that pot of money that's available to be passed out could be reduced to some degree. How much, we don't know. It depends on what the savings are. So, I mean, it's pretty speculative at this point to be able to predict how much, you know, the budgets are going to be impacted, but we would suspect there'd be some, hopefully minimally.
Do you want to weigh in, Genevieve?
Yes. Thank you, Sophia. When we look at what Prop 47 actually did, it took money away from the prisons and basically from those savings put into 3 different pots, the schools being one. The first pot, which is the biggest portion of it, was money that would go towards mental health care and things of that nature, and that was 65% of the money. And then you had 10% of the money going to trauma recovery services for crime survivors, and then 25% will go through our K through 12 education system. What we saw with the money, what we still see with the money that comes from Prop 47 for our students is we have more in-support programs for people who we call at risk. I don't necessarily like that term, but for our students who may be struggling in school for whatever reasons because of whatever's happening in school or even at home, their environment. What we know is that Prop 47 has helped to keep our students in school, where school had been a challenge for them. It has supported after-school programs and have given our students more opportunities and put them at less risk of being harmed or engaging in harmful activities. And what is going to happen is if Prop 36 is passed, is we are going to see those funds no longer be given to our school system, especially at that level. Obviously, we're going to have some funding that goes to our schools because that's just required under the law. But Prop 47 gives 25% of those savings. And again, we've saved $800 million to the Board of Education to do what it needs to do for our K through 12 students. That is a huge amount of money that we're no longer going to have at our disposal to use for our students. And that is another fear of mine.
So I've got a question here for you, Patrick. Don't know what is going on with the sound, but I apologize. I definitely am not the right person to fix it. I was supposed to give a better intro to the Aaron Price Fellowship. That was our Aaron Price Fellow, Sophia Rosas. And if you've never heard of the Aaron Price Fellows program, it selects 40 kind, inquisitive, open-minded ninth graders every year from a pool of 300 applicants for a 3-year journey. And they go behind the scenes, like right now today, to see how cities function. They explore the role of community members in shaping society. And it's been around since 1991. So yay for Aaron Price Fellows. So Patrick, you mentioned that law enforcement officers are currently resource starved. Wouldn't changing theft to a felony cause resource starvation in other areas or crimes? Why not advocate for increasing law enforcement resources so they can respond instead of this change with Prop 36?
Well, the focus would be on those serial thieves under Prop 36. So it wouldn't be all thieves. It'd be the ones that create the most damage, both to the retailers, to the mom and pop shops, the ones that are a priority and should be a priority. And it was the state auditor 2 months ago in July of 2024 that issued a report. And in that, the state auditor of California made a recommendation. The recommendation was that there needed to be a change in Prop 47 so that you can focus on those recidivists who are the folks that commit 3 or 4 thefts and just are not deterred. And so, the approach is let's identify those small subset of individuals who are the recidivist thieves that should be the legitimate focus of law enforcement. And so it's not going to be a widespread approach, but one that's much more limited. And I think that's going to be a more strategic approach for law enforcement to help them.
I'm going to go ahead and hop on to the next one and give it to you, Genevieve. Are there provisions in Prop 36 or elsewhere that requires the state to pay for court-ordered drug treatment? If not, doesn't this keep people from actually affording treatment, facing indebtedness, or imprisonment?
So that's actually a really big pitfall and a drawback for Prop 36. There is nothing in the language of the initiative that actually talks about a source of funding for all this mandated treatment. Just think about that. We're going to mandate treatment, but how are we going to fund it? And this goes back to something Mr. Espinosa said earlier. We already don't have the funding to do it. Mayor Steinberg, mayor of Sacramento, who also used to be in the California State Assembly, talked about how 18 counties in California don't have one single drug treatment bed. So when we started this conversation, we talked about how this is a statewide problem. How can we make it mandatory for counties to give drug treatment and to fund these programs without a source of the funding? Where's the money coming from? How is this going to actually work? It's not. This is going to be another mandate from the state that we're not going to be able to fulfill. We don't have the money to do it. So no, there's nothing in that piece of proposed legislation that actually gives a source of funding for drug treatment or homelessness.
We agree, I can just say, I think we're both in agreement here, is there's not the resources to provide beds for everyone who is charged with a drug crime who comes in the court system. But just because there aren't enough funding to provide them beds in a residential treatment facility doesn't mean they should get some treatment. It doesn't mean that they should go to drug court or somehow do something, be ordered by a court to address their underlying condition of substance abuse in some way. And so we will never, as the state of California, with all the obligations we have, be able to find residential treatment in a bed for every individual who has a narcotic problem. That's unrealistic. It'd be nice
To treat everybody in the state, you think it's unrealistic to treat
to have
everybody?
a bed for them, to have a residential treatment where you have a place. That does not seem likely for all the folks that have a drug problem, because the drug problem is so great. But what this would do was it gives them some type of treatment, and if that's drug court, then that's the service that would be available. And we've seen folks who've gone through the drug court system. It's not a bed for them. It's not a residential treatment facility, but it does allow them to address the issues of addiction, and we've seen them get better. We've seen them come back and say.
Can you explain a little what drug court is? Y'all both talked about it quite a bit.
Drug court, it's first, if someone was convicted of a drug offense, this is different than where they're ordered in a lockdown bed and they have to stay there. Drug court would be you have strict conditions you can't use, you're tested for use, maybe you have to go to narcotics anonymous classes, you come back, see the judge once a week with your lawyer, with other folks that are in drug court with the judge, and you address those issues of your addiction, you talk about your struggles, and you work with those folks, and they know, I got to go back to court for my weekly court date and address these issues. The court's looking at me. They have law enforcement officers that will reach out to them and follow up with them during the week, see how they're doing. Mm-hmm. So that's what
and then the case is dismissed if they
right, and you get the benefit of the case
everything.
Dismissed. And so what I'm saying, there's not money for treatment. There's not money for residential, in-care treatment for everyone. But that doesn't mean we just ignore that. We don't offer them no treatment at all, because by coming through the court system, and if the court has the ability to say, we need you to participate in the type of treatment we do have, be it drug court or whatever kind of programs can be available, that is still some good, and it's better than the alternative. The alternative is where these folks are coming into court, they're being sentenced on their felony offense, and they're just saying, put me on probation, I'm good, I'm not going to participate in any treatment, and we miss the opportunity to address that underlying problem of addiction that they have.
The missed opportunity is diverting funds away from what would actually fund treatment programs, which is what Prop 47 already provides for. Prop 47 gives funding to nonprofits that engage in recovery work. It gives funding to the courts for recovery programs. So what we're talking about with Prop 36 is taking away that funding and putting it back into our prison system. That's a problem. So whether they need a bed or they can do outpatient treatment, the point and the problem is that we're not going to be able to give the treatment at the level we need under the rubric of Prop 36, because it takes away funding that is vital to support the programs we need to give people the help they need to address the underlying conditions and issues.
What do you think about what Pat said about how it seemed, unlikely that we were going to have all the beds we need for, people who need them in California? Like, does that strike at what you were talking about we haven't given Prop 47 enough time?
We absolutely have not. But I think that statement really calls into question what the heck we're trying to do with Prop 36.
What we're trying to do is provide the legal leverage so we can use the resources that we had in the past, like drug court, because the alternative is where folks just say, I don't want any treatment at all, isn't appropriate.
Okay, so another question here. Patrick, you referenced serial misdemeanor perpetrators not showing up to hearings and such. Why is your office not prioritizing prosecution of those people to address the sense of crisis people feel right now?
Well, when someone doesn't show up for court, then, we can put a bench warrant in the system, and then, I'm sorry. When someone doesn't show up for court, the way the system should work is that there would be a bench warrant that's put into the system, and that hopefully law enforcement go make an arrest, or when they cross paths with that individual again, because another arrest, another contact, you run them up, you see that there's a warrant, and then they can hopefully bring them into the system. Bringing them in the system means booking them in jail, staying in jail till you go to court, because this is the type of offender that won't show up at court on their own. However, when we're talking about misdemeanors, the jail won't book misdemeanors, because as a function of some reforms, AB 109 that we had in 2011, where now our jails are places where felons are being punished instead of prison, so there's not a lot of room for misdemeanors in some of our jails. And so now, oftentimes in big cities and big counties, the county sheriff is not booking misdemeanors. If you're charged with a misdemeanor offense, that's deemed as not serious enough where you're going to stay in jail. And so it's this perpetual, hopefully they will come to court on their own promise. Even if they're picked up on a warrant, on a misdemeanor warrant, we can't keep them in custody, get them into court. If they're the type of individual that says, I'm going to show up for court on all the future court dates, then yeah. But if they're the folks that they, on their own, if they're homeless or they're out of custody, those are the kind of folks that obviously have a lot of barriers and challenges on getting transportation to come into court and go through all the court process, and that's the challenge.
I know Genevieve wants to respond, but I have a question that I feel like it would be malpractice of me not to ask you, Patrick, is, how aggressively will your office use this law if it passes? The Legislative Analyst's Office has said that part of the cost we'll see is dependent on how prosecutors use the law. Obviously, prosecutors have a lot of discretion in what they charge and the type of plea deals they do. So how aggressively would you use the law?
Well, when you say use the law, we're talking about both on those committing drug offenses and theft offenses, right? Yeah, we will look at the individual, as we do every case, look at the circumstances of the case, and look at their criminal history and decide, does this person deserve to be charged with a felony, or is a misdemeanor all right? And if we make the call and that's the wrong call, we charge someone with a felony, we have what's called a preliminary hearing where you put on evidence. The judge hears the evidence, looks at the individual, and has the power under this law to say, you know what, I think the DA got it wrong. I think this one should still be a misdemeanor. And so it's that protection that's built into Prop 36.
So I guess, do you envision that when it comes to theft, say, when you see a person show up for the third time and the amount they stole is over $950, do you envision that most of the time you're going to go for that felony?
Well, if the amount they stole, you said over $950?
Yeah.
If it was over $950, it would be a felony today.
Sorry, under $950, excuse me.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Under $950, again, it would depend upon the circumstances. What I can tell you is that within the city of San Diego that prosecutes misdemeanor theft cases, we estimate there were probably about 500 cases that were prosecuted as misdemeanors in the city attorney's office that likely would be evaluated by the DA's office for potential filing.
500?
Yeah.
And so you all would consider that 500 each individually, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Genevieve, I want to let you get in there before we run out of time.
I just want to say hogwash. Hogwash. Y'all mean to tell me that if the district attorney's office or the city attorney's office asks the judge to issue a bench warrant and that bench warrant is executed, right? And we're talking about a serial thief, right? This is the context. That somehow they're going to be able to get out of jail when there's a bench warrant that they're being held on. That's not how it works. They would be held in custody until their appearance in court, because that is what secured their presence in court. And then they would have to answer to it, they would be arraigned, and then it would be in the system. There is no world in which we live, especially not in San Diego County, where a person can bail out in a bench warrant, because there's gonna be no bail. Now, I really wanna make sure we understand this, because the broader context to all this is the lack of will. I'm sorry, Will, but it's a lack of will. They have a point to prove. This is why they're not showing up when they're being called. This is why they're not making it a priority to actually go and get those people, because they want to complain. They want to say we have to do something about Prop 47, and I can't pick up these people who are not showing up to court. And so they just keep going to Walgreens, and they keep going to CVS, and they keep thieving. There's something you can do. And the issue is that they're not leveraging the law as they can and as they should. I will repeat it again. District attorneys right now can take a person who has been involved in crime sprees, even if they're all under $950, and put them into one case and make it grand theft if there is a common scheme, plan, whatever. And I also want to say, Prop 47 has nothing to do with organized retail theft crime. That has never been a part of Prop 47. We have the legislation. We have legislation about that the governor just signed. But I also want to just put that myth to rest. This is not why we have this surge of organized retail theft. It's not because of Prop 47. But no, the answer is they're not leveraging the tools they have at their disposal right now because they want excuses to repeal and roll back Prop 47.
Patrick, we're pretty much out of time, but I do want to give you a quick chance to respond.
I appreciate that. And what Ms. Jones-Wright doesn't appreciate is the radical changes we've seen in the area of bail law in light of Humphreys and so forth. The ability to get no bail is non-existent with the exception of like your LWOP murders and things like that. They have, in the post-Humphrey cases, we just don't see that. That's the reality. And I don't know how frequently you handle those type of cases, but it's been a radical change in the last 3 years in some of these post-Humphrey cases that we've seen. And so that's, I think, contributing to the problem. Also, during the pandemic, they had what's called zero bail, which I'm sure you're familiar with. They just said, you're out. You can't stay in jail. These folks who would be arrested, they're out that door because at that time, the idea was let's keep the jail population down. And so that's been a real problem with our ability to...
But that was not Prop 47.
Right, you're right. That was not Prop. That was during the pandemic.
Oh, we'll end on an agreement.
Yeah,
Good job.
yeah.
Thank you so much, y'all. That was awesome. I had a really great time. You were great. Y'all were great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. The next session starts at 11:30, so you have a little time to break, use the restroom, do what you need to do. If you enjoyed our session, you can sign up for our weekly newsletters at voicesofsandiego.com. And thank you again to our sponsors and wonderful volunteers. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
What's that? You got a lot of notes.
Yeah, much to consider.
I'm so glad that you were the one watching, like someone who was into it. Okay.
Hello. Okay, cool. What's up? Good.
I didn't shit the bed or anything.
Nice. We'll hold it together.
I had a couple of those.
When it first started, I was like, oh. I mean, I saw like Junior Gibbs, which was not a surprise.
No, nice. This came out pretty mellow. She's just like, right away. There's some interesting stuff there. I got this girl gave me her contact information.
Somebody
She's like
gave you their number? Is that what you're
well,
saying?
I asked for her number.
You're on the mic, by the way.
She's
I just want you guys to know that.
There's a lot of instructions. I was like, Bill handed me some paper, and I didn't realize I was supposed to read a whole enterprise ad, basically.
Oh, you have to
I did read it in retrospect.
The host situations.
I only read half the enterprise ad when I figured it out.
So like all the numbers
number and I'll find your slide. Yeah. Are they like in numerical order?
The slides are in numerical order, but our presentation is out of that, just so
That's
that.
fine. I'll pay attention. It'll help me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning still. Welcome to Politifest 2024, Can Our Government Meet the Moment? I'm Mackenzie Elmer, and I'm the environment reporter at Voice of San Diego, and it's great to be here with you today. In case you're not familiar with us, Voice of San Diego is a nonprofit investigative news organization committed to holding public officials accountable and giving you, the public, the information you need to be advocates for good government. As a nonprofit, we depend on members and donors and sponsors like you to make our work possible, so thank you for your support. I'd like to take a minute to recognize our sponsors who've helped make Politifest possible. A special thanks to the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of San Diego for being our partner for a 7th year. Our thanks also to the Sequan Band of Kumeyaay Nation, the United Domestic Workers Union, AARP, the San Diego Foundation, Business for Good, Hitski Development, the San Diego Municipal Employees Association, and the Asian Business Association, Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest, Atlantis Group, and SD Art Matters, and the Southern California Rental Housing Association. We'd also like to recognize KPBS and iNewsSource, our partners in Public Matters. And we are participating to share content, conversation, and events like Politifest to ensure all San Diegans understand their opportunity to participate in the democratic process, and that it means more than voting in an election. So, if you're unable to attend any of the sessions in person, don't worry, we'll be posting the recordings to the Politifest page of our website next week. We welcome your questions, so we have volunteers that will have a basket with note cards and pens. Just raise your hand and they will bring you one, write your question clearly on a note card, and then they will collect them to be read. Hopefully we'll try to get through as many as possible. You can also tweet along with the session and share your experience by using hashtag Politifest2024 on social media. Tag us on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, whatever you use. Now allow me to, I'm sorry. Cal Matters has these fun worksheets they're passing out. So in case you want this to feel more like school on a Saturday, you can play around with those. And then now allow me to introduce our moderators. We have Deborah Brennan from Cal Matters and Voice of San Diego. And we have Wendy Fry, also from Cal Matters, both reporters who are going to educate us on propositions here today. So let me advance your slides.
Yeah, thank you so much. Like she said, I'm Wendy Fry. I'm a reporter at Cal Matters, and we are a nonpartisan news site like our friends at Voice of San Diego. We are also nonprofit, which means we depend on donations to do our job and also members. One of the things that we do that's really popular with our readers is our voter guide, and that's what you're getting, a little bit of sample of our voter guide that's online, where you can go look up all the propositions. We also have local ballot measures depending on where you are. You can type in your location, San Diego, and all your local measures will come up. A ton of information on that voter guide, like who's for and against each proposition, how much money has been raised on each proposition. So definitely check that out. If you like what you see there, please consider becoming a member. And we are going to run through. Deborah is also a colleague. She does half Voice of San Diego and half Cal Matters. We both have a newsletter that we love doing. And we're excited to tell you guys about these ballot measures today.
Okay, so I'm going to start off with Proposition 2. So on this ballot, there are two blockbuster bond measures, both $10 billion each. The first one, Measure 2, or Proposition 2, would authorize the state to issue $10 billion in bonds to build new schools and fix or upgrade existing schools. Most of that, $8.5 billion, would go to K through 12 schools. Another $1.5 billion would go to community colleges. So campuses have to provide matching grants to get that money. And the spending priorities include removing lead, upgrading seismic safety, adding air conditioning and broadband access, and building career technical facilities. So these are a lot of nuts and bolts improvements that schools are in need of. So the background on this is that school funding makes up the biggest chunk of the California State General Fund, but that only covers salaries and operational costs. It doesn't cover infrastructure. Any infrastructure, any construction of new schools, modernization, upgrades, needs to be paid through local and state bonds. So that's where this comes in. And it's a little bit tricky because wealthier, bigger school districts that have a larger property tax base have an easier time passing these bonds. Small, rural, low-income school districts find it a little bit harder to get that money through bond measures. So the supporters of this include the California Teachers Association, the Community College League of California, and a number of other supporters that you can see in the CalMatters ballot measure guide. But those are some of the key ones. And basically what they're saying is that thousands of California schools have leaky roofs, broken gas lines, faulty electrical lines and plumbing, and even lead or asbestos contamination. Students need a safe environment to learn, and they perform better in clean, modern schools. So the opponents is basically the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. And they don't necessarily refute the need for those improvements, but they disagree with the manner of paying for it. They say bonds are an expensive way to build infrastructure. It will saddle California taxpayers with billions of dollars of debt for decades to come, and that these improvements should be made through the general fund. Of course, that would require a whole-scale change to the way California pays for schools. So that's not on the ballot, but they're saying that that this isn't the best way to pay for schools. So the ballot measure is asking whether voters want to spend this $10 billion to upgrade California's campuses.
Cool, and we were gonna talk back and forth a little bit about, that's one of the things we were gonna do, is just sort of chat about it. So $10 billion sounds like an astrological number out of, way a lot, but it doesn't mean that they have to spend it, right? I mean, right, it's gonna be on a case by case, they're authorized to issue these bonds.
They're authorized to issue the bonds, and it doesn't actually specify either how much they'll issue or what the repayment rate will be. That depends on the prevailing interest rates when they issue them.
Right, and then there's been some restrictions too, and Will Carles and I did a story one time for Voice of San Diego about the way they were structuring the bonds, and that's been kind of limited now at the state, I think. So these bonds would be a better repayment structure, I think, for voters than they were in the past. Is that?
That's a good question.
Yeah, we'll have to check that out. But those are the rundowns on that one. That's good.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go on to.
Which one's the next one? Is it Prop 5?
Prop 5.
Prop 5. Okay, thank you so much. Mackenzie's flipping through the things because we didn't put them exactly in order. So this one's a big one for San Diego. So Prop 5, local bonds for affordable housing. It makes it easier for local governments to borrow money for affordable and supportive housing and the infrastructure. So that would include, water lines or public safety facilities, utilities, parks, anything that goes with these new measures. Historically, in order to pass something like this, you need to get 2/3 of voters to approve for it. This ballot measure says that we should lower the threshold for the number of people who approve the bond from 2/3 voters to 55%. So it would still need more than a majority, but the threshold is going to be lowered. So an earlier version of this measure that they tried to put forward to voters included also local taxes, sales tax, parcel tax. However, they negotiated and they eliminated those two, the tax and the parcel taxes, and scaled it back to only including bond measures. So it's been limited a little bit. The people that are in support, or the organizations that are in support of this, are the California State Building Construction Trades, California Housing Partnerships, and California YIMBY. And their argument for it is that it's undemocratic, basically, to allow 1/3 of voters to hold up these projects that might bring more affordable housing. Obviously, there's a huge housing crisis in the state, and they don't want, 1/3 of the voters to hold up these public works projects or hold them hostage, basically. And then Prop 5 would give local governments kind of more control over when they pass a bond measure. And the opponents of this are the California Chamber of Commerce, the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association, the National Federation of Indie Business, and of independent businesses, sorry. So California, their argument against this is that California already has $500 billion in state and local debt, and this measure could increase property taxes, it could hurt homeowners and the local economy businesses. So those are the for and against. The spending on this is kind of interesting. So one of the organizations that was against it in the beginning, because they had the local sales, the local tax included, has since changed their position to neutral. But before they changed their position to neutral, they donated a bunch of money to the campaign to defeat it. And so the amount of money that's been raised, it's like $5 million for and like $30 million against. However, because I think it was the California Realtors Association changed their position, so now, taking them out of the equation, they had given 19 million, so taking them out of the equation, it's probably about 5 million to 4 million or so as far as the spending or the amount that's been raised to defeat it. And according to a poll by the Public Policy Institute of California, it's very close. The amount of likely voters that support it is 49%, and the 50% are against it right now.
Yeah, and this has kind of an interesting local angle as well. The San Diego City Council had considered floating a local bond measure to improve stormwater systems to prevent the kind of flooding that occurred this last winter, but they pulled that because there was another ballot measure that would have affected this, and under the current circumstances, they didn't feel like they'd be able to pass it.
Right, so this could have a lot of impact locally, basically, this is something that the city of San Diego has wanted to put forward to be able to clear out Choyas Creek and prevent the kind of flooding that we saw during the storms this past winter. Okay. We can move on to the next one?
Yes. So we're going to move on to Proposition 3, the constitutional right to marriage. So what this does, it amends the California Constitution to recognize the right to marry regardless of sex or race. And it removes language in the California Constitution defining marriage as a legal union of a man and a woman. So this is basically a redo of Prop 8, which was a 2008 state ballot measure that defines marriage as solely between a man and a woman. So as you may recall from that era, if some of you probably weren't old enough to be following it at the time, but many of us were, that was part of a complicated period in California history in which same-sex marriage was outlawed, briefly legalized following a state Supreme Court decision, outlawed again, and banned when Proposition 8 passed, shutting down same-sex marriage in California for years. Then in 2015, the Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage, making California's ban moot. So fast forward to 2022, when the new conservative majority on the Supreme Court overturned federal abortion protections when it reversed Roe v. Wade. Now that didn't specifically affect same-sex marriage, but it raised a lot of concerns that the court would revisit earlier decisions on privacy and due process rights. And in fact, Justice Clarence Thomas argued in a concurring opinion that the court should review its rulings on contraception and same-sex marriage. So Prop 3 would preempt that by enshrining marriage rights in the California state constitution. Supporters include ACLU, Planned Parenthood, League of Women Voters, a number of healthcare and civil rights organizations are for this. And their argument is that it removes discriminatory language from the California Constitution and reinforces California's commitment to marriage equality and the ability to marry the person you choose. They say it would also signal California's commitment to support its LGBTQ community. Opponents include the California Family Council and the American Council of Evangelicals. They say legalizing same-sex marriage could open the door to child marriages or polygamy. Now, to be clear, that's not on the ballot. That is not part of this proposition. So that's not what you're voting on. But these groups are predicting that could happen down the line if same-sex marriage is officially enshrined in the Constitution. They also argue that it's already legal, so it doesn't need to be changed in the Constitution. And then the funding for this includes about nearly $3 million in support of it, and no committees identified against it as of the 17th.
I'm definitely old enough to remember that. I think that was one of the first stories I covered as a reporter, is going down to same-sex couples were getting the licenses from the county to get married, and there was a protest, and I remember when this was still a fight. But yeah, so it's interesting that a lot of people might think, like, what do we need this for, right? This has been going on, and what do we need to kind of codify it? But it's to the point of the Supreme Court could do whatever they want at some point.
Yeah, it went back and forth for a few years there, and there were some people who married during that brief hiatus who were kind of grandfathered in, but then after that, there was about 7 years during which people could not formalize same-sex marriages. So people are saying this needs to be changed. It's outdated, discriminatory language in the Constitution, and it needs to be updated.
Cool. Yeah. All right. And so I think we're moving through these fast because there's a lot of propositions, so we wanted to leave enough time for questions and stuff. I think the next one, are we going to Prop 6 next?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mackenzie. Okay. So this, Proposition 6, this is part of a proposition that came out of the recommendations of the State Reparations Task Force that I've been covering a lot for several years. It would amend the California Constitution to remove rules that allow jails and prisons to use forced labor. So basically, it's one of the last vestiges of slavery that's allowed in the Constitution says, the California Constitution says, we do not allow slavery except as punishment of a crime. And so the Reparations Task Force recommended that language be removed. One of the arguments is, like, how can we atone for the past if we're not willing to, like, make sure it's not happening right now? And so it would prohibit discipline for inmates who refuse to work in the state prison systems. Again, this is aimed at sort of remedying the harms that California perpetuated of slavery. And the state wasn't a slave state, as you probably know, but it does have a very big history of racial discrimination, and it allows jails and prisons to force inmates to work, often for free or very, very minimal pay, in jobs that are actually pretty dangerous. Like, one of them is fighting fires, wildfires. Other states have banned forced prison labor, and the idea here is that they would create, like, a voluntary system for people to work in the jails and prisons, and you would get credits or points or good behavior, different kind of incentive programs, rather than forcing a punishment or having to go to solitary confinement or something for refusing to do your job. The supporters of this are the ACLU, the California Legislative Black Caucus. This is one of the bills that they backed in their 14 priority package to start the process of reparations for California. Also the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, and their argument is Prop 6 ends a last vestige of slavery and allows prisoners to turn down dangerous work that doesn't contribute anything to their future job skills. The opponents would be the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association, and they don't have any official opposition statement, but there has been lawmakers who have said that it would be too costly to pay inmates minimum wage, so that's why they negotiated this to create a voluntary program instead of, at one point, the Department of Finance had come up against it because they said it would cost $11.5 billion to pay inmates a minimum wage. But so they negotiated this to more of a voluntary type program where people can get incentives. But there's still some lawmakers who say it'll make it harder for prison wardens to manage prisons, or people, correctional officers to manage people. Spending for this, I was just talking to my editor about this too, that there hasn't been a bunch one way or another, people, supporting or trying to get people to vote yes or no on this, but the spending has been $955,000 for, 0 against. A statewide poll of likely voters by the PPIC says 46% of likely voters are planning to vote yes, and 50% are planning or are no on this measure at this point. And just one more point about it is, like, of the 90,000 inmates in the state prison system, about 40,000 of them are doing jobs like construction work, cooking, cleaning. They run the prison through that way, but the firefighting is also kind of a big part of this. They most earn 74 cents an hour. The inmate firefighters earn about $10 a day.
So one of the questions about this too is, or one of the justifications for prison labor is that it gives people skills they can use outside. But some of the inmates and their advocates say that that's not really the case, that they're given hard, dirty jobs that don't really build their skills. What can you tell us about that?
Right, so definitely with the firefighting, I've been actually going through all the corrections emails for a couple months. I got this huge dump of public records of like thousands and thousands of emails from the California Department of Corrections. And one of the things you see in there is, like, you know, somebody will be sick and not feel like fighting a fire that day. You know, like that's very hard, heavy, sweaty, difficult, hard labor, right? And they'll have some kind of punishment, or they'll be put, you know, it's a kind of like a retaliation that they aren't able to go do that hard job for the day. And then again, like you said, it's some of the jobs aren't, you know, cooking. You might be able to get a job as a cook after you get out of being incarcerated, but it sort of depends on a lot of different factors in the system of who gets assigned to what job. And so, yeah, it could be very difficult work for the day or for long term.
Yeah, and you brought up the point too that people are disciplined or punished for not working when they're sick or when it's a dangerous situation. So that's one of the other concerns. It's not just that they aren't doing their job, but they are protesting the conditions under which they're required to work.
Yeah, and I think the other really super big point, sorry not to belabor this one, this is just the one that I've studied the most because I've been covering it, is just, you know, because there's been this effort at reparative justice, the lawmakers, the California Legislative Black Caucus and the lawmakers who are trying to put forward reparations legislation has said, you know, how can we say we want to repair this past thing when we're still sort of allowing this forced labor to go on in our state? So it's sort of a little bit symbolic as well.
Okay, so our next ballot measure is Proposition 4, which covers drinking water, wildfire, and climate response. So this is another big ballot measure, another big bond measure that's on this year's ballot. It would authorize $10 billion in general obligation funds for water, wildfire prevention, and protection of public lands. Of that, about half would go to water and wildfire. $3.8 billion would go to improve water quality and protect California from floods and droughts, to help stave off the water crisis that's been worsened by climate change. Another $1.95 billion would pay to prevent wildfires, which have also become more frequent and destructive as the result of climate change. The rest would protect parks, wildlife, coastal areas, estuaries, and ocean resources, and support clean energy development and agriculture. So it's kind of a big grab bag of additional uses for that bond money. So background on this is Governor Gavin Newsom has made climate action one of his signature issues. He has, since he came into office, he has championed renewable energy, electric vehicles, and the like. But this year he scaled back some of the funding for that in order to cut back the state's projected $68 billion deficit. So as part of that, he slashed $9 billion from a $54 billion climate action package that the state legislature had previously approved. So proponents of this bond measure say this would backfill this. That would help fill that gap. And so there's wide agreement that California's infrastructure is in need of a makeover. California's biggest water investment, the State Water Project, began construction in the 1950s. So the state really hasn't had a big investment in water for about half a century. And a lot of proponents argue that the state needs to update it to adjust to changing patterns of precipitation and snowmelt that also are the result of climate change. Wildfires have also gotten worse, and 7 million acres have burned in California over the past decade. So the proponents say we need to put some major resources into preventing those or fighting those or preparing for them. Supporters include the National Wildlife Federation, California Professional Firefighters, and Clean Water Action. So they point out that about 1 million Californians lack safe drinking water, and more than half the state's rivers and streams are polluted. So spending money to improve water resources and prevent wildfires saves money and protects California in the long run, and protects the residents of California as well from those harms. The bonds would cover infrastructure for water recycling, stormwater capture, and desalination of brackish water, which are all ways of expanding the existing sources of fresh water. The opponents, again, includes the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, as well as State Senate Minority Leader Brian Jones, a San Diego lawmaker here. Again, they say the bonds are the most expensive way to fund public works projects and that these programs should be built into the general fund. And then the spending on this has been $690,000 in support and no committees in opposition. So this one hasn't attracted a lot of financing.
The only thing I wonder about it too, though, is like we have how many water districts in the state? We have like all these, some water districts that are super tiny, right? And then yet we still have so many people, more than 1 million, did you say, without safe drinking water in the state of California. It really makes you shake your head as far as, we have like the 6th or the 5th largest economy in the world, and we have people who can't just turn on their faucet and drink water.
Yeah, exactly. There's just shy of 40 million Californians. So that means more than 2% of people in the state don't have safe drinking water. So clearly, most parties can agree that's a problem, but there just hasn't been the money to make those upgrades.
Cool. Okay, and then going on, I think, is the next one 32, are we doing? Or, yeah, is the next. Okay, yeah, so raise the minimum wage. This one you probably have heard a lot about already. This one raises the state minimum wage for employers with 26 or more employees. It raises it to $17 now and $18 in 2025. For employers with 25 or fewer, it is $17 in 2025, $18 in 2026. The state has adopted minimum wage increases. I'm sure you've heard of this. 15 an hour in 2022, and then that rose to 16 an hour this year. And that's more than twice the federal minimum wage, but of course that's offset by, we all know that there's a very huge cost of living in California. Fast food workers received that $20 an hour for minimum wage, and healthcare workers on April 1st, or they're actually eventually, because the state, they were supposed to get us a minimum wage increase to $25, and the state has put that off. Inflation, again, has made those wage increases not quite as big as they originally had seen. This one's the one that's interesting because both sides are arguing inflation. Even the supporters and the opponents both say that inflation's a big problem. They just view it differently as far as, so the supporters are California Labor Federation, One Fair Wage, the California Democratic Party. Many minimum wage earners are the heads of their households, and they can't earn enough to support themselves or their families, even if they are working full-time. And so supporters of this argue that it will boost the local economy, give people more money in their pocket to spend. Opponents of this are the California Chamber of Commerce, the California Restaurant Association, and the California Growers Association. And they are also they say that raising the minimum wage worsens inflation, and that the extra costs that the businesses have, they are going to go ahead and pass those on to consumers, and to restaurant goers, people who are eating out, and that small businesses suffer when this happens. So this has been an ongoing debate throughout California for a long time. According to MIT Living Wage Calculator, a person living in the cheapest county in California would need to make at least $20.32 an hour just to afford the basics. So that's just to barely get by. Campaign 4 has raised 609,000, and against is 65,000. The PPIC poll of likely voters, it's a very close race on this one. Again, it's 50% of likely voters say they support this, 49% say they do not. This has been something, they've had this for years going on of the minimum wage and raising it, and so that when it first started happening, there was all this, oh, everything's going to close, all these restaurants are going to close, but I don't think we've seen that happen as they've raised the minimum wage, so.
Yeah, so it's interesting that both sides of this argument are playing the inflation card. So the proponents say we need a higher minimum wage to keep up with inflation so that people who are relying on these minimum wage jobs can afford to live in the state. And the opponents are saying this will worsen inflation, it will raise costs for everyone, and force businesses to close or eliminate jobs.
So you guys get to decide on that, how you want to vote. The next one,
We'll do Prop 35. This is healthcare spending. This one is pretty straightforward. It regulates how the state spends money from healthcare plans. So the state taxes healthcare plans, and then this would govern how it uses that money. It would require the state to spend the money on medical services for low-income Californians and people with disabilities. And it prevents the state from using the tax revenue to replace existing Medi-Cal funding. So they can't just take this tax money and backfill it and then spend existing Medi-Cal money on something else. They would have to augment what they're spending on Medi-Cal. So about a third of Californians use Medi-Cal for healthcare, but payments to medical providers have flatlined. Because of that, many healthcare providers won't treat Medi-Cal patients. So even though people have coverage, they find it hard to get a doctor to see them or get an appointment. A group of doctors, hospitals, and clinics put this issue on the ballot in hopes of raising reimbursement rates and making healthcare access improved. Supporters include the California Medical Association, the California Hospital Association, California Dental Association. They say Prop 35 will reduce the months-long wait time to see doctors, prevent the closure of healthcare and clinics, and reduce overcrowding of emergency rooms. There's also been a lot of coverage recently about the closure of maternity wards in California, so that's another important healthcare issue. And this measure is in the unusual position of receiving support from both political parties. There are no official opponents that are listed with the Secretary of State, but Governor Gavin Newsom has signaled that he's not in favor of it. He said it hamstrings the state's budgeting efforts and its flexibility during a period of deficit, and that it would limit future legislatures from using tax money as they think is best. The total amount reported for this, in support of this, was $48.4 million. So
raised.
The amount raised in support of this was more than $48 million. There are no opposition committees identified, so there's no official fundraising against it.
Yeah, and I don't have a comment about this specific ballot measure, but it just made me think, so we have this amazing data journalist, Jeremiah, who pulls all this data from the Secretary of State, and he's developed a system to go through all the committees and find the committees and pull it all into one spot where you can just look up on our website on the voter's guide how much has been raised for or against. So that's a really cool tool, and a lot of reporters, even not CalMatters, are using it, so definitely check that out if you're wondering how much money has been going. This year has been less than years past, but there still is a lot of money going into these campaigns.
Yeah, and typically it can be confusing to go through the Secretary of State database and try to pull all the funding on your own because it's categorized in different ways that make it sort of labor-intensive and confusing. So it's great to have that resource where it's all in one place and easily accessible.
Yep. And then I think we're going to Prop 33 next. This is the one that has made, I think, the strange political bedfellows. And it's also like, this is the third time a charm, maybe, possibly, or is the third time a charm for this one, because it's been on your ballot several different times. It would repeal an older law that limits rent control and allow, that's a very important word there, that it would allow cities to impose rent control. They wouldn't have to, but they could on any rental units, including single-family homes and new apartments. So the background on this is that there's that Costa-Hawkins law, the 1995 law that limits how cities can impose rent control. Right now, cities can't set it on single-family homes or apartments that were built before 1995. As we all know and have all probably felt, that the housing costs are soaring in California. 30% of Californians spend more than half of their income on rent, which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to only spend like less than a quarter of it. Deborah checked out the median income or the median apartment rent in San Diego, and it was more than $3,000 a month, median average, just to rent, a regular apartment. That's per Zillow. So that is a ton of money. You'd have to make a ton of money to live here in San Diego. The supporters are Housing Now, Tenants Together, Consumer Watchdog, and that was their argument, is that, I think everybody involved in this debate agrees that more affordable housing is needed. I think the discrepancy here, or the disagreement, or the thing that's being fought, is what is the best way to get that affordable housing. The opponents of this, the California Small Business Association, the California Rental Housing Association, and very oddly, Senator Tony Atkins, are opposed to this. They say that it discourages developers from building new housing, and it's going to hurt small mom and pop landlords. And I checked with Senator Atkins before this to see, because I wanted to make sure that I had exactly what her opposition was to it. And she said I'll look at it exactly so that I have it exactly what she said, and I don't misquote by memory, but I think it was about allowing cities to skirt state housing law. So let me just read exactly what, because I want to make sure I get this right, because it was surprising to me that, the language in this measure can undo and allow cities to not follow state housing law. It could undo a decade of critical work to actually build more housing. So that was what her opposition, so it sort of created like these strange, bedfellows in politics you don't normally see. Such a strong Democrat siding with Republicans on an issue like this. For is 41 million and against 67 million. So 67 million has been raised to defeat the measure, 41 to get it through voters. Like I said, an important clarification is cities aren't going to be required to set that rent control. It's just going to lift an old law that keeps them from doing it now. According to the PPIC, a statewide poll of likely voters, 51% are currently in favor, 46% are no, and 3% are undecided right now.
So that's obviously one of the hot button issues for funding. Those are some of the biggest numbers in terms of campaign contributions for or against that. That's obviously attracting a lot of attention from well-heeled donors.
Right, and like I said, this has been on your ballot, I think, 2 times in the past, and this is the 3rd time. So the backers of this have tried to get it through several times and have not been successful yet. So it'll be interesting, definitely interesting to see if it gets through this time.
So do you want to go straight to Prop 35, since that's kind of the
34. 34 is the companion one, right? The first.
Oh, yeah, 34.
Okay.
Yeah,
So there's like a little grudge match going on between 33 and 34. The people that are against 33 have put forward this proposition 34 on prescription drug revenues that requires certain providers to spend 98% of their revenues from federal discount prescription drug programs on direct patient care. So also it authorizes statewide negotiation of Medi-Cal drug prices. So it's a fight between state politicians and Michael Weinstein, who's the president of the Los Angeles-based AIDS Healthcare Foundation. So he's been a player in this state rent control efforts for many years. He's behind Prop 33, and the opponents say that he's using these revenues that he's getting from the federal discount program to back this measure to try to get the rent control through, and in a kind of the implication in kind of an improper way. So he's using this revenue that he gets from the federal discount drug program to fund his political crusades, and instead of caring for patients with AIDS, right? So that's what the people that are putting forward Prop 34 are saying. And they are pointing to news reports that say Weinstein's arguing for rent control when his own foundation, I think there was a story just this week from Liam Dillon, who, his own foundation is operating its own substandard rental units. So they say that he could start with his own buildings and put better apartments for his own tenants. He says that this measure is just a political hit job, right? That they're just doing this targeting just him, and it's backed by corporate landlords to silence his rent control efforts and his patient advocacy. For 34, the supporters are California Apartment Association, the ALS Association, the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association. They argue that the federal government gives drug discounts to healthcare providers on the agreement that they use that revenue that they earn to care for patients and not to, put forward ballot measures. The measure would provide accountability to make sure that they do that. The opponents are his as you would imagine, his own foundation, his AIDS Healthcare Foundation, is against this, and Consumer Watchdog, they say that this measure is just directed at his one organization, at the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and it seeks to weaponize the initiative process to punish his nonprofit for trying to lower housing costs. So this one's pretty complicated. I mean, these two together, it's pretty complicated, because you might, any voter, you might feel one way about an organization using the revenues they get from federal discount drug programs, but not necessarily agree with not lowering rents. So for it, the campaign for it is 26.8 million. Against it is 1.14 million. Polling data, 53% yes, 43% no, 4% undecided.
So it looks like there's the reasonable majority of Californians who want to see rent controls in place, who want to see rents stabilized at least from their current astronomical levels.
Yeah, it's just a disagreement over how to get there. And then on this one also, it looks like, 53% are in favor of limiting how much of the revenues are spent on actual direct patient care versus putting forward ballot measures.
So our final ballot measure will be Prop 36 that concerns retail theft and drug crimes. So if you were in the earlier session in this room that was entirely about Prop 36, you probably got a very thorough understanding of what's at stake there and what the arguments are, but this is kind of the Cliff Notes version. So it does a bunch of things. It adds fentanyl to laws against trafficking hard drugs. It allows judges to impose longer sentences and send large-scale drug dealers to state prison instead of county jail. It reinstates strict penalties for dealers whose drugs kill or seriously harm a person. And it, as was discussed in the previous session, one of the big features is that it authorizes court-ordered, mandated treatment programs for people convicted of drug offenses. So they can choose whether the judge can force them to choose whether they want to accept a felony offense with incarceration or go through treatment. It also, so part of it deals with drug crimes. The other big part deals with what are called smash and grab robberies and shoplifting. So it allows judges to impose felony charges by combining smaller thefts that together total more than $950, or thefts committed by groups of people. So if several people are operating together to steal more than $950 worth of merchandise, they can be charged with felonies for that, even if their individual thefts are less than that threshold. So it basically combines two issues, the theft and robberies with the drug crimes. So Prop 36, as you may have heard, seeks to reverse the 2014 ballot measure Prop 47, which downgraded some drug and theft crimes from felonies to misdemeanors. And the goal was to reduce prison overcrowding. Shoplifting and commercial robberies rose in the following years. That's why you see razors and medicine locked up behind glass at pharmacies, although there was some dispute between the two panelists in the last panel about how much they really rose and where they're at now, particularly in San Diego. Meanwhile, deaths from fentanyl poisoning also soared as the potent opioid was added to street drugs. Recently, there's been a few news reports, like literally within the last week or so, that say that for the first time in many years, they've seen a little bit of a decline. So there's some hope that 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 trend may be on its way out, but this would reinstate stricter penalties to try to prevent fentanyl sources from getting into the streets. The supporters are big retailers such as Walmart, Target, and Home Depot, and a bunch of law enforcement groups, the California District Attorneys Association, California Correctional Peace Officers Association, and California Chamber of Commerce. They say that Prop 36 offers a graduated approach to sentencing theft and drug crimes. District attorneys such as Summer Stephan here in San Diego say it gives judges and prosecutors some leeway. They can decide to impose harsher charges or sentences on habitual criminals, but offer some second or third chances to occasional offenders. So they say this gives them the flexibility to look at the individual circumstances of the person who's being charged, as well as what crimes they committed, and decide where that falls on the spectrum of misdemeanors and felonies. And they also stress that by requiring mandated direct treatment sentences, it can force people to get help for addiction that they wouldn't seek help for on their own. The opponents include Governor Gavin Newsom, the ACLU of Northern California, the Alliance for Safety and Justice. They argue that Prop 36 would mark a return to the failed war on drugs. It would increase prison populations without necessarily addressing the root causes of why these crimes are committed or why people become addicted. They say it would raise costs by putting more people in prison and restoring the incarceration costs. And it would also reduce money that had previously been dedicated to treatment programs and restorative programs for crime victims. Because the money that was saved from the prison, the reduction in prison populations, was mandated to be dedicated to schools, treatment programs, and restitution for crime victims. So they're saying if we're putting more people in prison, we're saving less money, less of that money goes to these social service programs that we want and need to reduce these problems.
Yeah, this one's like definitely one of the ones that's pulling more on emotional heartstrings, right? Because you have the mothers that are out there saying, you know, that they want people who have sold their children fentanyl to be prosecuted, and that's like a very big emotional argument. But I think what we heard in the last session, definitely from Attorney Jones, right, is like to really look at, is it gonna do what, you know, is it gonna do what it says? And the thing that I was very surprised to hear too is her say that, you know, they do have the authority to put all these cases together and charge a bigger case if they wanted to. They're just not, sort of because they want to see Prop 47 fail, I think is the point that she was, you know, that was the argument that she was making. So, and then the other emotional heartstring thing that they have too is, I mean, I'm sure like everyone in this room has gone into a CVS or a Target at some point and wanted to get some kind of personal care item, and it's locked up behind a case, and I think the proponents of it like kind of want you to blame, you know, and say, if you don't want this stuff locked up, you've got to vote this way on Prop 36. But I think it was very interesting in the last panel. Maybe if you didn't catch it, watch it online just to hear if it's actually going to make the changes, or if we're just kind of going back to the period of where we had war on crime, war on drugs.
Yeah, it was interesting because she was saying that the changes this makes are already within their authority. The other thing that she brought up that was kind of an argument between them, and I don't think it was resolved, was are these crimes becoming more common because they're not being reported and they're just kind of allowed to continue without being enforced, or are they becoming more rampant because police officers and sheriff's deputies aren't responding when they get the calls? So that's kind of a big question that's not exactly resolved in this measure and would require a deeper dive into the data. And then another big issue that came up in that first panel that's worth considering is regards the mandated treatment. So this would provide people with the option to seek treatment instead of going to jail or prison. But both parties acknowledge there just isn't enough money for treatment programs right now. So that's going to be a struggle whether or not this passes.
I think we're done. We're done
Yeah,
with all of them.
yes.
You guys made it through. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for bearing with us through all of that heavy information.
So we're going to open questions now. So I'm going to introduce our Aaron Price Fellow. You've probably all gotten cards, and if you had a question, you could write it on the card and pass it to our host and moderators. We're going to have one verbal question, and that will be from the Aaron Price Fellow. Whose name I wrote down here? Max Kelson.
Yeah,
Max
is gonna
Kelson
help
is
us
going
out
to
with
come
it.
up and give and ask the first question. Each year, the Aaron Price Fellows Program selects 40 kind, inquisitive, open-minded ninth graders from a pool of 300 applicants for a 3-year journey. They go behind the scenes to see how cities function, explore the role of community members in shaping society, and develop empathy and skills for navigating a diverse world. The program is a high school leadership experience started in 1991 by the Price family. The mission of the Aaron Price Fellows Program is to prepare a highly motivated and diverse group of San Diego public high school students to be responsible, engaged, and caring members of their community. Today, there are over 1,000 Aaron Price Fellows alumni with 500 locally carrying out the mission of the program by making a difference in their families, careers, and communities. So please welcome Max to ask the first question.
Hello, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. My name is Max Carlson, and I am a senior at San Diego High School. As you mentioned, California voters have shut down Proposition 33 twice already. What's different with housing this year that makes this legislation especially impactful that might mean the measure passes?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So, like I said, we have seen soaring rents. That's been going on for a long time in California. I think this year also you're seeing sort of more media attention, more news coverage at least. We've done a few big stories about the corporate landlords. So these big, huge, giant private equity funds, Blackstone, Greystar, huge funds that are coming in, buying it up a lot of apartments, and then in some cases using software that sets the price for the apartment. So it used to be if you had an apartment complex that you had to get every any empty unit rented right away. Like you didn't want a unit to sit there empty. Now they have a software that tells them exactly when, and they can leave it on the market until it's a good time to rent it to someone at $3,300 for a tiny little apartment. And so I think you're seeing more of the influence of corporate landlords. I will say, even though Atkins is against this measure, I know for sure that she's very much against these corporate landlords because she worked with us on the story a whole lot. And so I think that the disagreement is what is the best way to address that. Is it rent control, or is it? So, I mean, I think the Department of Justice is looking into this, the Real Page company, the price setting software company. But yeah, so that is the decision before voters: is how is the best way to address these soaring rents that have kind of gotten out of control.
And the rent control would also apply to single-family homes, people renting not an apartment but a single family home. And there's also been some attention paid to what some people call build-to-rent developments, where a subdivision of homes is built and immediately bought up by one of these equity firms that rents it. So they never go on the market for individual homeowners to buy. And that kind of puts a chokehold on the housing supply, because you have people who want to buy their own home and move into it, but there isn't enough supply at a reasonable price for them to buy, which then drives up apartment rents. So it's a kind of complex business environment in which this is occurring.
Yeah. And definitely, if you guys have any other questions, we have a lot of detailed information on our voter guide.
Okay, we still have 20 minutes left.
Okay.
So I have a number of questions here from the audience and more incoming.
And we don't have to do all of them. We can go early to lunch once we
No,
get
we're
through.
staying through lunch. Okay. I'm not precisely sure which prop this was referring to. You guys are the experts, but they were just generally asking, how do the new bonds, perhaps Prop 5, affect the taxpayer? Is the effect evenly spread, or may some taxpayers may pay more than others?
So it's on your property taxes, some of them. Well, it depends on the way the bond is structured, right? So it depends on what they actually put forward to voters. And I mean, and the important part of this is that it just allows the government, so it makes it easier for local governments to put forward a measure to ask you, do you want this bond? It doesn't mean that they can just do whatever bond they want. It means on each bond that they want to put forward. So they have to come to you again individually with each of these bonds and say, do you want to do a bond for water infrastructure? And this is what the bond would be. All it does is lower the amount of voters that have to approve that, from where it has been historically very hard to pass these measures, unless it's a school bond. But even in San Diego, it's very hard to pass these bond measures sometimes because you need to meet that 2/3 threshold. This proposition would lower the threshold to 55% of voters.
Right, so Prop 5 would change the formula for passing local bonds, and depending on what city or county you live in, you might pay different amounts because it depends on how much bond indebtedness your local government has incurred. But there's also the two state bonds, the Prop 2 and Prop 4, which address schools and water and wildfire, and those would be statewide. The state would take out the bonds, and then they would be paid back with state revenue over the next several decades. So they would have to build that debt service into the state budget. That wouldn't be paid individually by homeowners. All taxpayers would contribute, and it would come out of the state budget.
Another Prop 5 question, just because it's up. Someone asked, does Prop 5 apply to the 55-foot height limit west of the freeway? And that's a rule here where, no, go ahead.
I don't know for sure. I wouldn't
put that.
I'm not 100% sure on the answer to that. I wouldn't think so. But again, I think on each individual, it's not passing a bond. It's saying the government, the local government, your local government has to come to you with these bonds and say, do you want, yes or no, do you want to approve this? And now a less amount of people have to say, yes, we want to approve this than before.
Yeah, so it pretty much concerns government borrowing, not so much local zoning codes.
Okay, there's a lot of questions on Prop 4, a lot of water people in the audience. Would Prop 4, would the new resources be conveyed through state water project?
That's a good question. From my reading of the ballot measure, it doesn't specify the exact projects that would be funded through this. It's earmarked for various kinds of water improvements, but it doesn't specify exactly how the money would be spent or how the water would be conveyed. So it could be for a number of things. Presumably, some of the water potentially could be conveyed through the state water project, but there's other local things like desalination, stormwater capture that probably would be local water projects that don't concern that state infrastructure.
Okay.
But that would, the details of how the money would be spent and how the water improvements would be rolled out have yet to be seen.
They asked, has the Metropolitan Water District offered a position? I looked that up, and they did vote to support Proposition 4, just in case that wasn't directly on your cards. And then would local water districts apply for these funds somehow?
Typically, the bond funds are competitive. That's a good question. We'd have to look and see what the provisions are for how different water districts or different local agencies would qualify for the bond money. But typically, it's a competitive grant process.
Okay. Prop 32. Oops. Okay, for Prop 32, do tax cuts and credits come with raising the minimum wage to make the transition easier for them?
What? Do tax cuts?
Do tax cuts and credits come with raising the minimum wage? Is this have, yeah, to make the transition easier for them?
Easier for the workers?
I assume so.
Or for the businesses?
For the businesses,
small businesses?
probably? Yeah.
I did not see, I'm not sure about that one, I'm sorry. I did not see that written into the proposition. I guess that could be something that the state could consider doing if small businesses were struggling.
Yeah, I didn't see that as part of the proposition either.
Okay, 2 hot follow-ups on that. What happens to workers already making $17 and $18 an hour? Do they get raises too?
No, if they're making the minimum wage, then their minimum wage is set.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, it raises the minimum wage, not progressively everybody's pay.
And is there evidence that the price of goods will increase if the minimum wage is raised?
That's the argument of opponents, that if we raise the minimum wage, that restaurants, grocery stores, other retailers will raise prices in order to cover the cost of the labor.
Yeah, that's their argument. I mean, I think we've seen, I think that was their argument in the first place. And so anytime that they've had the minimum wage increase, I think that the argument has been, oh no, everybody's gonna have to pay so much more and all the businesses are gonna close. I don't know if we've seen that happen.
You guys are doing so good. I would be like, this is a lot. Okay, Proposition 2 questions. Do campuses have to provide matching grants to get the money?
Yeah, typically local school districts have to provide matching grants to get the state money, and this ballot measure would also require that. So what happens is they pass a local bond for a certain amount of, usually tens of millions of dollars, and then they would apply for matching state grants to help with whatever construction or modernization or repairs they need to do. That's actually one of the sticking points of this ballot measure because, as I mentioned, bigger, wealthier districts have the property tax base that enables them to pass bonds. Smaller, lower income ones don't. And so there are actually some small and rural school districts who have opposed this bond because they say that the funding formula favors the bigger districts and that they're at a disadvantage to compete for state bonds.
Did you also say, sorry, what % match would be required? Do we know?
I'm sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but that.
Okay. Another question on this. What is the equity impact of requiring matching funds for school bonds? Is this unique to the prop or is it standard for school bond measures?
It is standard for school bond measures, and as we discussed, there's definitely equity issues in terms of who's able to qualify for the matching funds and how the formula works and which districts it favors and which districts it disadvantages. So there's been some effort to kind of rewrite the formula to give a little bit more credit to smaller districts with less of a property tax base, but it's unclear if that satisfies the equity concerns.
Okay, and this was an overall question on bonds. How well do bonds make the impact for which they were written versus become a misuse of money with little result?
Yeah, that's a great question.
That is a really good question. When I've covered local school bonds in the past, typically they will have a bond oversight committee that has to review all expenditures, all contracting, any hiring decisions that are made to make the repairs or construction that the bonds are financing, and those documents are all public records too. So I'm actually not sure if the state bond measures, create a state oversight committee as well.
But it is a very good point. I've definitely covered many stories where, in the Sweetwater School District, where the teachers are not the teachers, but the administrators are borrowing from the funds that's meant for construction to pay teacher salaries. And we've done a lot of stories about that in the past, in years past, about sort of the misuse of the bond dollars. It is definitely something that happens.
Yeah, and the bond dollars there's kind of this firewall between infrastructure and operational costs. So just as the state doesn't pay for infrastructure through general fund revenue for the most part, you cannot use bond money to pay salaries or any other operational costs like that. You can't use it for benefits, salaries, or any kind of personnel costs. But there have been cases where that firewall is breached.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a Prop 36 question. Where is that? Okay. How would cutting funding to services such as employment assistance, housing, and school-based programs reduce crime? Because the bill would cut I think, 100 million annually or something. Doesn't the new bill package signed by Newsom solve some of the crime issues?
Yeah, the Legislative Analyst's Office said there would be a significant cost. If you were in the previous session, you heard Genevieve Jones-Wright say it's about $100 million a year that's dedicated to social services through Prop 47. If this were reversed, there would be a cost somewhere between tens of millions and 100 million or so a year, depending on how it's rolled out. So there's definitely cost. I don't know that that helps job creation or other goals. I think one of the arguments I talked to Summer Steffen about this bill, and she felt like there could be cost savings if you catch people early in their criminal activity. So if you prevent people from ever getting, if you catch people when they're at the misdemeanor stage or at the early stage of theft or addiction, you prevent them from becoming more hardened criminals or becoming more habitual substance abuse users. And so she's saying if we can catch that early, we can prevent these criminal justice costs from rolling up in the first place.
To me, it kind of reminds me of that, it's something they say in recovery a lot, which is like the one you feed, you know, like you're gonna have more attention to the thing that you feed. So if you feed the educational system, if you feed programs for job assistance and or in, you know, even neighborhood revitalization, you know, that's where your effort is going towards, and like that's what you'll see flourish versus if you know, if you're putting all the funding towards criminal justice, if you're putting all of the funding towards cracking down, you know, that's what you're going to see. You're going to, you know, it's like it's the question is sort of philosophically, what do you want to feed?
And that's the concern that that reversing Prop 47 would take money away from things that prevent people from committing crimes or becoming addicted in the first place.
Okay, we have about 9 more minutes. I'm just going to burn through the rest of these. So Prop 32 question, again, so the person wanted to know, why is this $17 or $18 an hour still below a livable wage?
Yeah, so they have a living what is it, MIT living
Living wage calculator.
And so they basically calculate like what's the lowest amount you could possibly spend on electricity, what's the lowest amount you could spend on rent in the least expensive county, which I can't remember what it is. I think it's Merced or Central Valley area. I can't remember exactly what county, but if you live in that county, you're paying the lowest housing cost. Like how much do you need to make to just pay your basics, not take vacations or have any kind of, you know, extras, but just to pay your rent, pay your electric utilities, that kind of stuff. And that's the number that they calculate to be $20.32 an hour. And so the people that push the minimum wage increases are trying to get people to be able to make enough working full-time at one job to be able to meet their basic expenses.
So the idea would be to push the minimum wage closer to that threshold.
And then we have a Prop 34 question. Why not simply make it all providers?
Oh, so it is for all, it would be for all providers. It doesn't say in the proposition, this is just for the AIDS Healthcare Foundation. The president of that is just saying the reason why they're coming with this proposition is just to target me. But no, it's not true. It says just the AIDS Foundation is, oh, I'm so sorry. My apologies. So only the AIDS Healthcare Foundation? Oh, so it's specific, it doesn't name them specifically, but the criteria, it's clear that it's specifically targeted just for him. Okay, so I'm sorry, I stand corrected, but yeah, so that is a good question, is if that really was the true intent, to just why wouldn't they make it for everybody, for all providers?
There was one that I could not read, so I'm going to try to read what it sort of says, and if you want to speak up and correct me. Something are not $3,000. Where does that come from? Oh.
The apartments? You threw out a number that median rent is $3,000. Yeah, yeah.
That can't be.
Yeah.
Unless that's maybe new units coming on the market.
So according to Zillow,
That's a number that I've. Okay. Oh, no, I've looked into apartments recently for my son. No, this was a number that came off of Zillow. That's the median for all apartments of all sizes, anywhere from 1 bedroom to several bedrooms. And that's the number they cite. Now, I don't have access to the data behind it, but I know from looking at rent recently for a child that a 1 bedroom in the San Diego area runs at or close to $2,000.
oh, okay.
No, that's
That's a 1-bedroom apartment for real people who just want one group. So this 3,000 number is like.
no.
Inflated? Okay.
No, the 3,000 addresses apartments of all sizes, not just 1 bedroom. So I'm saying a 1 bedroom is around 2,000. Bigger apartments presumably cost more.
But there aren't that many bigger apartments.
Okay, so you're saying
You threw out the number of.
3,000?
3,000 for a tiny apartment.
Okay.
Town that might be the case, but these numbers are.
No, you should look
Okay,
at North Park.
well, I just know, yeah, I mean, I know the apartment that I was renting was a 1-bedroom apartment. It was 3,000. I rented it for a year, and then they tried to raise it to 3,300. She did some research on the median cost for Zillow. There are apartments that are less, for sure, but they are going up. The amount is going up very quickly.
Rents are now flat. They zoomed, they're now flat.
They're now flat? Okay.
They're off. Look at the UT. The UT did a nice article about. All I'm saying is you guys are holding you responsible for.
Zillow says the median rent for all bedrooms and all property types in California is $2,850.
Okay.
Median rent $2,850.
But that's still, and I don't know, you have to look into how Zillow calculates that from what they.
Okay, so you're saying it's lower than what we're saying?
Include single-family homes. Thank you very much from another media source. We have some better information.
Yeah, I think.
So that's the houses, yes, the houses start at 3,000 and go in at 5 and 6.
Okay.
Don't make me pull up Craigslist.
So apartments are that high? Okay.
Well, we're quoting one source. We're not saying we independently researched that, but based on our personal experience, the apartments are in that range. And we're citing Zillow, so you can take issue with their calculations, but this is the number that they're saying.
Okay.
It's
So
all
rents
property
aren't quite as
types.
high. They're lower, a little bit lower than, okay.
There's a lot of, rent.com has the same number, even higher. There's a lot of, I think we're kind of falling in the same area. So give or take $200.
I know the data, and I know that it all depends on how it's cooked and where it comes from.
Okay.
So quick.
Also, there's all this stuff about the cost of living and stuff like that. That's probably you renting an apartment for yourself with no roommates, with no, there's a lot of distortions when you throw out numbers like that.
Okay.
Okay, so the last question I'm going to throw at you, it's a Prop 4 question. The climate bond. I was just curious, so if we don't get this 10 billion in borrowing for the climate things we need to handle, what happens? Like, what do we lose? Do you know what's at stake?
Well, I think the proponents would say that what's at stake is our ability to adapt to climate change in terms of updating our water systems and bolstering our ability to fight wildfires. And I think opponents would say we just have to tighten our belts in a time of deficit and maybe find other ways to pay for those necessities. They also point out, I should note that the opponents point out that they agree that clean water and fire safety are necessities. They're not luxuries, and that's not something we can go without, but they're saying the state needs to find other ways to pay for it rather than passing a bond that would provide debt. Of course, the proponents are saying we have provided other ways to pay for it, but we had to cut them back because of the deficit, and so we need to make up that gap.
Okay, we only have a couple minutes left. There's I guess I'll just squeeze this in since we're going for it. On Prop 36, okay, Prop 36 and other proposals have offered solutions for the haves and not the have-nots.
All these proposals don't provide, for example, expanded drug recovery facilities. There's a lot of incentive only to create law enforcement jobs and record-breaking prison populations. Please comment. So that's not a question. That was more of a statement. But they wanted you to comment on that.
On Prop 36?
That the proposals offer solutions for more of the haves and the have-nots. They don't provide drug recovery facilities, but they do, crack down on people breaking the law, for instance, I think.
Well, that is the argument against it, and that's what you may have heard Genevieve Wright Jones discuss, saying that this would actually take money away from treatment, that there isn't enough treatment capacity right now. So that's her argument.
Okay. Well, thank you for this spicy debate, everyone. Thank you for joining us. The next session starts at 1:30. It will be me actually in here talking about the Tijuana River and whether the government can fix that. Help us spread the word by sharing our website, voiceofsandiego.org. If you've enjoyed today's session, sign up for our weekly newsletters. Deborah has one called the Sacramento Report, for instance. And yeah, thank you again to everybody and our volunteers. So fun. Here's a, did you want these, just in case others want some?
Yeah, she didn't mention you were doing a live session.
Oh. I'm sorry. There is a session in here at 12:45, Introduction to Digital Democracy? Yep. Yes. I apologize for that. I forgot to announce that.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, check. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. Testing, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, testing, testing, check 1, check 2. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check 1, 2, 1, 2, check 1, check 2, check, check.
Yeah, I know when I was participating in the hearing, some of the reporters were like moonlighting as bartenders.
And it's a Mac? Oh, boy.
No, it's not. Oh, maybe it is.
Okay.
So,
And this, yeah.
so there's a presentation. They haven't switched.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, testing, 1, 2.
Dan here can help us. Okay. How'd it go?
Very spicy, lots of questions.
Would you like a bottle of water?
I've got one, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Well,
There's some audio issues.
Of course it's doing this. Why is it?
Oh, hang on, we're not.
Where does North County start? Is it Southern North County here to get started?
I would give people, things are still wrapping up.
Yeah.
So, and Ryan's trying to log in.
So you're trying to log into your.
Yeah, it's a proprietary system, so it requires a Google login.
I don't know what happened to
So-
the. All right, here's the script, but there's one note that I.
And I can't just plug my own computer into this?
You can grab
there
you
it
an
is.
HDMI.
That might end up being the
And
easiest
this will be
thing.
all students, right?
No, there'll be other people, but
Okay.
mostly students, yeah.
Okay, I'll try to figure out who my
Of course, it's a Mac.
people who are running the.
Probably get them to move up a little closer. But don't you urge them to come on down front?
Okay. The device will ask for what device?
What's one prop that needs more coverage?
Oh, okay. Why would it be asking for Bluetooth?
Would this go to your phone?
I don't know.
Huh. This is strange.
Yeah,
So this is your email?
that's it.
Do you have another device linked with this account?
No. This morning it asked me to open up YouTube when I tried to do this from incognito window.
Because you're misunderstanding their job. Their job is to get reelected, not make tough decisions.
Oh, can we do the verification code?
It
Okay.
wasn't an option.
Okay.
It was weird.
It is definitely Terry. It's definitely Terry.
Yes, it's not. There we go. Match number. Okay.
Yeah, we just gave a little bit extra feature to the sponsors, you know?
Now, will this play audio, like video? That
I don't think he noticed because he wasn't like
okay.
facing it.
I have to sign in again. Ah.
Yeah, the audio system is hooked up with our
There will be some for sale after the election, really cheap.
Okay. Why is it continuing to do this? Is there? And I don't know how to use Macs at all. Like I just don't.
What is it? Do you know what it wants Bluetooth for?
I don't know why it wants Bluetooth. It shouldn't want Bluetooth. There's no reason for it to want Bluetooth.
Getting a code is not an option.
Tap, I guess tap yes on your phone. Open YouTube app.
This is what it did.
It's also deer opening. Yeah, in Texas at least. That's funny. Yeah, they have similar like patterns. I don't like how deer are. Is it the latest?
Everywhere.
Do you have a passkey?
I don't. I've never seen this before.
I've never seen this.
I got the limit. I got 7, which is many as you can get.
Okay, there we go.
We got it.
I mean,
Okay.
We're good.
regular size keepers about like this.
This is adventure.
Okay. No, and so how do I like scroll with a mouse?
So this, it just uses 2 fingers on the mouse at the same time. So just up and down.
Okay.
Or I think you can, if you hover.
I know I'm listing a
Well, maybe not.
No.
I thought you could, yeah, I guess
Okay.
it's just gonna be that.
Of course, it's a Mac. I'm going to pull it up on Microsoft.
Yeah. We're working on getting a new computer in here actually for this exact reason. But yeah, 2 fingers up and down on the mouse.
Okay.
Scroll.
Okay.
I do it. I know how to do it.
Thank you.
10 minutes or so. We'll get some food and come back in.
Okay.
Around it in a few
All right. Sounds good, man.
Y'all got everything set?
Hopefully. I mean, I was worried about this whole thing with the.
Are you trying to get in tip sheets?
Yeah, the tip sheets have just.
But you're in. Okay, good.
Yeah. So.
Are you Ryan?
Yeah.
I'm Erica. I'm the host for your session
Okay.
from Voice. Nice to meet you. I would love to get your title down so I can introduce you properly.
Digital democracy reporter.
Digital Democracy Reporter.
Champion for justice.
Champion for Justice. Hero to all. Okay, great. And then I can give you
hand signals too if you like, let you know when it's question and answer time.
Okay, and then fucking Max. Of course it's a fucking Max.
I know, right? The first time I used a Mac, I was like, what is this? There you go.
Okay. I mean, because I have to basically walk people through the whole.
Okay, sounds
Can I
good.
use the arrow keys, I guess?
Yeah, it looks like that would work. But I can give you your time signals, let you know when to start questions. I don't know if I have volunteers.
Yeah, I think we've got it already.
Okay.
The issue is I don't know how to use a Mac, so it's all like.
It's all
Me
backwards.
either.
Yeah.
Everything is backwards because Macs have to be fancy.
Yes, exactly. All right, well, I'm going to let you,
I don't see any volunteers for this session, but I think I can just get them to the right questions. Yeah.
if you guys want to scoot further down here, come on down. Come on.
Ooh, I just
Are you part of the La Jolla Country Day crew? Yes, come down. Mr. Schulman, we want you front and center. You want a good report, don't you? Okay. All right, fantastic. I'm going to leave you guys to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
All right, everybody. Ooh, that was loud. Welcome again to Politifest 2024. We're going to get started with this session, Intro to Digital Democracy. I know that you all have probably been in several sessions. Thank you for joining us here today. As a reminder, we are a nonprofit investigative news organization made possible by the generosity of our sponsors and community members. So thank you for that. I want to give a recognition to those sponsors right now. A special thanks to the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of San Diego for being our partner for a 7th year. Our thanks to the Sequan Band of the Kumeyaay Nation, the United Domestic Workers Union, AARP, the San Diego Foundation, Business for Good, Hitsky Development, the San Diego Municipal Employees Association, the Asian Business Association, Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest, Atlantis Group, San Diego Art Matters, and the Southern California Rental Housing Association. We'd also like to recognize KPBS and iNewsSource, our partners in Public Matters. We are partnering to share our content, conversation, and events like Politifest to ensure all San Diegans understand their opportunity to participate in the democratic process, and that it means more than voting in an election. A couple of housekeeping things. If you have questions that you would like to ask, we have a bowl with pens and note cards back there. I will be collecting them throughout the session as well. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Ryan Sablow, the digital democracy reporter from Cal Matters.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to tell you a little bit about Cal Matters. So we're a nonprofit nonpartisan newsroom based up in Sacramento. We've been around for about 10 years. They started off with 2 people. Now it's close to 100. And we cover all the major policy issues in California. And we share our work with on all the wires. We share with TV, radio, do a lot of that kind of thing. So I'm a longtime journalist. I've been a reporter for about 18 years. I've written about my share of bills over the years, but this is my first time I've ever covered the legislature as a beat. And I was hired for this job not really knowing what I was getting into. Basically, Dave Lesher said, hey, would you like to come use this really cool new tool? It's an AI-backed system called Digital Democracy to help keep our legislature more accountable. And I was like, okay, I really wanted that job. I really wanted to work at Cal Matters. I really didn't know what I was getting into. And what it's turned out to be has been this amazing reporting tool that is really, can make anybody a journalist. And it's all using AI in the system to keep track of, can we go to the next slide? So basically, for the first time, every word spoken in the California legislature is now in a database. Every dollar that's been spent on politics in California is in a database, and every vote cast is now in this database, and it's all searchable. And I'm not kidding when I say I'm really, really excited about using AI to hold our elected leaders accountable, and it's super cool for me personally as a reporter to be working in real time, doing basically using technology that's going to be the future of journalism. So what are we doing with the database? What we're trying to do is train an AI to look for things in anomalies and things like that. And what we want to do is to use it so this is where we get all of our data. So basically, if you're a lobbyist, you have to report to the Secretary of State. If you give a campaign donation that has to go routed through the Secretary of State, that's all in a database somewhere. Very hard. If you look at the website, it's from like 1992, and it's really hard to try to navigate. You also have every hearing is televised in the legislature, but it's not transcribed. And in order to follow a bill, you'd have to go in there. You'd have to either know when the bill was taking place, watch it that way. You'd have to go to the hearing if you're actually there. Or in the case of trying to find a video or trying to find a specific bill in a 4-hour hearing, it's very difficult. So imagine everybody's pulled up in a YouTube video, right? Have you tried to find like a long YouTube video that's super long and you're only interested in one little section of that video and how you had to scroll through to find that? Well, that was basically like trying to find a single bill discussion in maybe a 2 or 3 hour hearing. And then every vote cast, every piece of legislation is on this other website. And so what we did was we took all of those different pieces of information and stuck them all together into a searchable database. And so the idea behind this was we want to give people a tool to be able to keep tabs on their local lawmaker, be able to follow issues that they care about. And we wanted to give journalists the ability to, a shrinking press corps that's been through a major challenge over the last quarter century as reporting staff has shrunk, to help them be able to cover state politics. And so why is this important? Well, as you know, I would argue that having a 2/3 majority of any party controlling a legislature creates you remove a key check in the process when you have two parties that are able to kind of check each other's impulses. And in California right now, we have a 2/3 majority that's very rigid. Every single lawmaker on the state level is a Democrat. And I would argue that what this does is it creates a system that's less likely to be transparent, because they're all friends with each other, and there's nobody in there really checking sort of their worst impulses, if you will. At the same time that has been going on, we've had fewer reporters covering the legislature, being the eyes and ears for the public. Used to have these, every major newspaper had its own Capitol Press Corps that would keep tabs on the government, and even like even small papers. I'll give you an example. The Stockton Record used to have a Capitol reporter. He was a friend of mine. They ended up killing that position probably 15 years ago. And so what this does is we want to be able to help journalists, but also help everyday members of the public be able to keep tabs on these folks. And just so to kind of give you a sense of just how prolific of a place this is, I looked into our database this year, or just today, to kind of see where we're at. And there were 2,500 plus bills introduced this year, or this 2-year session. 1,000 of them, more than 1,000 of them, were actually sent to the governor's office. So, and there are 120 lawmakers, each casting gobs and gobs of votes each year, okay? The average lawmaker, according to the data this morning, voted nearly 3,000 times last year. If you total all 180 of these folks up, there were over 300,000, or close to 300,000 votes cast in the legislature last year. And not all of those votes represented significant impacts, but a significant number of them did. And as these different groups are trying to get their way in the legislature, they're spending millions and millions of dollars trying to influence politics. And each of these decisions could potentially impact up to 40 million people in California, right? And we're the 5th largest economy in the world, so the decisions that are made here are really important. As we mentioned, I argue that this process has become a lot more opaque. Lawmakers are doing a lot more things in secret. And what's been really remarkable for us is we can actually use the data to show how that is happening, and how so much of this process is happening is rubber stamps of deals that are happening behind closed doors. Next slide, please. And so to just kind of get into the basics of it, we've been building this tool for the last year and a half through a wonderful collaboration with Cal Matters, Cal Poly, and a website design company called 10up. Our primary funding sources, which we always got to mention, is from Arnold Ventures and Knight Foundation. And we thank them very much for that. All right, and so I think we could probably, since we're kind of crunched for time, let's just switch over to the main, to the site here, if that's okay. All right, so this is digital democracy. So basically, this is the forward-facing site that we built with the idea that, all right, you're probably, as somebody who's coming to the site, you're probably coming to go check on a lawmaker, or maybe you're particularly passionate about an issue. So, but first, let me actually show you something. This is always fun to do. So this is a search of a database. For the first time, you can actually search the law for keywords and search for bill numbers and search everything. And it's kind of fun to just see, like you could type in Cal Matters and see how often Cal Matters is actually spoken in the legislature. Here you have a lawmaker who's actually talking about it. Let's see if I can get it to play. Can we get some audio?
Cal Matters is making the point that this bill runs the risk of favoring.
All right, so just imagine, so this hearing, how many hearings were discussed, or how many bills were discussed in this hearing? I can't tell. But just imagine trying to find that one quote in a 4-hour video, a YouTube video, and that's basically what it used to be like, trying to find information in the legislature, and you couldn't search it. So we figured that people would want to come in and be able to take a look at this based on topic. And so say you came into the site and you wanted to look at education as your passion. So what we did was we curated some of the top stories, or some of the top issues that we feel like our reporters, I say we, felt were the most important bills that were being discussed. Every bill that was flagged as an education bill is in progress there. You can see them all. You can click on them. We identified key players in the process, including all the top lawmakers that we felt were in there. And this is my favorite part of this, is we actually had the AI identify who were the most prolific position takers, if you will, or speakers on particular pieces of legislation. And it tracks really, I don't cover education that much, so I don't know who Hop, Skip, Drive is, but all of the rest of these are very much involved in the education process, and it tracks really well. And so the other thing is, all right, so if you come in wanting to look at your individual lawmaker, you can, or just who are the lawmakers in general. I mean, you can sort by, it's always fun just to kind of show you how outnumbered Republicans are, particularly in the Senate. You see just how few of them there are compared to everybody else. You can search by sexual orientation. You could search by whether they were born in this country or not. You can search by race, ethnicity, gender. We wanted to give people kind of a snapshot of who are these 120 people. The AI also does some really fun stuff for us where it keeps track of, I'll show you, like who are the most talkative lawmakers. This is really fun. And you can see who actually is the biggest blabbermouth in the legislature. And I think Jim Wood's kind of an anomaly on this one because he heads, he's basically the second in command in the Senate and runs the Senate the whole time. So he's always talking, introducing bills and things like that. But the rest of these people are definitely very chatty folks. You can also see, how much, who kind of led the league and how much lobbyists paid for them to go on trips, how much lobbyists gave them gifts, that kind of stuff. And then we have just sort of like explainers on the site. But that's stuff you could find probably, well, not the AI stuff, but the, okay, hold on a second. Stupid Max. All right, let's look up a lawmaker. Let's look up Jim Wood. All right, there he is. All right, so this is the Speaker Pro Tem of the Assembly. So he's the second in command. And so what we've got is every story that we wrote where we mentioned Jim Wood is up at the top here. We've got a bio describing where he's at, or where he was. I had to write 120 bios of these lawmakers. I'll have you know that was a very tedious process. Just throwing that out there so that people are aware. You can see where he aligned ideologically, based on some sort of fancy political science formula that they plug in there. And you can see how many bills he introduced, how many failed, how many passed. And you could kind of see who we wanted to tag people based on their leadership roles. He's he's the Speaker Pro Tem, second in command. He is also in charge, I believe, of a very powerful healthcare committee. And this is my favorite part of the lawmaker profile page. One of the things that's like, who are these people? One of the ways to see is how often do their votes align with the position that was taken in by various groups. And so for the first time, we have every time somebody, say you're a lobbyist for Chevron and you testify at a hearing saying, I oppose this bill, the AI now tracks that. And we also have every time that these positions are mentioned in a bill analyses, where that's where if you write a formal letter as an organization and say this, we oppose or we support this bill, now the AI has it all in one place. And what that allows us to do is actually to quantify how often do lawmakers actually cast votes in accordance with certain groups' positions. So let's look up Pacific Gas and Electric Company. So we can see here that Jim Wood has had 39 opportunities since 2015 to vote on a bill that PG&E has taken a position on, whether that's for or against. And he has been aligned with their positions 54% of the time. Let's do SEIU. This is a prominent labor union. So this is a very good way of being able to kind of flesh out how a lawmaker kind of how their votes and who they align with. So he's aligned with this union in over 300 votes, 96% of the time. Let's look at a more conservative Howard Jarvis. So Howard Jarvis is sort of like the tax fighter organization in California. He's only aligned with Jarvis 30% of the time. So I find that fascinating because you could actually quantify kind of who people are based on their votes and who they align with. We also, a lot of that shows up in the money. We have every dollar spent in state politics, so you can actually see here you've got Jim is received about a quarter of his campaign war chest over the years has been from labor, health, which makes sense because he's a former dentist and he sits on health committees. He's received a bunch of money from healthcare industries, finance, and then you have all the other little guys down here. And so, yeah, we also include in terms of other money, we have all the gifts, sponsored travel, and behests on here. So you're aware, behests are when a lawmaker asks a lobbying organization to donate to a particular cause that they support. And this one kind of jumped out at me this morning when I looked at this. So the only behest we have on the record was a VSP is a health insurer that does vision health stuff, donated more than $250,000 to some cause that Dr. Wood wanted. And so one of the things that makes behest interesting is that it has happened here or there where lawmakers ask to get around campaign contribution limits and also to perhaps put some money in their own pocket. have asked organizations to donate money to causes that they have a financial stake in. It's happened several times where lawmakers' wives or husbands sat on boards or were members or paid staffers of nonprofits that all of a sudden got a giant endowment from somebody, some giant behest from somebody. We can see every bill that Jim Wood has introduced. We can see what committee's on. We can also see how different interest groups rate him. Very much a liberal lawmaker, and very much not a big, the conservative groups are not a big fan. And this is kind of where the bread and butter of where digital democracy is. You can actually, now every time Jim Wood testifies at a hearing, or speaks at a hearing, you can actually click and go directly to that, which is absolutely mind-blowing. Let's play this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we don't usually do long presentations in a concurrence of 10 minutes, but
So anyway, you can actually go directly there. And so what bill is this? I don't know. Let's take a look. So you can actually pop this up. So this is a bill about seismic safety in rural California hospitals. And you can go in and you can see you can see the summary of the bill text, the status. So this it's awaiting the governor's signature. I don't know if he's signed it yet. There's usually a slight delay in it getting signings, getting posted. You can see exactly how everybody voted. So these were pretty overwhelming bills, overwhelming support bills. You can see the supporters and opponents, and you can read the actual analyses as the bill made its way through each committee hearing. And what I like about it, right here, you can actually see how the bill had changed. So you can go through and see, I mean, one of the shady things that the legislature does is they'll often just gut a bill at the very last minute and insert a bunch of text for a different bill and then pass it through with minimal discussion and debate. In fact, I just did a story using the database on that just not that long ago, published just this week. All right. And then let's go to just this is the other stuff that's really cool. So let's look at SEIU, that union we talked about earlier, organizations. All right, so you can click on SEIU, and you can actually see, so every bill has its own page, every person has its own page, and every organization now has its own page. So you can actually see, these are all the different lobbyists and advocates who said that they were part of SEIU. You can see what bills they've formally taken positions on. You can also see, so you can see that they were for and against these bills. Just to give you an example, because I want to show you a good bill that has some, so you can actually see, this bill barely passed. This is a Jim Wood bill. In the Senate, you need 41 votes to pass. You had 14 people who voted against it, most of them Republicans, but there was one doctor who voted for this, or voted against this. She's a Democrat. And then you have, these are also very telling, these non-votes, these no votes down here. So under California's legislative rules, you can vote, you can vote yes, you can vote no, or you could just stay silent during the roll call. And this is a big deal because it allows, and it counts the same as voting no. So all these people who didn't vote right here, that counts the same as a no vote, but they didn't actually have to attach their name to it. And what I love about this new system is that we keep track of that now. We've written several stories about this cowardly way that they can get away with not actually casting a no vote. And then the financials are really important. I'd like to have him make this number a little bit bigger, but just because it kind of gets buried here in the chatter. But this is how much money that labor union has given to politicians since 2015. They've given 18 million bucks, and you can actually type in and see just who they gave money to. And yeah, you can also pull up and just see where did they actually testify in support or against a bill, and where are we at on time here? Okay. All right, so that's kind of the roundup of the public-facing digital democracy page. What we also did to try to help reporters be able to cover their legislators and to be able to get more coverage of the State House, the other thing that we built is we've trained the AI to generate news tips for reporters. And the way it works is we have all this data. We have tons and tons of data. We have, and just imagine how if you were a reporter, that's how we've been thinking about it, and you could create a program that would flag things that would be of potential interest to you. So say somebody was the lone Democrat to vote no on a bill in a Democratic supermajority, that we should probably flag that. That could just be a really interesting story about why this person did this. Somebody voted against a major donor. Somebody got a donation and then immediately after voted on behalf of that donor, right? Where you had two people who or two organizations, or how about two lawmakers that almost always vote against each other, all of a sudden we're aligned on a bill. So these are what we call phenoms, and what we did was our brilliant Cal Poly AI team has created a series of these flags that are weighted differently for each tip or whatever you want to call it, or each anomaly. And so the idea is if you see a tip sheet that comes in the system and this thing is generating them each hearing that comes through, each time the governor vetoes something, the idea is the bigger weighted ones are going to bump up to the top. And I'll just give you an example of just sort of, and this is what it looks like when you pull it up. So this is just a bill that I wrote a couple of stories about, including one that's probably going to publish today, that basically looks at, it's a big gambling bill. And so right here you have why the AI says, here's why we think this is a story. It gives you a summary of what the bill does. And AI is generating all of this information. And we've been using ChatGPT. It's actually quite good at giving you a little synopsis. Obviously, you don't trust this if you're going to write a story on it, but the idea is this is flagging things that could be of interest to you. So the AI also tells you, wow, there's a lot of money involved in this one, and man, there are a ton of interest groups that are involved in this. And this is what I love. So let's pull up Ask Me. So this is a major labor union. You can actually see how much money this union has given to individual members of this legislative body over the years. You can see how often they vote in support or opposed. What's up? Okay. Yeah, and you can actually see how regularly they vote in accordance with that group's positions. And since we only have a little bit of, and it generates a few quotes that it pulls directly out of the transcript, and to see if you would be interested in doing, pulling those quotes. I don't tend to use these when I do my stories, but what it does is it kind of gives you a flavor of what the debate is. And so the idea is, say you're a very busy Capitol reporter, or you're a very busy local reporter, you can actually set this up to keep tabs on your individual lawmaker. We're working on getting it set up so it only flags things that are of interest to your regional area, and we're setting it up so that a reporter can actually enter keywords of particular topics that they care about. So the idea is this thing would spit out tips for those individual reporters. We're going to be sharing it with them. We're going to be sharing it with reporters across the state. And I've written about 40 stories. Can we go to some of the stories on the slides? I've written about 40 stories since I got hired in November. About a third, or I would say probably about 2/3 of those were actually generated by these tip sheets. The rest of them were these sorts of stories in which we use the data to do some accountability journalism, taking a look at just, how often lawmakers don't vote no. By the way, Democrats on average vote no less than 1% of the time. which is a striking thing when you're talking about 2,500 bills a session. There's not 2,500 good ideas out there. What that indicates is that this is largely just kind of a rubber stamp behind where negotiations are happening behind closed doors, and they're lobbying groups with lobbying groups, and then the bills are basically just kind of performance. The actual public hearings are just mostly performance, where everybody kind of knows what's going to happen anyway. And we took a look at the money. Can we look at the next one? Yeah, and these are some of the other stories that we've done where we actually looked at how they actually have an unwritten rule in the legislature where we're not allowed to have debates about bills because they don't have time because they're hearing so much legislation, and B, why would you want to make it look like you're not in a unified front if you're the ruling party that controls 2/3 of this place? So anyway, all that's to say, we didn't have a lot of time. There's more I could be talking about, but that's kind of the nuts and bolts of digital democracy. Does anybody have any questions?
Is this tool free to use, and is there a plan to make it for profit essentially?
No, the digital democracy, the main front of the main digital democracy site. Can we switch back over to the website? Yeah, this stuff is currently free. How much traffic are we getting on this? Do you remember? Yeah, we figure a lot of those people there's a whole sort of industry built around the lobbying world, and advocacy and wonks and all this stuff. We figure a fair amount of that is that, but we're also hoping that it's being used by journalists, it's being used by everyday people, and the tip sheet system. This is something that we are only going to give out to credentialed journalists, or not credentialed, but working journalists. Who can use this however they'd like. And this is going to look a lot prettier, hopefully, by the time we roll this out here in a few weeks. So, any other questions?
So you're primarily using AI, so is there any safeguards that you have for it to create phantom explanations?
Yeah, so the AI, when I talk about AI, with the exception of generating tip sheet summaries, you've got to just watch it as a reporter, but this is not a public-facing site, right? This is only for journalists, so the tip sheet system is just generating, hey, we think you might be interested in this. Sometimes it's a little screwy, but so far it's been pretty good. Everything else is based off of publicly available data, and it's just, this is what the data says. The transcripts are reviewed by a human. We have a whole team of Cal Poly students who get paid to actually go back and review the transcripts and make sure that the speakers line up and all that kind of stuff. So, okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. We are going to our next session now that will begin shortly. Thank you.
Where do you want to?
Hello?
Yeah, I love it except for here.
Right here. She's right here. Hi. What's your name?
Mackenzie, this is the
Mackenzie,
Tijuana
I'm
River.
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Just, the last, because I'm blind, I'm not gonna be able to write questions down.
Okay.
And I had asked the last
I
time.
can ask you specifically, Michelle, if you want to ask a question. How does that sound?
I would.
Okay, I will make a note of it.
Thank you.
Sure.
From KPBS. Hi, Michelle.
So I'm going to try to explain the infrastructure. You guys can show me if I can speak.
Michelle Scott.
I was gonna say it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the panelists are on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to start?
Go ahead. Yeah. Just
Okay. Hello, everyone. If I could encourage you to take your seats, we're going to get started. We have a little bit of a tight turnaround time here. We want to give as much time for this panel as possible.
Do you have that one?
So hello, I just want to welcome all of you to Politifest 2024. Can our government meet the moment? I'm Jim Hinch. I'm the South County reporter for Voice of San Diego. It's great to be with you all here today. So in case you're not familiar with us, Voice of San Diego is a nonprofit investigative news organization committed to holding public officials accountable and giving you, the public, the information you need to be advocates for good government. As a nonprofit, we depend on members, donors, and sponsors like you. Thank you for your support. And I'd like to take a minute to recognize the sponsors who helped to make Politifest possible. A special thanks to the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of San Diego for being our partner for a 7th year. Thanks also to the Sequan Band of the Kumeyaay Nation, the United Domestic Workers Union, AARP, the San Diego Foundation, Business for Good, Hitzke Development, the San Diego Municipal Employees Association, the Asian Business Association, Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest, Atlantis Group, San Diego Art Matters, and the Southern California Rental Housing Association. We'd also like to recognize KPBS and iNewsSource, our partners in public matters. We're partnering to share content, conversations, and events like Politifest to ensure that all San Diegans understand their opportunity to participate in the democratic process and that it means more than just showing up to vote every 4 years. So if you're not able to attend any of our sessions in person, don't worry. We're going to be posting the recordings to the Politifest page of our website, voiceofsandiego.org, next week. So we welcome your questions, and the way we're going to do it is during the panel. If a question occurs to you, kind of put your hand up. One of our nice volunteers there in the back will bring you a note card and a pen. Write down your question, hand it back to the volunteer. They'll be collected at the end, and our moderator will go through as many of them as possible with our panelists. You're welcome to tweet along with the session. Share your experience using the hashtag Politifest 2024. You can tag us on Instagram and Facebook. So with that, I'm going to introduce our moderator, Mackenzie Elmer. She's the environment reporter at Voice of San Diego. And Mackenzie, advance to your slide. Okay, here we go.
Everyone, hello. Before I get to our panel we have a star-studded cast here today, and Supervisor Vargas has to leave at 2:15, so we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible so we can get to some questions, possibly. But before I began asking questions, I want to just kind of lay out how the Tijuana River sewage crisis sort of functions. At its core, we have basically what amounts to a plumbing problem.
You have the Tijuana River, which flows from Mexico into the United States, so a northerly flowing river, and that generally can collect a lot of pollution, contamination from the city and carry it into the United States, just south of Imperial Beach, as you see the river mouth there. Just ignore all of these boxes and listen to my words. And immediately parallel to that, we have what's called the International Collector. It's the biggest sewage main in Tijuana, and it's meant to carry most of the sewage from like the downtown center core of the city along the border here, and it stops, and there's also this sort of pump here that's really responsible for helping to draw water away from the Tijuana River and kind of out towards treatment plants. The whole point being, right, we want to keep any pollution we can out of this river. This pump is sort of, it's sort of brand new, but it does go down often. There's a lot of times electricity problems, etc. This international collector is old and aging and has various breaks that cause spills into the river occasionally. And then we have here on the north side of the border in the United States is the International Wastewater Treatment Plant. It's a plant that both the United States and Mexico put money into to build to try to handle some of this growing city of Tijuana's sewage. That, as we know, is aging, not functioning correctly. It's not treating water to clean water standards. So we have more aging infrastructure trying to handle the growing amount of sewage in Tijuana. And there's also more sewage than this plant that we have built can handle. And when there's excess sewage, it's supposed to make its way to a wastewater treatment plant in Tijuana called Punta Bandera or San Antonio de los Buenos. But this plant actually is also broken. So any waste that makes its way here is pretty much virtually dumped into the ocean. And so we have sort of 2 points of pollution that can make its way into the United States. We have this from Punta Bandera, when the ocean is flowing northward, which it does in the summertime. The sewage can come from both this broken plant and the river mouth. There's also sewage that can make its way across the border from these 2 little canyons here. There's supposed to be ways to pump that sewage away, doesn't always happen, and there's a lot of communities that have built up here in these canyons, either illegally or they're just not connected to wastewater at all. And so a lot of like trash and waste can also make its way through these canyons. So it's really, this whole effort is to try to serve the city of Tijuana, which is growing, and is an important partner for the United States in terms of economics, especially, and trying to just handle this. And it's a big plumbing issue, but it's gotten very political, as we'll find out. I just want to also say, I was reading an article in the Washington Post from 1998 last night, and that was when, I failed to mention, sorry, the waste that goes in that US plant gets shot into the ocean. See the South Bay Ocean outfall. It's a big pipe that just shoots it into the ocean after it's been treated. So this article had come out right when that was opening, and it was supposed to be like a big, like, oh, we're very excited. We've built this new plant on the US side, we built this new outfall. But really the issues were still very much the same. We knew already at that point in 1998 that that plant had been underbuilt to handle the amount of sewage coming from Tijuana. And so we also had a lot of the same players that were Surfrider Foundation. They were all mayor of Imperial Beach, all still involved in trying to make this better. And so let me just introduce my panel here. We have Mayor Aguirre. She's the mayor of Imperial Beach, the former Imperial Beach City Councilwoman, who's been working on this issue for a long time with Wild Coast. We have supervisor of the chair of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors, Nora Vargas. She represents District 1 from Otay to Chula Vista to Imperial Beach, originally from Tijuana. We have Congressman Scott Peters. He represents people from Escondido to Coronado, and he's a Democrat running for re-election this November. We have Sally Speener. She's the U.S. Secretary and Foreign Affairs Officer of the International Boundary and Water Commission, which manages the wastewater treatment plant, among a lot of other things across the border. And she also negotiates international agreements, between the U.S. and Mexico on water matters. So she's been doing this for a long time. She's been here longer than a lot of the leaders of the IBWC has been here. And we have Doug Leiden, an environmental engineer with the U.S. EPA, who's worked on joint water projects between the U.S. and Mexico for 20 years. So did I get anything wrong on that infrastructure explanation? Okay. So I wanted to start off asking kind of a feelings question. What frustrates you the most about this problem? And if you could all just take like 1 minute to answer, and I'll start with Supervisor Vargas at the end.
There you go. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm glad we're here and that we're having this conversation, but I think what frustrates me the most is that we've been having this conversation for decades. In 1 minute, I would say that I think I've shared with some of the folks who know me, I was the community representative staffing this issue for Congressman Filner in 1990-something, 93. And since then, we've been fighting for this issue. I was born and raised in Tijuana, so I've actually been in the beaches in Tijuana on the other side as well. So the first thing I did was, declared a public health care crisis in February 2021 when I became a supervisor. And I can tell you that I think my biggest frustration is the money hasn't been moved, things are not getting done, and the problem is that it's become so politicized that instead of looking for solutions, what keeps happening is we keep going around in circles about more money, more money, more money, but the implementation part is not taking place. So I have some thoughts and ideas of how we can move forward faster. I've been doing some work with EPA and the administration and some folks about what else we can do, but I think it's the fact that, it is the biggest environmental injustice in our communities, and it's been happening for decades. And no matter what resolutions we do, no matter how much we're talking about it, things are not moving fast enough. That's my biggest frustration.
Thank you. Mayor Aguirre?
Thank you very much. So for me, the most frustrating thing is someone who, as you mentioned, since 2006 has been working on this issue on both sides of the border, working with Scripps since they did the first ICE study, working with EPA, IBWC, in many different capacities. The most frustrating thing for me is that this is fixable. This is not, rocket science. It's not, technology that, we're launching satellites into the space. It's wastewater treatment. It's basic. If we had enough political will. Now, we have, thankfully, champions like Congressman Scott Peters, Congressman Juan Vargas, who've worked very hard to secure the necessary funding. But unfortunately, the funding isn't enough. So we have reached now a pivotal point that even though this has been going on for decades and we have been talking about it, whether it's politicized or not, at the end of the day, we are having very severe and very serious public health impacts on the South Bay communities, including my community of Imperial Beach. For the better part of the last 12 months, we have seen cases ranging from Shigella outbreaks. If you don't know what that is a type of bacteria that you can acquire for contact in unsanitary conditions that follow Tropical Storm Hillary. We've had E. coli outbreaks, we've had sinusitis, headaches, asthma, lung lesions, gastrointestinal infections. We are at the point where now we're in a full-blown public health crisis. So I've said this before, I'll say it again. We are past the normal processes that can get us to fixes because we're talking about 5, 10, 15 years away. And we don't have the luxury to wait that long. That's why we need the state of emergency declaration from both our state and our federal administration.
Congressman Peters?
Well, I think the frustration is that it just takes so long to fix. I would say, Nora was staffing Filner before he got the plant built down there, which was great. It was a great thing. It totally broke. It's not working at all. And we have to not only get it back to 25 million gallons a day, we have to get it to 50 million gallons a day, and then with surge capacity up to 75. And we've been working on that for quite some time and put real money aside for from the USMCA, $300 million, in addition to the appropriations we've been working on since 2017 when beach day closures went way up again. And it's not quite true that the money hasn't been moving, but it just takes so long to do the damn permitting and the design. So The good news is that we are actually under contract now and breaking ground in a few months on our side of the border. It's not a complicated thing, as you said, Mackenzie. It's just a sewage issue. The city wastewater department would be technically competent to handle this. It's just complications of dealing with a border. So we have made this a priority. I represent Coronado. It's not just a beach issue. It's not just a tourism issue. This is the beach that people from South Bay use. It's very important to tourism, and it's where the Navy SEALs train. So we've been working on it. It takes a long time, but we are on our way to a permanent solution. The other thing I just mentioned on the takes too long thing is, thank God Mexico has stepped up. Mexico is a partner. I think San Diegans understand the border as more of an opportunity than a threat, and Mexico has signed a deal with us. You do yours and we'll do ours. They are on track to have the plant complete on their side, which is doing nothing now. I mean, raw sewage from Tijuana is headed out without treatment. That's been our main problem, particularly in the summer, as the mayor will tell you. They are going to set to turn on their plant in the spring, like or February or March, and that's going to make a huge difference. So my frustration is it takes too long, but we've been at it for years now, and we're going to get a permanent solution. The frustrating thing, I think, for everyone up here is that the short term is still a crisis.
Just to explain her quick, you said USMCA, just for the audience, that's the US-Mexico-Canada agreement, which is like a big trade agreement between Mexico, US, and Canada. And at the final hour, I understand, there was like $300 million set aside for expanding or doing projects.
My trusty chief over here said, why are you doing a deal with Mexico without dealing with the sewage issue? So we came up with the idea of asking for hundreds of millions of dollars and associated with voting for that. Nancy Pelosi asked for 200. President Trump offered 0. We ended up at 300, and that's an excellent start. We still have a little way to go, but that's the really kind of money that of the quantity that can deal with this problem.
Yeah, and then kind of as I reported later, I think it was maybe last year or something, we discovered that actually the international treatment plant we already have needs about that much, or if not a lot more, in fixes. So that's kind of what you've been doing.
It's
lately.
a total of $600 million.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, and we should get to this too, the federal government wasn't keeping the maintenance up on our plant, so it was at 0. It wasn't working. And we have to make sure that doesn't happen again. But we got 300 from the USMCA. We got $100 million in appropriations, a little bit more than that this past year. That's enough to get going. We'll need another $200 million, but we can't use that even for 2 or probably 3 years. So we've got time to get that, and we are on track.
Thank you. Okay. Doug, care to share what frustrates you most?
I think as an engineer, what really frustrates me is that we have the technology available, not just to treat the water, but also turn it back into a resource. It strikes me as odd that in an area that's so dry, Mexico just took a 17% cut from the Colorado River. We are fighting over having too much water in the Tijuana River. And I think we need to sort of fundamentally treat this wastewater less like waste and more like water. Creating a financial incentive for Mexico to turn the water back into a drinking water supply is, in my opinion, the long-term solution to this problem that, as Mackenzie pointed out, has existed for probably nearly a century. And I think as we see the model of San Diego with the Pure Water Project, being able to treat water to potable standards is something that we are really pushing for. And Mexico, I think, just because of need, is starting to embrace this idea. So it frustrates me, but on the other hand, I finally am starting to see some progress along that line.
Yeah, and we've reported too that the city of Tijuana, a lot of folks experience water shutoffs quite frequently. They probably don't have enough drinking water to go around, it seems, though we get a lot of answers as to why there are those water shutoffs. And the other problem that seems to be there is that we don't always know what's polluting the water. And like Mexico or Tijuana doesn't have a robust inspection program. Like the city of San Diego goes around and makes sure all these industries are supposed to be putting in what they say they're putting into the water system. And so in terms of reusing that water, it might be a complicating factor, right? If we don't know what's in it, how do we treat it?
Yeah, no, certainly Tijuana's industrial pretreatment program needs to be more robust. But that said, the technology has advanced so much with using reverse osmosis, it can remove all of these industrial pollutants. And so even pharmaceuticals, those kind of things. In fact, what we find in San Diego and in all these indirect potable reuse projects utilizing reverse osmosis is that what's coming out of the reverse osmosis treatment plant, in fact, it's so clean you have to add minerals back, but it's also cleaner than what's currently coming out of the taps, which is, I mean, I hate to tell folks this, you're already drinking reused wastewater from Las Vegas, for example. That goes into the Colorado River. And so, and I think what frustrates me to compound that or to add to that statement is the fact that Mexico is, I think what could really put a wrench in this is Mexico's looking towards a massive mega desalination project, which would cost much more than an indirect potable reuse project, but would also, I think, in many ways kill our opportunities for wastewater reuse. And so I think now is a really good time to push for this wastewater reuse and take advantage of this crisis to find a solution. Thank you.
Sally?
So first of all, I wanted to say I'm here today representing Commissioner Maria Elena Giner. She's the presidential appointee. She was appointed by President Biden about 3 years ago. And I know you all know her well. She travels to San Diego regularly, at least once a month, sometimes 4 times a month. So she's personally invested in this issue, and I think the community knows how hard she's working on solutions to these issues. I think there are 2 things that I find really frustrating. One, you alluded to, Congressman Peters, is the funding. I was looking back at some of our historical funding levels, and from 2010 to 2019, in 2010, the International Boundary and Water Commission U.S. section budget was $76 million, and in 2019, it was $77 million. So it varied a little bit, from year to year, but essentially we were straight-lined for a decade. And so that led to the underinvestment in San Diego as well as in other places. So I think that's one source of frustration. And another source of frustration is what I'm going to call the whack-a-mole problem. It seems like one step forward, 2 steps back. We make progress on some of the infrastructure, and then a pump station goes down in Mexico. We make progress on something else, and a pipeline ruptures in Mexico. We make progress on something else, and a hurricane hits San Diego for the first time in 70 or 80 years. So I think that that's one of the sources of frustration, is that there isn't kind of linear progress. I think the good news is we do now have significant funding. A lot is going on both sides of the border, and I think there's light at the end of the tunnel, but it's not as fast as people would like, and we understand that.
A quick follow-up on that. Respectfully, wouldn't it be the IBWC's job to fight tooth and nail and more publicly ask, say that you needed this more money in your budget over the years? I mean, we just found out last year that the plant was broken, and we didn't understand that before.
So we are an executive branch agency, and so when we request money of the executive branch, that's internal within the executive branch, and therefore the president requests money on our behalf. And so what...
Or doesn't.
Or doesn't, right, depending. But I think one of the things that Commissioner Giner has been very effective at is communicating what the needs are. And so that people like Congressman Peters can say, oh, okay, you need another $100 million. Let's see what we can do to get another $100 million.
Mackenzie, can I just back her up? Because Maria Elena Giner has been such a big addition for this project, because we didn't know. No one asked us at all to provide money for maintenance for this plant. We would have fought for that if we'd known it was on the precipice of failure. And we didn't know until she called us and said, you know what, it's broken. And since then, she's been really good, articulate about funding not just this plant, which is the main project along the border, but all the other infrastructure projects he's got. She's just telling us what we need to know to assess the priority. So the criticism of IBWC before her, I think, is more legitimate than since she came. I think she's been a big improvement.
I was going to say, and I think it's really important as we think about November and why representation matters. I can say this, right? The Trump administration did gutted IBWC. and it gutted all of those entities. Sally can't say that because she's an administrator and it's not their job to be political, but I think all of us can talk about that. So when Maria Elena comes in, she had to rebuild everything again. And so that's one. The other part is IBWC is unable to take any philanthropic money. So right now, I just came back from, from a clean air, right, day, and they're not allowed to take any philanthropic money.
They can now, though, right? Wasn't there a change to the legislature?
For many years, they weren't able to, right? So that was like the big deal. How do we make sure that we're able to really think outside the box so that we're able to do this work? And that's, I think, one of the big challenges. Senator Padilla led those efforts also to be able to use some of the money in Mexico. But everything, it's sort of like when the California legislator said, let's do an assessment, right? And we had the assessment done in 2020. All of the work and everything we are doing is sort of from the past. We still are not going to be able to meet the needs of our communities, how it's growing both on the Mexican side and the American side on what we're doing now. So I think it's really important because we need to measure the expectations from our communities, because we're saying this is going to be the end all of end all. The $300 million, getting the additional dollars, we're going to fix it. The truth is that the urbanization issues on the Mexican side is something we have to continue to figure out. We don't have jurisdiction over that. And then on the American side, there's still a lot of work that we need to do to make sure that those things also get taken care of.
Can I just add that the treatment plan is now eligible, IBWC is now eligible through a legislative fix that the Congress member championed to receive money not just from philanthropy but from other sources. So this is a great opportunity for the state to also step up and help us fund some of this wastewater infrastructure. Because ideally, yes, we need to work collaboratively across the border. That's where most of the source is coming from. But at the end of the day, if we took control on our infrastructure on our side, I mean, it's possible. Hudson River has 15 treatment plants along the way to prevent any wastewater going into their waters. The same thing could be done for us.
So you hear that? Anybody have like $100 million or so?
And I just wanted to clarify that. That was in our FY24 appropriations bill, which expires on Monday. And if that is to continue, it either needs to be in the FY25 appropriations bill, and then it would extend for another year, or there's also standalone legislation that's been proposed so that it wouldn't have to be renewed every year. But yeah, that could be a great help.
Let's move on to the public health crisis well, it's really on both sides of the border, but we obviously do a lot of reporting about Imperial Beach, South Bay. So most recently, we've heard, researchers were in the field and they detected some toxic gases and made the county aware of that, and in a very public way. And then the county kind of came in and did its own testing and sort of said, well, it's maybe not as extreme, but it definitely spurred some action on the county side, it seems. But I wanted to just ask, we've always known it's been a water quality problem, right? We've always known that the beaches have been polluted and they closes the beaches pretty much all year, especially in Imperial Beach. But Supervisor Vargas, I just wanted to ask, one of your first actions when you came to power in 2021, was to say or state that there's a public health crisis at the start of your term. But lately, when the researchers said they found evidence of dangerous air pollution, you came out in a press conference and told the public, it's safe. So which is it?
It is a public health care crisis. I've never said that it wasn't. So I think it's really important to emphasize. It is a public health care crisis. I also declared it an emergency, right, last year, because we are in crisis. I think what's really important is that the correct information is provided to our communities. We have one public health care public director, right, in the county of San Diego. And Dr. Kroc is a scientist who sent out our environmental scientists and specialists. They tested the air, and they were able to provide the information at that moment about not being an imminent threat to our communities. You have to remember that as a county, we have a responsibility to ensure that we're providing scientific-based information to our communities. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not working with the researchers. It doesn't mean that we had already, have been working as a result of not only the community, but all of us working together to make sure that the CDC is coming down to San Diego with 80 plus folks to do the assessment about the long-term implications for our communities. And so the reason why I did declare it a public health care crisis when I was running for office and when I ran was because, of course, there's health implications to being in the beach when it's not, has sewage in it, right? And so we're doing the research, we're working closely, and I think what's really important here is to be able to work with the researchers and for that data to be provided to the county. So right now we're waiting for that data to be provided so that we're able to come up with the right research and share the information. But absolutely, and so I think to be clear, my statement was, can you go to school? Yes. Can you go to work? Yes. Is it safe? It's safe based on the data that we're receiving today. Is there imminent threat? No. Now, I live in this community. Is it okay for people to be living with breathing this nasty smell every day? Absolutely not. And so, I created a program to be able to bring, the air purifiers, into the community. What I told the community when I was giving them those purifiers was like, this is not a long-term solution. And it's a shame that in our communities, that we're actually doing this right now. But I wanted to give something so that we can give some hope to folks. And I just heard yesterday from CARB that they're probably going to be able to send more air purifiers to the community. And so everybody's going to be able to, we're going to be able to expand that program. Is it the only way? Is it the right way? Honestly, if this was happening north of 8, this is not what would be happening for our communities. So is this a racial issue, environmental issue? Absolutely. And so what I'm trying to figure out is what can we do immediately because people need help. And so it's a social justice issue for sure.
Just to follow up there, I think also you were in charge of the Air Pollution Control District, or at least the chair of the board, right, in 2021 too? And that's a new sort of agency that's responsible for doing responding to odor complaints, doing air quality monitoring. And so I've noticed that just now it seems the Air Pollution Control District is really responding to this and starting to, put out more sensors, et cetera. So why did that take so long to happen?
Actually, it didn't. We actually were the first, the Air Pollution Control District and CARB, so I also serve on CARB, the California Air Resources Board. We were the first ones with Casa Familiar to put the air pollution filters on the Mexico side and the San Diego side. And what folks need to know is that it's not just the air pollution from the Tijuana River Valley, it's also the air pollution from the number of trucks that are idle in our community. So air pollution has been a top priority for me. It's not something new. Whether APCD addressing the issue of the sewage is a new initiative that they're working on as a result of the work that we're doing with the CEC and CARB. But you have to remember the work that we've been doing at CARB and APCD has been really focused around contamination as a whole, because we do have the transporter pollution has had an impact on our communities for years, and so has the issue of the economy, right? When trucks are sitting idle for 8 hours at our border, that impacts our communities and our schools, and so we've been working on that as well.
Do you think it's just because we didn't know that air pollution was a thing we need to pay attention to, in terms of the Tijuana River sewage crisis context at APCD?
Well, no, I mean, our county teams measure air pollution, they measure the water testing, and haven't not gotten to this level. I think that's what's important, right? So climate change, a lot of the other impacts have gotten to where they're at, and so everybody should know that we have people who specialize in making sure that if there is an emergency and that the numbers are too high, they send out our scientists to go check it out, right? But it is the Air Pollution Control District that should be addressing this. We were working with, UCSD came to us last year, and Dr. Wooten was the person who was responsible for the county health at the time, and she had been working with them directly to monitor it.
Okay, just want to make sure I got you some tough questions before you had to leave, but did you
Just for context, I think one of the things that we did, we were trying to get attention in Washington, D.C. for a problem 3,000 miles away. UCSD came to us and said, we'd love to do some air testing down there, and we funded it out of our community project funding. Funded Dr. Prather. We also worked with the Prebis Foundation to help San Diego State assemble the research that had already been done. So I think that might have been a little bit of a catalyst, which is great, but I don't think people had been looking at the air that closely before then.
Yeah, and I'll just add, very, very grateful for the white paper that was commissioned by the Congress member that lists at least 66 peer-reviewed journal articles and reports of all the research that has been done over the last 2 decades regarding soil, water, and air contamination. So we know that all of those things have been polluted for a long time. For me, particularly in my community, we started to see the ailments, the illnesses about 2 years ago. We've started to have a lot of anecdotal reports. It really got worse with after Tropical Storm Hillary. We started to see an increase. Our local doctor started to raise the alarm, gastrointestinal illnesses, the gamut. It was because of this paper, The Catalyst, that we had basically a group of 50 scientists assembled from 4 different universities, UT at Austin, UC Riverside, UC San Diego, and SDSU, embedded in Imperial Beach in the Tijuana River Valley, taking a number of different samples from air to soil to water. And I wanted to bring with you all what their preliminary findings were, which they shared with the health officials at the county during the week that we had the press conference. Usually scientists, they're very zealous and jealous of data, right? Usually they wait until they publish it in a peer-reviewed journal before sharing that data. But they had been working with this community for so long and had been doing all of the qualitative data collection, the interviews, the talking to people, that they felt the need to implement what's known as the precautionary principle. When you see something that could potentially have very severe or detrimental effects on health and well-being, they raise the alarm. So in this chart, you can see this is a hydrogen sulfide reading. These are 2,948 parts per billion. Do you see this dotted line here? That's the California Air Resources Board standard, which is 0.03. So we have several different standards. We have the Occupational Safety and Health Administration standard, which allows for wastewater workers who are in full gear and full protective, personal protective equipment, can withstand up to 20 parts per million during no more than 10 minutes in one 8-hour shift. These measurements have been happening for months. Right? We now have empirical evidence that the measurements that we're seeing between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. are 100 times above the levels that CARB utilizes for ambient standards. Let me be clear, there are no health standards developed yet. Why? Because it would be unethical to put people in harm's way to make those measurements or to make those determinations or create those standards. So we've been consistently exposed to these. This is just one measurement of one toxic gas, right? We know that there's a number of different volatile organic compounds, noroviruses, pathogens, bacteria, parasites, that all of these scientists have been collecting for all of these weeks. They're running analysis on all of them, but the scientists did share with us these preliminary findings, which are extremely concerning. But I think most importantly, they validate what all the thousands of people in our communities have been saying, including myself. I can't tell you how many times over the summer my window seals are shut permanently. Like, we don't even open our windows anymore because overnight, between 2 and 4 in the morning, you would get woken up by the permeating stench in your house, and you couldn't even aerate it until the next day.
Supervisor Vargas, I was just curious, so air pollution, we know about the water pollution issue from your, we have more sensitive tests now that show that how much bacteria is actually in the water, which has been leading to more beach closures. And what I think Mayor Aguirre has also stated is that, we don't know the long-term health impacts of this gas. It hasn't been studied, but we do have a population now being exposed to potentially this amount. One thing Imperial Beach has been asking for over and over is like an epidemiological study to be done in the county to actually. And that's the way to actually look at for sure how the sewage crisis impacts a population. It's the only way to really understand this particular issue. So would the county, or would you now commit to funding such a study so we can understand the impacts?
So we've already committed to the CDC coming down and doing the epidemiology work.
The surveys of the citizens, right? That's not an epidemiological study.
No, I
though.
understand,
Yeah.
but that's the first phase of it, right? We can do the study. That's not a problem. The problem is we want to make sure, how do we make sure that people get what they need and where? One of the things that I told the CDC and the EPA, I was with them last week in Washington, D.C., is that, we continue to gather information from, because we ask Are we seeing results at Sharp or at Scripps? And what we're getting from our hospitals is that they are not. And so what I said to them is, we also need to think about how we're working with the hospitals on the Mexican side, because many of our folks don't go to the doctor. They're not getting the information. And so we're gonna have to do something much more expanded. I do believe that we need to look at how this is gonna impact our communities long-term. And so we're gonna continue to do this work. My understanding from the CDC, from the first step, is that they're gonna do the surveys, gather the information from folks. But I think in the end, we can't forget, we have to fix the infrastructure of this problem, because that's what we really need to be focused on. I don't mind, and I have, right now, I'm waiting to hear back. We've heard that we've made it to the final rounds, and I think I shared it with Congressman Peters. We've applied for another $40 million for the area so that Smuggler's Gulch can continue to be cleaned. We need to be able to partner with the city of San Diego. So that is happening. So there's a couple of other pieces and ways that we can actually be helpful right now as we're doing this work.
And just quick follow-up, like Mayor Aguirre, you've said, you've probably been the most outspoken on like how dirty the beaches are, how dirty the area is. Is it safe to live in Imperial Beach?
I mean, that's what we need to determine. Do you think it doesn't break my heart to talk about this? I know, I'm very well aware that every time I speak about this, it has economic impacts as well. It's hurting our mom and pop small businesses, right? Because now everybody knows us as, oh, the dirty town by the sea, right? But at the end of the day, my responsibility is to the people of Imperial Beach's health, safety, and welfare. And what they are telling me, what we are seeing empirically, is an increase in illnesses, an increase in ailments. We haven't fully done a very deep study to even understand if there's cancer clusters. We have a letter that was sent to APCD by 20 pediatricians raising the alarm as well, because let's be very clear, hydrogen sulfide has very severe, according to the CDC, this is on the CDC's website, can have severe long-term health effects, especially in children who are developing and need all the oxygen they can in their developing cells. They don't have the ability to absorb all of that oxygen because of these noxious gases. So to your question, TBD, that's what we need, more gas sensors. We need to place those sensors in the areas that the scientists have already identified as hotspots. You have a picture behind me, right? That's on Saturn Boulevard. That is blocks away from Berry Elementary and the urban area where a lot of people live in the Tijuana River Valley. Right around the corner from this area, which, as you can see, that's not snow. That's foam. That's at least 12 feet of foam. I took that photo on Monday with Mayor Ron Morrison, who came to see it. The person who lives right around the corner there, Gabriel Uribe, he owns a ranch. He's been in the hospital twice because of shortness of breath, not even 2 weeks ago. So we still have flow in the river. Our beaches, yes, are reopened, but it's hanging on by a thread because the wind current, the swell, and the ocean current direction, the swells, are all pushing everything south. So it's just a temporary relief, frankly.
Yeah, and just another point about why it's been so bad. In the last couple of years, there was a huge sewer main break in Tijuana that caused a lot of problems, and it caused a lot of sewage to have to be backed up. And truthfully, the international treatment plan, I think, it's unable to take that excess sewage, or it can't, or it won't, because it's in disrepair. So a lot of that has been making its way into the river and then into Imperial Beach.
Can I just add something about that? You were talking about the international collector being kind of old right there in the map. In October, and Sally, correct me if I'm wrong, they're going to replace that. And there's going to be an additional 20 million gallons of raw sewage just flowing into our communities.
And we're working on that.
Yeah,
Mayor
and it's not me like, oh, Sally, it's your fault.
Well, but I want to tell you that I don't know, I mean, because it's south of the border, so we have to work with our colleagues there, but we have repeatedly said you need to do a bypass.
Yes,
and
that's what we need.
We are, if they say, oh, we don't think that's feasible, we can't do that, we're going to have our engineers figure out what could be done south of the border. Again, we don't have the answers to that yet, but I spoke with Commissioner Resendez about this issue just a couple of days ago. She's the head of the Mexican section of the International Boundary and Water Commission. She said, even if we can't do a bypass, we'll look at a way where we can divert at least some of that and keep it in Mexico. So hopefully at least they'll minimize the transboundary flow if they can't stop it. But it's a legitimate concern, and You know, we may not be able to fix the problem entirely, but we're well aware of it, and we're working with the Mexican government to
Thank
try
you.
to address it.
So I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I really am sorry that I have to leave. I have a family issue that I have to go take care of, my dog. But I want to just remind folks, right, we are all in this together. The county for decades didn't do anything around this issue, and I want to remind folks of that. This county is committed to doing the work. This county, our health director, our environmental team, you know, when we were asked to make sure that we did the new testing for the rapid testing for the water, it was the first thing that we implemented. It's not the result that we want, but it is what's making sure that we're keeping people healthy so that people are not in the water, in the beaches when they are polluted. We want to make sure, you know, we came up with this, you know, different colors so that you know exactly what the water is like so that people are taken care of. So we're going to do the same thing around air. On the Board of Air Pollution Control District last week, we took a vote to make sure that we are able to share with people information so that when there is that level and that threshold that is an imminent threat to our communities, we're ready. Because let's talk about what this means, right? If it gets to that point, we need to evacuate communities, we need to do those kinds of things, we need to be prepared, and we need to make sure that people know exactly what's happening. We're not at that point right now, but I want to make sure that we're ready if and when, if it ever were to happen, which is what we're trying to fight against right now. So county's committed to doing this work and continuing to be a partner with everyone here.
What would that take? What would the level of crisis have to be to evacuate a community?
There's levels that the scientists provide as to what it is, and Dr. Kedekian, as of now, has said we haven't met those thresholds yet. But okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Just moving on to some of our federal representatives here. I get this question a lot, just from people who are curious about the issue, but why can't the U.S. just go and fix what's broken in Mexico, like on its own? Like, why can't that happen? If they're struggling.
They're their own country. I mean, they get to, I mean, and but I would just say this. You know, we are one region. We call ourselves a mega region. We're two cities, one region, we say. The federal relationship with Mexico is really important to solving this problem. I know it's not political, but some people in Washington have talked about Mexico like they're an enemy. And that is really not helpful to people in San Diego, because we have to work together on this problem, other problems too. So we have really taken, and I also know that that Juan Vargas and the mayor here are actually friendly with people across the border who are in the administration, and the fact that she's buddies with the governor of Baja is very helpful to us. That relationship is really important. We can't go in and solve it. I think, like I said, we have the expertise in the city wastewater department to do what they need, but it's something that they've got to do. But they've stepped up as part of an agreement with us that we signed in 2022 to say they're going to do their part. Every indication is that they're on track. I think we have to value that relationship and make sure that we don't insult our partners, because that is counterproductive for this and other issues.
And Sally, so you're someone who has to negotiate with your Mexican counterparts a lot on all of these different international agreements. So how do you convince a country like Mexico, a state like Baja California that has a lot of other issues and struggles that it has to deal with, that it should prioritize the pollution that's happening, spilling over into another country over all the other things it has to take care of?
Right. So I think persistence is part of it, right? You need to remind Mexico over and over and over again how important this is, what the health impacts are in the United States, how this is detrimental to the relationship between the United States. And Commissioner Hiner has definitely been doing that. We have been doing that. I moved out here from our headquarters office 2 years ago to help support that effort. But I also wanted to let you know that the Department of State is also doing that as well. Doug worked out of our embassy for quite a period of time over the last couple of years. Ambassador Salazar, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico, has raised this issue in Mexico City. He's been to Tijuana multiple times. He's met with the governor, as have we. The Consul General, the U.S. Consul General in Tijuana, a man named Tom Riot, was tireless on this issue. And the great news for us is he is now in charge of the whole U.S.-Mexico border for the Department of State. So you have someone who's knowledgeable, who's a champion, and he can make sure that Washington and Mexico City continue to be involved in this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Sally. I just add that we do actually have a program that EPA oversees. We get a allocation from Congress every year that allows us to invest in Mexico wastewater infrastructure. The projects in Mexico have to have a U.S. side benefit, and they have to be within 100 kilometers of the border. But Mexico will always, if we can develop a project and it receives 50% funding, U.S. funding, they will always find the money to invest in that project because they're getting a really good bang for their buck versus other areas in Mexico. I mean, Sally said I lived in Mexico. I can tell you that actually it's amazing to see, Guadalajara or Mexico City. There are areas that have, this problem. Exactly this problem, lack of wastewater infrastructure. And so to see Mexico putting very limited resources to address these, to be able to fund the projects that Sally laid out in the treaty minute, I think is very unique and something we see along the U.S.-Mexico border. I was just talking to a colleague of mine today about how different it is. He used to work for the U.S. Trade Representative, and he said the job was so hard because Mexico doesn't want to share information. And whereas we have a great working relationship with the Mexican Federal Water Commission, and the reason is solely because we're putting money towards the solution. And that allows for a much more cooperative working relationship than if we're just continuously pointing our fingers and saying, Mexico, please step up.
Just add one thing is that I don't have any criticism about the Trump EPA. They were very cooperative, but the Biden administration has really stepped in on all of these fronts, and they deserve a lot of credit. We had the Secretary Regan come out twice, and I wouldn't say see the plant because it's more than seeing it. He experienced it, if you know what I mean. So did the Undersecretary of State, Mr. Verma was out here just recently. The head of the budget office for the president, she understands the importance of this, and she's been really helpful. I'll also tell you another 7 people who've been really helpful, who are Republicans. I have 7 Navy SEAL colleagues. They all happen to be Republicans. They would not vote for President Biden's big ask, but they are all in on these hundreds of millions of dollars to finish this job. In fact, one of them came up to me, Ryan Zinke from Montana, who's Secretary of Interior. He's in Congress with me again. He says, we got to get this done. I mean, so there's a tremendous motivation in Washington to finish this job at this point, despite the fact that we're 3,000 miles away. It's hard to get their attention. If this was happening in Chesapeake Bay in Maryland, it would be on everyone's mind, or even in the Great Lakes. So we've got really good cooperation from everyone. And I would just say the relationship we have with Mexico is being gardened on both sides in a really constructive way, and it only helps.
Okay, just more on that money topic, because really this whole problem just needs lots and lots of money thrown at it to make those infrastructure fixes, right? So, and what's wild to me is, the international treatment plant, it's not like your wastewater treatment plant in the city of San Diego where you pay money on your bill every month and that's what funds the fixes that need to be done. You don't have to think about one breaking down in the United States, usually. This plant runs on fixes that the entire Congress has to pass every single time. And that seems to be a huge, huge problem. So is this the best way to run this treatment plant? Do you have any other ideas? And
okay, so
also, how do you convince someone from
I have a dream. So actually, I think, because of the border, we have to rely on the federal governments, both of them, to deal with this issue. And it doesn't hurt my feelings that American taxpayers will help San Diego out with this bill. But here's my concern, is the maintenance. The maintenance is so simple if you tend to it. That the one thing I would love to see, this may not be possible, but I will ask about it, is to see whether the city of San Diego could contract with the federal government to keep this plant up. That way I know, A, they would know what they're doing, and B, I know it would be important to them to do it, and so I don't think we would fall behind. We would not be chasing a contractor around.
What would that look like? Like the city of San Diego taxpayers paying a little bit more?
No, the federal government paid the city as a contract to maintain its plant.
We currently have a private contractor that we hire that does the O&M on the plan. So you're suggesting to have the city
Well, let me just say,
contract with the city
I say to you,
instead,
maybe it was
yeah.
Congress not funding it, but nobody's happy with that. I would say the one thing, Congressman Ice has been really reticent to get involved in our efforts because he doesn't want to have the maintenance fall apart like this. We spent hundreds of millions of dollars on that plant originally, and it wasn't maintained. Maybe it's because IBWC wasn't telling us. But I don't know, have a lot of faith in this contractor you tell me we have, when this thing is, it's zero.
But wouldn't you still have to get Congress to agree?
I'm not just saying that I would like to look at that option. I'm not saying, I would look more at this, but to me, that would be a really elegant solution here. It would be put it in the hands of people I know have the competence to do this, and I know will care.
So you change the contractor, but you still have to get Congress to put money into the operation and maintenance every single.
That's true.
So how do you improve that? Like, how do you convince like lawmakers from Wisconsin that like they should agree to like constantly put in millions of dollars each year to keep the plant in operating order?
That's not going to be. I mean, there's an understanding that we build something like this, it's got to be maintained. That I think is not controversial. The issues are, how far out can you fund it in year one, because there's all sorts of rules about spending money in the future. But if we sign a contract, we ought to be able to do that. And like, who do you get to contract it? And I would just say, Sally, I mean, I don't mean to denigrate anybody. Maybe these people are perfectly fine, but they're gonna have to answer. Someone's gonna have to answer for how we got in this position. And maybe it's just Congress, because we didn't know. But we're not gonna go through all this, get to a final solution, and then have it fall apart because it's not maintained.
Right, and I wanted to let you know that Commissioner Hiner has identified that as a concern as well. And one of her, what she calls her legacy projects, is to have an asset management plan. So we have a concrete plan for capital improvements as well as O&M, and we either stick with the plan, or if there's not enough money, we'll know how much money is needed to be able to stick to the plan, so.
Mayor, give a quick
Yeah, I'll
follow-up?
just add, this is not a reflection on the current administration at IBWC or Commissioner Hiner whatsoever. She's doing everything she can with the tools that she has available to her and what she inherited. But I agree. I mean, again, doesn't matter if it's coming from Mexico, if it's coming from outer space or from a third dimension, it's impacting constituents of the United States and of the great state of California. So we need to be creative in how we think about this, because we've been lucky that we had these Navy SEALs and Ken Calvert and Ryan Zinke on the other side of the aisle, who, by the way, the Republicans have the majority on the House side. They didn't have to approve this funding, but they've been so well aware. We've been doing all these trips. We had the bipartisan delegation earlier in April, that they now understand the severity of the project. But there's this perfectly good second treatment plant right next to the international plant. It's the South Bay Reclamation Plant that treats sewage from the South Bay. It's not at capacity right now, that potentially could take in some of the river flows, because let's be clear, the International Wastewater Treatment Plant treats 100% sewage from Mexico. The plant that's south of the border that's going to come online in early spring will diminish the input of pollution to us, but the main source of pollution for us is the river itself, and that's what needs to be diverted and treated. And one way we can expedite that is by using the City of San Diego South Bay Reclamation Plant.
Okay, we have some questions. Go ahead, Jim, from the audience for our panelists.
Yeah, so I do have some questions, which actually I'm going to pass to you, but our first question is going to come from our Aaron Price fellow, Marina Jackaway, who's a high school student. Let me just tell you about this program. Marina, you can go ahead and come up. So each year, the Aaron Price Fellows Program selects 40 kind, inquisitive, and open-minded ninth graders like Marina here from a pool of 300 applicants for a 3-year journey. They go behind the scenes to see how cities function, explore the role of community members in shaping society, and develop empathy and skills for navigating a diverse world. The program is a high school leadership experience started in 1991 by the Price family, the founders of Price Club. The mission of Aaron Price Fellows Program is to prepare a highly motivated and diverse group of San Diego public high school students to be responsible, engaged, and caring members of their community. And today there are more than 1,000 Aaron Price Fellows alumni, with 500 locally carrying out the mission of the program by making a difference in their families, careers, and communities. So I'll turn this over to Marina to ask the first question, and then subsequent questions will be posed by our moderator from the ones submitted by the audience. Take it away.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Marina Jakeway. I'm a senior at Point Loma High School. And so, based off of what I've researched, I've found very limited information on what is planning on happening to the municipal solid waste, which is excluding the sewage waste, once it is taken out of the river. Are there any measures being taken to address this in a timely and a sustainable way?
Good question.
For in the river valley, that's under Cal Recycle's responsibility, which is a state agency. Ideally, you would want to prevent that solid waste from coming across. Solid waste is under the jurisdiction of the city of Tijuana. It's a municipality jurisdiction. And they, I think a few years ago, passed a single-use plastic bag ban, and they're in the process of passing one for single-use plastics. But most importantly, they don't have enough infrastructure to recycle. So whenever all of that flows down across the border, impacting our area, including waste tires, which are also under state jurisdiction, it has very severe and very detrimental impacts to wildlife, and not to mention the quality of life of people.
Anybody else? I thought my understanding was there are like various agencies that own parts of the land in the Tijuana River Valley. Like the city of San Diego is supposed to clean one little gutter.
Canals, yeah.
And then the county maybe is responsible for some, but
mostly the funding comes from Cal Recycle, especially when it comes to trash assessment studies.
Interesting. Maybe we can team up and do a story together on that. I'm getting a lot of questions basically just asking, like, people want deadlines for when things are going to get fixed. I think we have some of the things that I explained that were broken. There are some expectation dates for when things will be fixed. So could we run through those, whoever has the most knowledge on, whoever would be willing to. Yeah, Sally, obviously.
I can give you some information. The San Antonio de los Buenos treatment plant south of the border should be fully operational by the end of this calendar year. The South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, the project to double capacity, we awarded a contract a month ago. We are currently in the design phase, but we're doing something called progressive design build, where we'll actually be able to do some construction while the design is underway. 20 months for design, up to 5 years for construction, but with this progressive design build, we hope to shave 18 months off of that time frame. We recently awarded a contract to rebuild Junction Box 1. Junction Box 1 controls the flow of wastewater into the plant. That project will be finished next year. We will be back in compliance with our discharge permit next month. The Hollister Pump Station has been back online since earlier this month. We have the primary sedimentation tanks that were out for, about a year or so. We now have 3 fully operational,
and what
which
do
is
those
what it
do
needed
again? Just for people to understand what a primary
so that's like after the head works, it deals with some of the solids and sort of that primary stage of treatment, and is important for permit compliance.
Because they were full of
gunk,
yes. And you couldn't get the solids out of the waste, so you had to,
Right, so we had to redo them. They weren't operable. So there's actually a lot going on. There's light at the end of the tunnel, but there's a lot more that needs to be done.
Thank you. So I guess someone asked, do some problems exist, similar problems exist like on the Rio Grande or other rivers near the border? That might be another question for you. Like, are we dealing with?
Yeah. The Texans did this same thing 20 years ago. They had the same issue, and we have a cross-border issue there as well.
How's that going?
Well, the appropriators understand that it's California's turn because they went through it, so that's helpful. But the IBWC does work on infrastructure across the whole border, and now there's a general consensus that we're number one, and so that's helpful. But Texas had this exact problem some years ago themselves.
No, I was just going to mention that I used to be, early in my career, the New River was always considered the most polluted river in the United States. And with help from EPA, we helped Mexico build a really large, 18 million gallon a day wastewater treatment plant in the southern part of Mexicali to take the sewage that was getting into the river and treat it south of the border and then send it to the Rio Hardy, which is a tributary to the Colorado River. And that just drastically, I mean, you saw dissolved oxygen levels go from, 2 to 0 to 2 to immediately above the threshold of 5 milligrams per liter, meaning that the water had enough oxygen so that fish actually returned into the river. Now Mexicali is coming back and wanting additional monies because of all the growth. And that is the challenge we see all across the border, is that none of these projects are permanent solutions. With the amount of growth happening in Mexico, it requires continuous investment, continuous operations and maintenance. Mexico just has a new standard now to remove nutrients, and so it's requiring moving away from low-tech plants into really high-tech treatment plants, which are costlier to maintain. But that's, again, what we're seeing, and we're looking at reuse as a solution in Mexicali as well.
I don't know if I mentioned this, but I always try to point out that it's not Mexico entirely to blame for this issue. I mean, Tijuana's population has just exploded. I mean, I can't even get a good population estimate from the officials there. Ever since NAFTA, ever since there were U.S. companies building factories in Tijuana where they could get a lot cheaper labor, those factories, could possibly be responsible, or probably are responsible, for some of the pollution entering the river. So we definitely have a major role to play in the problem.
And thank you for mentioning that, because that's something we need to be reminded of. This was something that we knew it was going to happen. The negative externalities from the NAFTA trade agreement, we knew were coming. And it's one of the reasons why the City Council of Imperial Beach passed a resolution and transmitted it to SANDAG, so that hopefully in the future we can charge a 1% fee on all the trades of goods and services, so that we can put some of that funding towards wastewater infrastructure. It's a long shot, but it's bringing back the attention to where it should be, because it is a shared responsibility.
Someone asked, many of the panelists have mentioned the problem is that the problem continues to be politicized. Can you clarify who is doing the politicizing? Not that we don't have politicians up here, but
I'm all about science-based information, so I don't know how that could be political.
I think that actually we've done a pretty good job of getting bipartisanship in Washington on this. I don't think we would be anywhere if we didn't. So I do think that it's an issue that commands a lot of attention here, if that's what you mean, and I guess people raise it as a concern in political context. But from our perspective, one of the great successes has been that we've got Republican and Democratic support in D.C.
And locally, too. Locally,
I would say, just shout out to Mayor Bailey, who is my Republican whisperer. He's the one who goes when you take these trips.
And Mayor McCann,
Mayor
Morrison. That's Mayor Morrison in there. Like, he came
Mayor of
over.
National City, yeah.
Often helping us with the Republican side of the House. And so I haven't seen that. I think people are really trying to pull hard to solve the problem.
One of the questions also, what are the changes that are happening in Mexico that will prevent a repeat of previous mistakes that led to lapse in maintenance and infrastructure breakdowns? Can we expect to see big improvements? Anybody?
I can speak to the political landscape, right? And I'm sure Doug can speak to the technical aspect, and he alluded to it with the wastewater recycling needs versus desal. But I feel very cautiously optimistic with the new president, Claudia Sheinbaum. She has a PhD in environmental engineering, and she was part of the 4th iteration of the IPCC climate change report. So if we've seen so much difference with President AMLO and the current governor of Baja California, when I first had my first meet and greet, right off the bat, she even acknowledged the issue and said it was one of her priorities, which is very different from past government administrations of the state. I think that she will prioritize these issues, because I haven't heard anybody mention this, but this affects us equally as Mexico. People haven't been able to access their coast from the borderline all the way to Rosarito for years, and there's tremendous public health impacts to them as well.
Yeah, I was Also going to mention that the real challenge with wastewater infrastructure is that everything's underground. And so providing maintenance, fixing old pipes, there's no big ribbon cutting that politicians can go to and show and put their plaque on some big structure.
Try me.
Yeah, there have been some.
I'm terrible. We'll name the next sewage.
I'll be there, everyone.
Manhole cover. After.
We don't cover those.
But no, and I think Congressman Peters is one of the few that actually do see the value of infrastructure maintenance and this is happening across the United States as well. I mean, I looked at the amount of money it would take to prevent a break is so much smaller than the amount it takes to fix the break once it's happened. And we've seen places in Tijuana where entire bus stations have been taken out because of a collapsed pipe. Because when the pipe collapses, all the building structures and the street above it collapse, and it's a mess and it's expensive. So I think we need to do a better job at EPA because we do invest in some of these projects, and we need to do a better job at highlighting the value of that because it's really hard to show people the value of preventing a wastewater collection break versus fixing a wastewater collection break.
Maybe the value could be portrayed by the effects on the population in South Bay, that there's a way to...
And in their communities as well, they're getting sick as well, so... I can't help but see parallels with housing and homelessness in this as well. It's so much more expensive to house people than to prevent them from becoming homeless.
Her last question, I don't know, I just thought I would... Someone said, if defense funds can build a wall, then defense funds can build a sewage plant. Make it happen. Why not?
100%.
I figured I'll be in agreement
And
on that.
they did it with an environmental waivers.
By the way, they didn't build a wall.
Okay.
Let's not get on that schedule. We have a better schedule than that right now, actually.
Awesome. Well, I think that's good. Thank you all for being here.
Thank
I really
you all.
appreciate it.
I would just say thanks. I think you've done really, you worked really hard to get this right, Mackenzie. Your reporting, it's been really helpful because it is such a, it could be a very emotional and scary topic, and also I think you've really done a good job of being very factual and fair.
Thanks. I've become kind of like a plumber myself and learning
That's
all.
good, yeah.
So I just wanted really quickly before you go, just to let you know that the next session in this room will be a discussion of Proposition 5. And we do ask you to check out our website, voiceofsandiego.org, and sign up for our weekly newsletters there. Thanks very much, and thanks to our sponsors.
Hello, hello, welcome. We could all just find our seats. How's everyone doing? Politifest? How fun has it been? Come on. Better, yeah, Politifest. Well, welcome to this year's Politifest 2024, Can Our Government Meet the Moment? I'm Andrea Lopez Villafana, and I'm the managing editor at Voice of San Diego. In case you're not familiar with Voice of San Diego, we're a nonprofit investigative news organization committed to holding public officials accountable and giving you, the public, the information you need to be advocates for good government. As a nonprofit, we depend on members, donors, and sponsors like you to make our work possible. So just you being here in these seats is a lot of help, so thank you for your support. I'd like to take a minute to recognize our sponsors who help make Politifest possible. A special thanks to the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of San Diego for being our partner for a 7th year. Our thanks also to the Sequan Band of the Kumeyaay Nation, the United Domestic Workers Union, AARP, the San Diego Foundation, Business for Good, Hitsky Development, the San Diego Municipal Employees Association, the Asian Business Association, Planned Parenthood of the Pacific Southwest, Atlantis Group, SD Art Matters, and Southern California Rental Housing Association. We'd also like to recognize KPBS and iNewsSource, our partners at Public Matters. We're partnering to share content, conversation, and events like Politifest to ensure that all San Diegans understand their opportunity to participate in the democratic process and what it means more than voting in an election. A special thanks to the San Diego Foundation and the United Domestic Workers for sponsoring this specific session. Please welcome Smith Surisicorn from United Domestic Workers to say a few words about their organization.
Good afternoon. My name is Smith Surisicorn, and I'm with the United Domestic Workers, UDW. We are a union of caregivers of older adults, people with disabilities, and children here in our region. I am the special assistant to the executive director, Doug Moore, and it is so good to be here with all of you today to celebrate politics here in San Diego. I wanted to briefly talk to you all about two things: who we are and why we're here. So UDW represents around 200,000 caregivers throughout the state of California, about 40,000 of whom live here in San Diego. We're your neighbors, friends, and family. We've taken one of our community's most important and critical jobs, and we take great pride in doing so. Unfortunately, we're also grossly underpaid. Here in San Diego, one of the most expensive areas in our country, we make $18.50 an hour. The MIT living wage calculator indicates that for a single person with no children, the living wage should be $29.54. You don't need to go to MIT to know that we're nowhere close to meeting that number. This leads to why we're here. As folks at the forefront of keeping people in their homes and making sure our most vulnerable don't end up on the streets, we know politics is a mechanism through which change happens. We're here because we want to support the work that Scott and Andrea and the entire team are doing to hold government accountable in their promises to meet the moment. We, our membership and leadership, are here for the same reason many of you are here, to educate ourselves on what is happening in our communities. Issues like Prop 5 that we're about to discuss are going to have huge impacts on our lives. So, with Election Day on November 5th coming up, I wanted to say that we don't have to all agree on the myriad of issues that we're discussing here today, but surely we can agree that our democracy and civic engagement are critical to the future of our country. So as a big West Wing fan, no matter who you vote for, please make sure you vote. And the United Domestic Workers would love to congratulate the Voice of San Diego on another great Politifest. Thank you.
Thank you, Smith. And now I'll introduce our wonderful moderator, Joey Safchik.
Hi, I'm Joey Safchik. I'm the political reporter at NBC San Diego. Very excited to be here. I think we can all agree that West Wing is a great show and that our panelists have great socks. And that might be the extent of what we agree on here today, but we'll figure it out from there.
We both drive EVs now that I've bought.
Okay, look at that.
So we agree on that too.
We agree
He was
on
tired of paying the gas tax, so.
And we agree that filling
Think about that. That's good. I did get out of the paying the gas tax. Right. Okay.
So we agree that filling 75 minutes on one prop might be a little bit of a challenge. So we encourage you to ask good questions and send them our way. And on that note, let's introduce our panelists. We have Assemblymember Chris Ward.
Thank you, Joey.
Thank you for being here. And we have Senate Minority Leader Brian Jones.
Good afternoon. Good to be here.
Both of whom represent districts within San Diego in the State House in Sacramento.
Actually in Chris's district right now.
And just a stone's throw away from yours. So.
So we'll go to you for dinner recommendations.
Anytime.
Okay, so what is Prop 5? Like so many propositions that we see on our ballots, it can be a little bit convoluted upon first reading. You might read it and feel like you have to go back to like 7th grade English comprehension. But we're gonna hopefully send you out of here today understanding what it is and perhaps how you're going to vote for it so that you can go and educate your friends. I think we have a new slide. Okay, great. So Prop 5 allows local bonds for affordable housing and public infrastructure with 55% voter approval. As it stands now, that needs a supermajority, which is 66% voter approval. So what the ask is here is to lower that threshold to 55%. So here you go. When a city or county wants to borrow money, we call that bonds. They need to get voter approval. You've all probably voted on that before. They put it on a ballot measure, and again, they need 66% voter approval. One more slide. So what would Prop 5 change? It would lower that threshold to 55%, and then it would be used for affordable housing projects for low and middle income Californians and for public infrastructure. That includes roads, parks, police stations, public safety investments. One more slide, please. But not so fast, opponents say, and I will let Brian get into this in a minute, but the nonpartisan state legislative analyst's office says that the borrowed funds would be repaid with higher property taxes, and that has a lot of people doing a double take. The amount of increased borrowing would depend on the ask by local governments, so each time a bond is put forth before voters, you'd have to determine and assess how much property taxes might need to go up to repay that bond. That's not something that Prop 5 addresses right off the bat. So the question that we're hoping to address here is, how easy should it be to raise taxes for your local government to borrow money, and what kind of impact does that have on you as a property owner? Okay, just a couple more points of context. California homes are about twice as expensive as the typical US home. That also comes from the legislative analyst's office. 30% of renters in San Diego spend half of their paycheck on rent. That is a lot. If Prop 5 passes, it does apply to bonds that are on the ballot this year. And then there is oversight built into Prop 5, so it does include accountability structures that are built in. Also, the threshold for school bonds has already been lowered to 55%. That happened a while ago. I miss anything?
That was very fair.
Okay, thank you. We try. We do our best. Okay, so let's get into this discussion. First of all, can you tell us all where you stand on Prop 5 and why? And we will try to make this less intense than like a high school debate, because those are very scary.
No, thank you, Joey. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and for those online. Happy to give, I guess, the support position, as I was a co-author on ACA 1 and a few other measures that have brought you now Proposition 5. To put this question really before the voters, I think it's an accurate statement to say, how easy should it be to raise taxes, right? That is an accurate statement, but it's equally as accurate to say, how difficult should it be to be able to fund community infrastructure? And that's what we're running up against. I think you all know I had the privilege of being able to serve on the San Diego City Council for a number of years before this opportunity to be at the State House. And it was incredibly difficult as we saw our infrastructure deficit grow, as we saw our tools in our toolbox limited. And we even tested some questions I'll probably talk about, in a little bit later, about putting ideas before the voters, but for this 2/3 vote threshold that we knew is the requirement to be able to get things passed is just subverting local government's opportunities to be able to decide for themselves what they want to see happen in the form of affordable housing or being able to correct some of that infrastructure deficit that we have. So, connecting it to what we've already done as voters back in the year 2000 for school facilities, it was a natural extension to say, look, if a threshold is good enough for school facilities, I think it should be good enough for community facilities as well, and I want to include affordable housing in that because of the crisis that we're in.
I think that's a fair point. We could have called this session a couple of different titles. We could have posed a few questions. What do you think Prop 5 at its crux is about?
Well, I'm going to start where Assemblymember Ward ended in talking about the school district bond threshold being lowered to 55% in 2000. And if you're paying attention to the media, which I know all of you are because that's why you're here, and if you look at the history of the school districts in San Diego County, and specifically San Diego Unified, and their success rate with their bonds and the accountability in how they've spent that money, there's been lots of coverage on mismanagement of those funds, there's embezzlement of those funds, waste of those funds, and so that argument might actually make the argument against Proposition 5. What Proposition 5 does at its core is give politicians, political consultants, and wealthy Wall Street bankers more access to your money. It makes it easier for them to come into your pocket and take the cash out of your pocket and put it into the general fund of either the city or the special district, and we should be just as concerned about cities as we are special districts. A special district is a fire, if you live in an area that has a fire district, or we all live someplace that has a water district, or any other kind of district where you're electing the board of directors, they will have access through Prop 5 to increase your property taxes. Now, what that means specifically is there will be an additional line on your property tax bill every twice a year when you pay your property tax, with a expenditure to repay these bonds that local district took out. Now, look, if you're a renter, like lots of people in San Diego are, you're still a property tax. Everybody pays property tax one way or another. So if you're a renter, whoever owns that apartment or house or wherever it is that you live, there is a property tax added to that cost of that piece of property. And as property taxes go up, your rent increases at the same rate or even sometimes at a higher rate. So I'm a no on Prop 5 because I believe that the governments in California currently have enough money. They just need to prioritize better how they're spending it and make these core functions of government the priority first before their pet projects. Let's fund core priorities of government first and avoid raising our property taxes.
Do you agree that there is enough money, enough revenue right now to tackle these projects?
No, it's right in front of you on an annual basis as you're reviewing as a city your ability to meet the need, and we see that infrastructure backlog grow. We know the billions of dollars that the city is behind in being able to meet its basic needs on stormwater, on providing adequate police, fire, park and library facilities, street repair. So one of the challenges that we had here, and I remember back to one of the efforts that I really tried to work on the last year I was on city council, is putting these questions before the voters and saying it's up to them if we do want to pay more altogether. And for a housing bond, because we know that is the biggest crisis that many argue we are facing as a community, that was something that we had designed to be able to support $900 million. Yes, it is like school bonds tied back to a property tax. So when you get that bill, you see the community college district, San Diego Unified. I want to come back to that in a second because I don't think that the fraud and the characterization, I think, was as fair as Senator had made it. But we use that as an opportunity then to be able to meet the public's demands. And that's what's always coming at us. And to say that there's this wild, wasteful spending and all this fraud that's going on, I'm telling you, we're meeting our operational needs to the best that we can. And then what? And then what more can we do to be able to solve the questions that are coming at council members to say, why isn't my community getting anything? And you say, well, here's the budget, and it's basically maxed out for what we have right now. Now, the good thing about Proposition 5 is accountability. There is a required expenditure plan. It cannot go to salaries. This isn't about backfilling something that should be the responsibility of a general fund. There needs to be oversight for a citizens commission that looks at all the projects that were promised to the voters to make sure we're on time and on task with those projects, and a review by the state auditor. No other structure that we put forward, including some of the school bond governance measures, require such a high level of accountability. So we believe that that has tightened up the question as best as we could to be able to offer something fair for voters to be able to consider when we are talking about moving a threshold from 2/3 to 55%.
Do you feel that the supermajority threshold is undemocratic, that a third of voters can shoot down a project that 65% of voters may want, as we have seen?
I do. There was another measure that we did not move forward on this year's ballot that is going to be on the 2026 ballot, but it addresses supermajority questions because some have tried to be able to raise the bar even higher, and that is undemocratic. Even to ask that question is undemocratic because maybe 2/3 of the electorate doesn't agree with that. So why would you raise a bar when you don't even have the same level of voter support? It's a related but separate question. But I do think that even on a 55% vote threshold, let's run some rough math, right? In the year 2000, when I ran this bond measure, we had about 640,000 votes cast in the city of San Diego. My measure beat the no side by 100,000 votes. It was something around 360 to 260 was sort of how it shook out, but that was just 57%. So it still is incredibly reflective of what the will of the voters are when they say, yeah, we all want to chip in, we want to see more affordable housing. We would have close to 7,500 units of affordable housing either by 2024, doors open, or under construction right now, but for that threshold. We had an affordable housing question in the Bay Area, a $20 billion bond that local officials up there wanted to be able to move forward. They decided just at the last second in August to not move that forward because they were uncertain about, they were really hinging on Prop 5 passing, and they need to know that. It's a lot of investment to run a campaign on a very contentious issue when it comes to revenues. You want to do it right, but not knowing what that threshold is preventing us from being able to even put these questions before to the voters.
Is it undemocratic?
I think that the 2/3 vote threshold on property taxes and bonds is very democratic. And the reason why that is a protection that we all get to enjoy on frivolous projects not being approved. And I'll even share with the process of Prop 5, the way that Prop 5 came together, actually even itself underscores the importance of the 2/3 supermajority. So when Prop 5 was originally proposed last year in 2023, it included lowering the vote threshold for bonds, which it currently does, but it also had in the original proposal lowering the vote threshold for special taxes. And so that would be either your local city being able to raise your sales tax, or coming up with a parcel tax or some kind of other tax. Well, the very smart and highly paid consultants that make a lot of money off these propositions on the ballot recognized last year, or earlier this year, that proposition wasn't going to pass with that lowering the threshold of the special taxes. So the proposition was amended later this year, or earlier in this year, in 2024, actually towards the end of session, actually, almost at the end of at the deadline, and took that out, the 2/3 lowering that to 55% for special taxes, because the political consultants knew that it wasn't going to pass. So what does that mean for a 2/3 specifically tax proposal versus a 55%? What that means is these consultants, again, make a lot of money, they're very smart, and they know how to predict voter behavior, right? They know how to do polling, they know how to do segments with roundtables with folks to get their opinions, and that's how all of these come together. Every time there's a proposal on the ballot to do a bond, all of this research goes into it before it goes on to the ballot. So when you have a 2/3 ballot, the political consultants know they have to work a little bit harder, they have to be a little bit more honest, they have to have a little bit more scrutiny, they have to have a little bit more accountability than to convince 55% of the voters to approve something. So the 2/3 ballot, or the 2/3 approval rate is very democratic.
You said that it's a protection against frivolous projects. Is affordable housing a frivolous project?
I would say that affordable housing is not a frivolous project, but we have to look at why are we in this situation in California in the first place that we're talking about affordable housing. Why is housing unaffordable in California? Well, part of the reason is in San Diego, specifically, this is one of the best places in the world to live, right? Not just in California, not just in the United States, but San Diego is one of the most sought after places to live in the world. I think there was an article a couple weeks ago that it's one of the most unaffordable places, top 10 unaffordable places in the world. So first thing is, a lot of people want to move here. Second thing is, government has already caused most of the problems that deal with affordability in housing. The San Diego BIA did a study a couple years ago, and I don't remember if it was 20% or 40%, it's somewhere in there, that the cost of housing in San Diego is, whatever the number was in that range, high because of government overregulation, government zoning, and government interference with the market in driving up the cost of housing in San Diego. Now, it's not just San Diego, it's across the entire state of California. Housing is unaffordable in California because of government intervention with the free market and allowing the developers to build in a timely fashion. What's one of the main reasons for that? CEQA, the Environmental Quality Act of California, is no longer an Environmental Quality Act. It's now a Attorney Employment Act. And basically what happens is when developers are proposing projects anywhere in the state, a environmental group can sue that developer for whatever thing that they find an error in their EIR, Environmental Impact Report. And what that does, two things. Number, it delays the project and makes the project more expensive. And then the environmental group gets their payoff, either from the developer or from the local agency that's approving the development, and then they go away, and then the project still gets built. That's the bottom line with these environmental lawsuits against projects in California. The project is still going to get built. And I guess the best example of that right now that we all might be familiar with is the convention center in Chula Vista. Remember several years ago, the supposed environmental group, Center for Biological Diversity, which is, again, just a high-paid law firm, found a way to sue the developer, and all it did was delay the project and make it more expensive. So we have to look at that. And I kind of went off on a tangent here a little bit. Bring me back to the point that you were asking at the beginning.
Well, I'm going to ask a follow-up.
Oh, frivolous. Or is it frivolous?
Yeah.
So the other aspect of that is government should not be building housing. That government should be getting out of the way to allow the developers to be building housing, let the market and private investment take the risk on developing the project. Government should not be taking our tax dollars and buying property and owning and developing affordable housing.
Do you agree with that?
No. There's a lot to talk about there. A couple of things. I think some of you know I also have the privilege of serving as the Assembly's housing chair. So we have been more aggressive in zoning reforms, in streamlining questions, yes, in reducing CEQA. Last year, we sent 18 bills to the governor's desk on streamlining CEQA. He signed all 18 of those. So I'm very proud of the record that we've actually started here in San Diego to try to be able to
Most of those
relax.
were bipartisan.
That's true. No, absolutely. And to his credit, by the way, it's taken bipartisan support to be able to get some of this through because we've got a lot of Democrats in Los Angeles that haven't always found political will. Right. We're finding more, and more people are coming on board the housing train. That's great. So thank you for that, Brian. But when I think about, all the infrastructure that we're talking about and all these frivolous projects, this would include water infrastructure, fire stations, road repairs. Again, these are physical things, not salaries that the community is asking for and demanding for. And so if we're trying to turn the trends around from what we have to work with today and project to have to work with forward and be able to add on top of that as well, you have to have new tools in the toolbox. And this still requires a greater than majority vote, right? Significantly so in something the size of the city of San Diego. It's interesting because despite all of the requirements that are in Prop 5 on accountability, on making sure that expenditure plan is adequately under audit, exercised, as we told the voters that it would, all of these are significantly higher thresholds than general tax raises enjoy. A 50%, a clean majority, right? Or if you did a citizens initiative through the Upland example, that also requires 50% plus one, with none of these accountability standards built in. So we're trying to meet the moment of what the demands are and allow, again, this is all optional. This is not something that will change the game. All it does is really test what the threshold is going to be. Then the decision is up to local voters because I think Senator and I would also agree, Sacramento can't solve all these problems. And every community's needs are different, and so why not give a community more tools in the toolbox to be able to decide for themselves what that program of expenditures needs to be for public facilities?
Great question. Why not give local communities the opportunity to decide this for themselves?
I think, well, we are giving them the opportunity to decide this for themselves. Absolutely, 100%. And it goes back to the two-thirds vote requirement to get there, right? And so I want to, on the infrastructure projects that we're discussing, fire stations, libraries, roads, bridges, those kind of things, the opponents of Prop 5 are not against those projects. What they're saying is those projects are expensive if you're going to bond finance them, which is the most expensive way to pay for government, is to go into debt and then pay back the interest. So for example, on the two bonds that are on the statewide ballot right now, 2 and 4, they're both $10 billion asks to go for the state to go into debt. It's going to cost $8 to $9 billion extra over the next 30 to 40 years to pay those off. Well, it's similar at the local level too. If you live in a city that does a bond financing on a project, and then you also have a school district that does a bond financing on a project, and then you also have a water district that does a bond financing on a project. Now you've got 3 additional expense lines on your property tax bill to pay back those bonds over 30 to 40 years. So the question is kind of false leading in that to say we're not giving the voters a choice. We are giving the voters a choice. But what we're saying is those projects, fire station, water line, pipelines, roads, bridges, whatever the permanent infrastructure is, should be so important and so necessary that a supermajority of voters think it's worth going into debt for. That's what the choice is here.
I want to pivot back to affordable housing because I think here in San Diego, that's probably the most germane of what this proposition could lead to, right? How urgent is the need for affordable housing? Put this into perspective for us, and I'd like both of you to tackle that.
I think we both agree it's incredibly urgent, and we're not too far off, I think, on different approaches on what we need to do to be able to allow the market to be able to build more units and really meet the demand that's out there. You talked about how wildly popular San Diego is. Yes, we're in high demand. That is absolutely factoring into the pricing and the cost that is stressing families out. But what we do disagree on is this need that that local or state or federal government, the government, doesn't have a role to play to be able to support more affordable housing. Look, if you go back 80 years, the ability of the federal government to make a major investment in housing nationwide and send that to the states and send that to the local governments did help to produce some stock. Not all those were run well, and some of them, frankly, turned into slums. And so that tide turning right now, a lot of that level of support fell off. The state has not made major investments until just about 6 or 7 years ago when we started to have better budgets and were able to make that a priority choice in the work that we were doing. And local governments from time to time will find that match philanthropy will jump in. But you're never going to be able to meet for the affordability that we have for anybody less than middle income. You're never going to have the housing stock that we do need for young professionals and service workers and others that are not yet at that middle income. They need that housing unit, and you're not going to be able to meet the housing stock without subsidy or without some kind of bridge subsidy, right? And that's where government comes in. The city of San Diego is not out there breaking ground on a new housing development, right? Of course they contract with a private developer, somebody that specializes in affordable housing development, but that affordable housing developer has a real complicated math to be able to sift through, to be able to find the financing, to reduce risk, to be able to see how they can actually piece 8 different sources together. And yes, one of those sources is how much is the public able to chip in as well too. So it is going to be a necessary part. To what degree? That is up for debate, but not having extra tools in the toolbox to allow us to do that is going to make it take longer for us to be able to eventually meet the affordable housing need that we have.
One of the arguments of this is that government should solve this problem, right, of affordable housing, which Assemblymember Ward is correct. Government does have a role. And there are some things that are moving forward that he mentioned, obviously, is the CEQA reforms and some of the zoning reforms that have passed over the last 5 years and 6 years, carried both in the Assembly and in the Senate, that have made a significant difference in what can and where it can be built in California. One of the things that we've seen here in San Diego over the last 5 or 6 years is a huge influx of 5, 6, 7, 8-story apartment buildings, complexes being built. All I have to do is drive down Highway 8 between here and East County, and on both sides of the freeway, where there used to be car dealerships, there's now apartments and condos. Farther east on Fairmont, underneath the trolley, which was proposed to do, there's more apartment complexes being there. Farther east in La Mesa, next to Alvarado Hospital, there's I think 10,000 apartment units coming online in San Diego over the course of the next 3 or 4 years or something like that. And so what's been the result of that? Well, finally, rental rates in San Diego have leveled off. I saw an article last week where they might even be coming down 1%. Now, look, 1% is not a lot at the rate they are right now, right? But at least we've stopped the increase, which is very important. And that was a government role. Government zoned these apartments. Private enterprise, private developers built them and are either selling them or renting them out. When it comes to affordable housing and local jurisdictions being responsible for buying and owning those projects, I want you to, well, before I get to that point, tools in the toolbox was mentioned. I used to serve on the city council in Santee, and we approved 2 low-income housing projects while I was on the city council there. And there's lots of tools in the toolbox for these developers to get these projects built without local government funding. And what are those tools? There's tax credits that they take advantage of at the federal level, and they get a bunch of other financing deals on these projects. One of the incredible things when we were approving those projects that I learned was these affordable housing projects, when they're going through the approval process, employ more attorneys than they do construction workers. So it was just a phenomenon when I experienced that. But going back to local jurisdictions owning the projects, owning and developing them. Think about every government agency that you're familiar with. DMV, City Hall, Caltrans, EDD, Department of Justice, you name it, just pick one. How efficient and effective are they? How responsive to your phone call are they? How quickly do they get back to your email when you email them with a problem that you personally have and need solved? Maybe you didn't get your unemployment check and it got tied up and you need to get your unemployment check and you email EDD to get it. Well, you might get a response from them in the next 6 to 8 weeks. Or you have a DMV problem. Now, I will say DMV has cleaned up their act quite a bit in the last several years. But government is not efficient. Government is not fast. And it's not designed to be, by the way. I mean, this is not a criticism of government. Government is not creative. It's not thinks outside the box for the most part. And so that's why I believe it's inappropriate for government to own and develop these projects and take your tax dollars, the money out of your pocket, to put at risk to invest, and maybe the project works and maybe the project doesn't work. That's why developers put a lot of money on the line to build these projects. And sometimes they make money. Sometimes they make a lot of money. But a lot of times they don't make money or they lose money.
So what are the other options for local governments to get these kind of projects done if Prop 5 doesn't pass, if it's not easier to borrow money?
I'm glad you asked that question, because one thing that comes at us often is the conversation around impact fees. And that is really what cities are relying on to be able to meet that next community park, eventually build that new, revamp that fire station, whatever that impact is. And you figure out, and there's a very, very strong governance around how we calculate on a new development what their share of a community impact fee would be. And of course, with development, we hate it because that just adds cost to the total cost of development that is ultimately passed on to a purchaser or a renter. And you're in this, really, lose-lose situation here. Do we want to make housing more costly? No. But do I want to take away that last tool that we can to be able to eventually someday, maybe in 30 years, build the thing that the community's been asking for? But back to the conversation around bonding and the fact that is this the way or the right mechanisms to go? Again, it's a question that ultimately that's not what Prop 5 does. It's a threshold question. Ultimately, that comes back to the voters, and they would have to decide for themselves, just like they decide for themselves today on school bond facilities. What they don't decide for themselves, is on, say, water bonds. Right? If you need to build more water infrastructure, that revenue is coming in. You can use a revenue bond. It's also going to be subject to the same eventual escalation of costs, right? That comes with borrowing debt over time. But for this myriad of new public infrastructure that people want now, they want it yesterday. There's nothing today that's with impact fees, for example, that is going to be able to produce that so readily. And we can have that now with the conscientious knowledge that yes, this is going to be on the rolls for the next 30 or 40 years for us to be able to pay off.
What other options are there?
Well, I think we've kind of, thoroughly discussed the other options, and the other options are to increase zoning, which is being done across the state, in some cities that haven't wanted to do that because of state law have had to do it.
But is that enough? Are we seeing enough change to address this?
The change is happening slowly. In some areas, like San Diego, I think San Diego's done a very good job of increasing their zoning in several areas. And look, some of the neighborhoods don't like that, right? You've lived in a quiet bungalow neighborhood in San Diego for 30 or 40 years, and now all of a sudden your neighbor's building 4 apartment units in their backyard. There's some tension there, right, between the neighbors. But where San Diego has allowed increased density on bigger lots, I think that's a positive step in the right direction. When it comes back to affordable housing and middle income housing, there's lots of tools in the toolbox that these developers can take advantage of, both at the federal level and the state level, to get these projects done. My argument would be that we need to do more to build more housing at the market rate, and so that we can stabilize the market. Right now in San Diego, the market is unstable. But again, we have to go back to where we live. People don't think about this very often, but San Diego is actually very similar to an island. And there's only so much land in San Diego County, right? We're bordered to the north by Camp Pendleton. We're bordered to the east by a desert. We're bordered to the south by another country, and we're bordered to the west by an ocean. So if you think about it, we really are an island here in San Diego County. And so obviously increasing zoning is going to help with that, and then streamlining and expediting approvals for things that do want to get built helps as well.
So proponents say that Prop 5 doesn't raise taxes, which is true technically because it's a threshold question. Is that a fair characterization, though?
Well, I think it is, given that it's unfair opposition point that this is going to raise taxes. So it in itself does not. It is addressing the threshold question, which is, of course, has, sort of secondary effect, right? What would this mean down the road? Yes, theoretically, and the Legislative Analyst's Office has also put out there that this could lead to the fiscal impact, increased property taxes over time. Also a true statement, but we're talking about what should that threshold be for some of the greatest community demands that are out there right now, right? At 2/3, it has been incredibly prohibitive to even see a future that would be able to deliver on the demands that we have today, let alone what we would hope to have for in the future. Tying this to something that voters have already approved seemed fair, and again, 55% is still a very strong supermajority. In the context of San Diego, why would you, if you had a question to the voters and 100,000 San Diego voters said yes, more voters said yes than no, and you said, sorry, that's still not enough. It's very difficult to see a future when we were ever going to have the political dynamic to be able to expand and meet the needs that we have today.
Let's be very clear on the purpose of Prop 5. 2 things. Number one, it amends Prop 13. And what does that amendment do? It lowers the voter threshold. What's the purpose of lowering that voter threshold? 100%. The purpose of Prop 5 is to raise your taxes. There's no other purpose for Prop 5 other than to make it easier for irresponsible politicians, very aggressive and highly paid political consultants, and Wall Street bankers to take money out of your pocket and put it in their pocket. And then hopefully the project that they promised you might get built. Now, often it does get built, but a lot of times it gets built at a higher cost than they promised, and it takes longer to get done. And so we've all heard the term over budget and over time, and that's endemic of government projects. But look, I don't think we're debating on are some of these projects worthy to do. Yes, they are worthy to do. I think that's been my point from the beginning. But they should be so worthy to do that a supermajority of voters agree that it's important. To the point of a proposition or a initiative losing by a certain number of votes, I would argue that if the project was so important, so valuable, and so needed, that the political consultants should have worked a little bit harder to tell a little bit better story to get the few more votes they needed to get that proposition passed.
Right, but that comes back to what should that threshold be, and that you're going to tell that many more San Diegans that that vote is still yet not enough. I think, again, ties it back to the central point here, like, you know, what should what is democratic, right? What's a fair and democratically target point for being able to decide this when you can have such a small minority of dissenters, you know, continue to be able to obstruct these future opportunities. And I'm glad that Brian raised Proposition 13, because one of the biggest offenders, and we know this well, I know this well being in the role of a state legislator, is the California Association of Realtors. If you even dance around, if you have a bill that is even in the space of Prop 13, there's strong opposition. They've removed their opposition on this because they're also about building good community. And for a lot of the technical detail that we were able to improve upon ACA 1 through ACA 10 and another assembly bill, that opposition came off. It's a balance of issues here that we're always wrestling with, but I think that we've come forward to be able to put before voters in Proposition 5 is something that is targeted, that has a strong accountability built in, will result in local projects with local jobs attached to those, and is just a win-win-win on so many issues that it was tough to continue to oppose.
How would you?
I think I'm just going to end because Assemblymember Ward started his comments by saying right when he was talking about my comments. So I think I'll just close and no, I'm just kidding.
I think that's a technicality.
I know, I understand. I hope that underscores how well Assemblymember Ward and I get along. We actually do have a good time flying back and forth to Sacramento together. So yeah.
I don't want to know what you talk about on those plane rides. Tell us, how have the needs of Californians changed since?
Can I address the Association of Realtors real quick, the California Association of Realtors, since Assemblyman Ward? And that is an important point, actually, that the realtors did withdraw their opposition to this bill, and that really is a big deal because they're a very powerful private property rights lobbying group in California who I'm typically aligned with. I'm actually a licensed real estate agent in California. I'm not a realtor because I worked in commercial real estate, and usually I'm aligned with them. I'm probably in the 90th percentile. On this issue, I think they're just dead wrong. And, one of the things to consider on that is the San Francisco Chronicle also wrote an editorial in opposition to Prop 5 based on the exceptions that the realtors asked for in this proposition. So what did they ask for? The realtors asked to be included in the language of Prop 5 that if a locality approves a bond and the bond passes by the voters, there are certain areas of those jurisdictions that are excluded from development. And one of the examples is you can't tear down single-family homes and rebuild low to moderate housing on top of that piece of property. So the bond, while the proposition is making the argument, we're going to make it easier for localities to raise our taxes on our property tax bill, to spend money on these projects, and at the same time, it also restricts where those projects can be built.
Well, and I would just say there still is a lot of opportunity sites that would be available for affordable housing projects, particularly at a density that they should be for efficiency purposes. But I would have some reservation, having worked closely with the realtors and not always agreed with them on things. We have to, at the end of the day, agree to disagree and take a vote. But they don't want to be able to see a whole expansion of a lot more development without, I think, the commensurate community facilities that are going to be able to support great neighborhoods, right? I believe them when I talk with my local realtors or with their representatives up in San Diego, Sacramento as well. I just kind of curious with this audience here. I'm wondering who out here is under the age of 63 or was not in California 45 years ago?
I think you're predicting my next question, which is how has the world changed since this supermajority was codified
There you go. None of you ever had a say in this in the first place. None of you. The very, very few of you that didn't raise your hands haven't even had a chance to weigh in since Prop 13 was enacted in 1978. So this is a very targeted change to how we are able to pass opportunities that you are asking public local city governments to be able to do, special districts to do, and be able to still make sure that there is a significance enough of a supermajority that makes it defensible when we're thinking about changing something with regard to revenues.
What about concerns that have been raised by some taxpayers associations that higher property taxes could ultimately burden renters, could ultimately have unintended consequences in order to offset the higher property taxes that perhaps a landlord has to pay?
I mean, I think that if this is able to, one, help to produce more housing opportunities down the road, that should help to affect the supply-demand issues that we're having, which are also factoring into pricing. So it's all, it's a little bit selective, I think, in their perspective. You really have to look at the totality of how a lot of these economics do shake out. But what it will offer, again, on a subsequent vote of local voters on a specific expenditure plan that they either are interested in or not, it will offer them the opportunity to be able to have more in the near future that they want to see.
Go for
Yeah,
it.
and Assemblymember Ward asked for audience participation. I will do the same thing. How many of you think it's too expensive to live in San Diego County right now? And my hand is up, by the way, because I have 3 kids that are trying to buy homes and have jobs here in San Diego and stay in San Diego as well. Well, it goes back to what I said earlier. Every single one of us, whether you're a renter or not, is a property taxpayer. Just about every dollar you spend is tied to a property tax. If you're a renter, there's a property tax cost in the amount that you pay rent of. When you go to the grocery store and buy groceries, that grocery store pays property tax. When you go to the gas station and buy gas, that gas station pays property tax. When you go to your doctor and you have health care services, that doctor pays property tax. The more and more expensive we make it to live in San Diego, the more and more unaffordable it continues to get. And raising property taxes across the board increases the cost of every single item that we have to pay for in San Diego.
What I just observed too, though, is that renters, being a very strong part of our community, also benefit. They get the benefits of the new public projects that might come from this revenue source as well. So while it may not be their time to own a home, and some choose to rent, they would want to have new parks facilities, an updated fire station, hospitals that are up to standards nearby. They're going to benefit just as equally as homeowners.
And under current law, we can do those things. We don't have to change the law to do those things.
Okay, I'm first of all keeping a running list of things that there's consensus on. So we have EVs, SOCs, that we need more affordable housing, and that the city is too expensive, that the county is too expensive. So I want to know, to tackle that, as you oppose Prop 5, as you oppose largely bonds, I would think it's fair to say, what all are the alternative viable solutions?
Well, let's start with, I think my position on affordable housing has been pretty clear, on government owning that, right? I'm not saying government doesn't have a role, but on bonds, financing, my vote on that is actually mixed. At the local level, in my community of Santee and East County, I have supported local bonds for the school district. I've supported local bonds for the hospital district. I've supported local bonds in a couple other situations as well. Now, I've also opposed bonds for those same districts as well. It goes back to how good of a story is the district telling, and how big is the need to get there, right? And if the need is big enough, and the voters are convinced with an accurate telling story, they'll approve it and vote for it. And it goes back to, we need that level of accountability. We need that level of scrutiny that is required to convince the voters to approve something like that.
So we know historically people have a tendency to see higher property taxes, sometimes higher taxes period, and say absolutely not, shut it down, reject the premise. How do you appeal to people? How do you message about this?
That if this is something, again, you truly are interested in having more of today, that this is a mechanism that is, analogous to how we were able to fund school facilities. And often, San Diego voters have been able to say yes. Maybe other districts have said no on something. But for the hard infrastructure that we want to see for our neighborhoods, again, I'm trying to be able to draw that parallel, because I would like to see a law that was updated in 2000 by voters be able to receive due consideration by voters in 2024 to meet today's needs, housing and infrastructure. And I think that they would say yes just on the threshold question, and then everything subsequent comes down to that local government. We saw last cycle I think sales tax measures across the county, city by city, going forward. And again, that's 50%, right? Lower threshold, no accountability, different jurisdictions, and some cities said yes, and some cities said no. But that's up to the local voters to decide for themselves what they want to be able to pay for within their jurisdiction. The same would still be here, with room to spare, with still a very strong majority, supermajority threshold.
So the Vice President of Communications for the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, which strongly opposes this, says Prop 5 is worse than a tax increase. Do you agree with that?
I hadn't heard that argument. Is that from Susan?
Yes.
Yeah. And I've done several interviews with her. I haven't heard her say that. But that's an interesting concept, actually, and I think I could agree with that, because why is it worse than a tax increase? If Proposition 5 was just a bond for the state of California to do these things that we're talking about today, that's a one-time thing, right? But what Proposition 5 is doing is opening the gate statewide that, again, irresponsible politicians, aggressive, greedy political consultants, and wealthy Wall Street bankers are going to take money out of your pocket and put it into their pocket for their kids to go to the colleges that they want to go to, and do the things that they want to do, while you're on the hook for the next 30 or 40 years, and your kids are on the hook for the next 30 or 40 years to pay back these bonds. So yeah, I think I could agree with that argument.
I appreciate you brought that up too, because, again, what else is also on our ballot in front of us, Props 2, Prop 4, can pass by a majority of California
Well, this
voters.
can too. I was going to bring that up too. Yes,
right,
so
but
this
not
can
if it's a local question, because they're subject to 2/3. Right. So yes, we can put that forward. I'm going to disagree with you on the nature of what goes in there with educational facilities, with the need that we have for water and climate-related issues under Proposition 4, and the need is great right now, and there isn't an expansion of tax under those propositions because, of course, we have to pay that back in future state budgets, which will be another debate we'll have. So I think that there's, again, you're starting to see this threshold question is not, I think, fairly aligned as far as how we make decisions, but it particularly hits local communities the hardest because of the standards that we are under today.
Very quickly, before we turn to audience questions, I want to know why you're each passionate enough about this to be here with us on a Saturday talking about a sole proposition for 75 minutes.
Because the voice of San Diego asked.
That's it.
No, because this will be, Prop 5 is, it being a threshold question, determines so much possibility or not in the future. I mentioned the Bay Area example. They decided to not move forward on $20 billion of affordable housing, local dollars, right, up there, that only they would be subject to because of the uncertainty around this question. They were not going to put it for, they don't think that that 2/3 is feasible, so it's just a fool's errand to even try to campaign for that. But 55%, they think Bay Area voters could be persuaded. And not knowing what the outcome is, it was just premature for them to be able to move forward. That's a delay in affordable housing.
So I want to expand on his first answer, because I agree with him on that. And so when I got elected to the Assembly in 2010, one of the most disappointing things about our government process in California was the media was absent from Sacramento. At that point in time, the Union Tribune, the older Union Tribune, before 2010, had 2 full-time reporters in Sacramento, just to cover Sacramento for San Diego. When I got there, they were down to 1.5, they said. And then within 6 months, that person, the one, retired. They were down to 1/2. And then 6 months later, they had none. And I have been, since 2010, screaming from the rooftops to the local media here in San Diego, you have to cover Sacramento. You have to tell San Diegans what's going on in Sacramento. And it's been very frustrating for me as somebody who is in government, but also wants government to be held accountable. Even as elected officials, I expect to be held accountable by the press, by the media, by the voters. And that just wasn't there. And so my answer is similar to Chris's, is I was asked. The Voice of San Diego has done a very good job of being on the scene the last 2 to 3 years and starting to cover Sacramento a little bit more. When I heard that you were the moderator, you're doing a great job at NBC covering it from the local perspective on the media. So, and there's several other local groups here in San Diego that have stepped up over the last couple of years to start doing what I've been wanting the press to do. Take advantage of your First Amendment right. We have a freedom of the press. The press should be covering what's going on, so that's why I'm here.
Well, we're all very glad that you're here. Tell my bosses they need to start sponsoring trips up to Sacramento.
I've been arguing for that as well.
I'll give you a tour.
I'll take it. Okay, let's turn to audience questions.
Yeah, thank you for the plug, Senator. We do have a Capitol Reporter, our Sacramento report written by Deborah Brennan, which you
She's
can
doing a
subscribe
great job.
to.
Yeah.
Thank you. So our first question today will be asked by Edmund Buenaviente, if you want to come up. He's an Aaron Price Fellow and one of the many students today participating.
Thank you again. For those who don't know me, I'm Edmund Buenavente. I'm a senior. I'm in 12th grade at Morse High School. So, assuming this proposition is approved, the approval guidance will likely be reduced, like I said, with the constraint or. Sorry, but assume approval guidelines are reduced with the passing of Proposition 5. More projects will likely be done together. So my question for both of you is, given our limited resources and budget for multiple plans, how will the government be able to allocate enough resources for each task for everything to be completed in an efficient and timely manner?
Well, I think I understood your question. Again, it's Proposition 5 passing, not would, but could allow local governments a little bit more room to be able to realize the future for what they're proposing to voters, right? If you want sooner to be able to have more of this deficit fixed, we have an answer here, but we first have to unlock this question about what it should take to be able to pass these kind of measures for local voters to be able to consider. So I think, so it's a threshold question. What would the capacity, I guess, of local governments be to be able to fund or make these kinds of decisions about what to put forward? Again, that's going to come down to that very specific question, right? Would a future question propose, $2 billion of infrastructure or $500 million, and on what? And what would the repayment schedule kind of look like? That would all be something that would be handled or sort of crafted in the development of that specific proposal, which of course would be put forward to voters. And if it's something that was too excessive, too egregious, too open to pet projects and fraudulent activity, whatever you want to debate about that question at that time, that's for the voters to decide at that time.
I think we've all agreed that it's already expensive to live in California and in San Diego specifically, and sources are limited, especially local sources as well. But to buy into the concept that you can tax yourself into wealth or into prosperity, you've got to really have some funky economics education to get to that point. There's a great quote by Winston Churchill that says, we contend that for a nation to try to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself by the handle. We can't tax ourselves into prosperity. And so I hope that answers the question.
Okay, this is a good accountability question. We didn't elaborate too much on that. So this person says they used to support tax increases, but the elected officials in San Diego who purchased 101 Ash Street and in East Village something in the East Village to give away tax-funded money to Republican friends gives this person untrust in San Diego to manage tax dollars. So can you elaborate a little bit on the measures that are baked into this?
Okay, so
for
if
oversight?
you are crafting something in the future that would allow a Prop 5 55% threshold to qualify for passage of that local measure, if that's what you're designing, you have to come up with a project expenditure plan. You have to have a citizens oversight committee, right? And I forgot to mention that earlier, I sat on one of those for the community college district. Great facilities. I mean, we've got a strong system here that is educating our young professionals very well through those new developments that the voters approved. And
2/3?
No, that was a 55%. It's a school bond, right? And so, but you see what's happening at Mesa and City and Miramar, and these are great facilities that are, again, for many of our students, that's the way. And they're able to get that great education in a great environment, but that never would have been there were not for the measure in 2000 and our willingness. But that came with accountability and oversight to look at each of those projects. Is it staying on time? Is it staying on budget? And we largely saw that, almost exclusively saw that it was. So, and then it goes further. It requires the state auditor to review annually how these measures are being implemented. So there are layers of accountability structures that are built into Prop 5 should any local question exercising Prop 5 in the future want to be able to enjoy.
Does any of that give you peace of mind?
No. And very simply, on the state, let's go backwards. On the state auditor question, the state auditor, and I hope Assemblymember Ward would agree with it, does a great job in California. But the state auditor is responsive to what we call JLAC, the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, and that's made up of both Democrats and Republicans, both assembly members and senators that sit on a joint committee. And that committee approves a dozen, maybe 24 audits a year, right? And that's what the auditor that's their staffing level right now. And it's a lot of work to do one of these audits. I have an audit that was approved a year and a half ago. Assemblymember Alvarez here in San Diego is the chair of the committee. Are you on the committee?
I'm not.
Okay. He and I worked together to get this audit approved on the sexually violent predator program in California because it's broken. But that was 18 months ago. We got that approval on that audit. That's about how long these audits take, 18 to 24 months when they're looking at these big departments. The auditor's not staffed to do all of these audits for all of these bonds that are going to, and trust me, if this passes, there will be an explosion of local bonds over the next 4 to 8 years on the ballot across the state. Hundreds of billions of dollars of debt that the Californians will be put into because of Prop 5 passing. Now, let's talk about the audit oversight committees. I'm glad Assemblymember Ward brought that up. I'm going to do another audience participation. Who else has ever served on a bond oversight committee?
Okay.
Have you really? Excellent. Okay. So we got 3 people. All right. So you're a student representative on a bond oversight, or okay? So 3 out of however many are here.
It's Politifest. You should have expected
You know what? And then there's 4. So, but the point I'm driving at is these bond oversight committees sound great on paper. They sound great when they're in the proposal of the bond that's being passed and voted on. But what happens after it's passed is it's very difficult to get people to serve on these bond oversight committees. People don't want to give up an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours once a month to go sit in a boring meeting talking about financial statements and bond oversight. Now, obviously, there's a few people that enjoy doing that, but oftentimes these bond oversight committees are staffed either by local politicians or friends of the politicians or the developer or friends of the developer or bureaucrats or friends of the bureaucrats. Now, every once in a while, you get a great bond oversight committee. But the San Diego Union Tribune, in writing against Prop 5, recognized that oftentimes there's not enough authority on these bond oversights to make a difference. The media doesn't pay attention to the bond oversight committees. And the San Diego Union Tribune, in writing in opposition to Prop 5, pointed out that when there is a reportable incident, it's usually from a whistleblower that's involved in the project somewhere and not the actual bond oversight committee.
We talked about this a little bit, but I want to circle back to it because I do think it is central to what's being asked of voters here. This person wants to know, in a democracy, the majority should rule, so why should bonds require 66%? That lets a 34% majority rule.
That's the question of Prop 5.
I think that's what we've been
exactly.
discussing.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
if you really, for all the other noise and all the other arguments, which are fair to sort of, say, how might this subsequently play out? The question is very simple in front of you. Should this be something that should be changed for our greatest community needs that are out there right now, or should we continue to be at the will of 34% of the voters? And what would the future look like? You know what you're getting today. You know sort of the trend lines that we've been on right now. Do you want to change those trend lines? And to your point earlier, if we're seeing an explosion of all of these audits coming out here, I think that's a great thing because that means there's an explosion of affordable housing and community infrastructure and other things actually starting to happen.
I guess I didn't underscore my concern about that. That's more bureaucrats employed by the state of California that increases the expense of doing these projects. I'm sorry, what was why 2/3 versus 50%, right? The majority should rule, which is a good argument, but we're not electing a mayor or a city council member that will be up for re-election in 2 or 4 years. We're not electing an assembly member, we're not electing a senator, we're not electing a governor that have to stand for re-election in 2 or 4 years or however long their term is, right? We're voting on putting ourselves in debt for the next 20, 30, or 40 years. And we're voting on a project that is either necessary or not necessary, depending on the opinions of the voters. So when you are approving something that has long-term effects and putting your children in debt, if you're going to have kids in the next 20, 30, or 40 years, should require a higher level of scrutiny.
You touched on this at the beginning, but are there provisions in Prop 5 that restrict the use of money for infrastructure and not for general operations?
Absolutely, yeah. No payroll can be used for it. There is a cap on 5% of the cost for administrative expenses that are reasonable and necessary as you're doing what you need to for bond management, all the fiscal side of things. But this is really for hard cost money to be able to do things in our community, for you to see things happen in your community that otherwise don't have that availability given today's constraints.
The problem is that what is defined as an infrastructure project is so broadly, the definition is so broad that you can put almost any kind of project into that definition. So for example, if your favorite city councilman, who we both have been, has a park idea and they want to build a park that they can put their name on, well, guess what? That qualifies as a project under the infrastructure in this proposition.
I'm not sure that's the case because you have to set up your expenditure plan at the same time as you're putting that question before the voters. So you're going to get these facilities. I don't think you get to add on pet projects after the fact.
No, I agree. That's probably true. No, but you can the park project can be in the plan as it's approved, and is that okay? Let's say the bond financing that is going to the voters is going to build an affordable housing project that everybody agrees, or 55% of the folks agree we need. But slipped into that is some other facilities that we may or may not, that maybe more than half the people don't think is necessary. When the political consultants are presenting this bond financing idea to the voters, they're only going to talk about the affordable housing project that is popular and necessary. They're not going to talk about the things that are slipped into the project or into the proposal on the ballot, which will get by a lot of the voters.
Quickly, I know we don't have a lot of concrete numbers. There's nothing quantitative we can really offer because it depends on what the bond being presented should Prop 5 pass.
I have a couple of numbers I can present that are concrete.
Okay, maybe you can work those into your answer. Let me ask the question first. Are we anticipating that the effect of higher taxes as a result of a bond, should it pass, would be evenly spread, or could some taxpayers end up paying more than others, is this question.
It's a parcel tax.
Well, it would be, it's a property tax increase. So it's a bill on your property tax bill that's specific to this bond. So whatever that's divided in the city or district that it's in is going to be divided however they decide.
So many dollars and cents per assessed
So everybody,
value.
the bottom line goes back to my original point. Everybody pays. The two concrete numbers I wanted to share is $100 billion and $27 billion. $100 billion was the state surplus just 2 years ago. And the majority party and the governor spent all of that money, $100 billion. And this year, where the debate is between $58 and $72 billion in deficit. So in just 2 years in California, we've gone from a $100 billion surplus to a 27 billion, or 72, or 58, whatever number you want to use for the deficit. The $27 billion number is the amount of money California has wasted on homeless housing projects in the last 4 to 8 years that has been unaccountable. The governor can't answer, and nobody in his administration can answer where that $27 billion went. And he actually vetoed a bill that would have asked for some accountability on those numbers.
You look like you want a chance to respond.
I mean, that's going to take us another 75 minutes. Well, let's go back to your question, because I would otherwise start going on sort of where he ended.
I was just trying to see how disciplined he is. He's doing pretty good.
It's true, and I knew you'd be able to work those numbers in. Is the effect of this potential bond spread evenly for taxpayers?
I guess we both kind of agreed on that,
yeah.
So.
Did you put that on your list of things that we agree on?
Oh, let me add it right now.
Not to leave some of those points unresponded. The only very quick response I would just say is, your state revenues, have gone on wild swings for a whole lot of reasons. No, we did not spend down everything. We built up record reserves, which we were able to use in part to be able to solve some of this year's challenges that we've had and be able to make some hard decisions about cuts. Yes, Democrats made cuts this year for multi-year commitments that we previously had wanted to be able to see, but it's just not there in the near future, and worked on the structural deficit, so next year's state budget is not projected to be as a dire situation. So it was responsible. It certainly is accountable. I know you didn't vote for it, but we did what we needed to do in the moment.
Just to wrap things up in a nice bow, let's circle back to that question we posed at the beginning when we said we could have called this a whole bunch of things. For everyone here, if they're leaving and they're thinking and percolating about what Prop 5 is, how do you define that for them in a sentence or two?
So all this is a threshold question. It doesn't on itself raise any new taxes. This is something that asks you about what your opinion is on a democratically acceptable threshold for a local government, what might be different for what San Francisco wants to see, or Santee, or the city of San Diego, really should come back down to what the willingness of their local voters want in the form of future proposals. And so how difficult should it be to be able to provide the community infrastructure that we're living with the deficit that we have? That's the question. Should we keep that difficulty level at 2/3, 67%, or is 55% a strong enough threshold like we are enjoying for school facilities, which have an 80% passage rate statewide over the years? Still, 20% of local voters said, no, I don't think that I want to be able to support it. And hopefully be able to correct this trajectory that we've been experiencing of reduced infrastructure that we have to turn that trend line around. So it's a democracy question, it's a fairness question, it is a question about the viability for the future that you want to see for your own community and no one else's.
And I'm sorry, did you say these are our closing comments? Is that right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, great, okay. So, a couple of points on that is, well, first of all, I'm having fun, and I knew being up here with a single member award would be fun, but serious at the same time, right? So in opposition to Prop 5, I would encourage all of you to read the Union Tribune editorial and the San Francisco Chronicle editorial, because they both come at it at different angles of why to vote no on Prop 5. But as I said earlier, Prop 5 argues against itself when we're talking about higher voter thresholds. Keep in mind that Prop 5 only has to pass by 50% statewide to make these changes. But last year, when Prop 5 included the element of the special taxes also being lowered to 55%, the political consultants and the politicians figured out the voters weren't going to vote for that. So they had to remove that out of there so they could get to 50%. And they're still not sure they're going to get to 50%. I think it's hinging on how good of an argument I make today on whether it passes statewide. I'm just kidding.
No.
But
Could be down to a few votes.
it probably will be down to a few votes. But Prop 5 argues against itself on how important this 2/3 threshold is. But what I want you to think about is regarding government, especially local, actually any government, local government, state government. Think about Jabba the Hutt. I want you to think as local government as Jabba the Hutt. And Jabba the Hutt is sitting on his dais eating those frogs, right? As fast as he can. Jabba the Hutt that's your local government. Any government just wants to eat and eat and eat and consume and consume and consume. And those little frogs that are going in Jabba the Hutt's mouth are our tax dollars, right? And there's no limit to how much of our tax dollars Jabba the Hutt is going to eat if we don't stop Jabba the Hutt. Voting no on Prop 5 is our opportunity to stop Jabba the Hutt from eating all of our tax dollars. Vote no on Prop 5.
Okay, if you'd put it into Percy Jackson terms instead of Star Wars, I would have let you keep going. But we need to wrap up now, and this is much nicer than my producers yelling in my ear, so thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I hope everyone learned something, has a lot to go home and ruminate on, and that you'll spend the next couple of weeks thinking solely about Prop 5.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much to our wonderful moderator. Our last session with our keynote speaker is happening in this room. If you're a nerd, you know who he is. If you're not, it's David Wasserman. He's the senior editor and election analyst at the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter, an NBC contributor. Thanks for coming.
And I was serious about both of you on my comments about the press in San Diego stepping it up. You guys really are doing great. So it's important. So I've got to ask you, will you videotape my answer about the recorder?